The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Classical chess is back along with the entire tour field for the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Fresh off a fast-paced event in Warsaw, players had to catch their breath before readjusting to the longer format. Favorites and returning champs were able to rack up wins early, but once everyone settled in, decisive results became scarce, creating tightly knit standings and a cadre of co-leaders. Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu finally broke through in the penultimate round, defeating Wesley to claim clear first and control his own destiny. Unfortunately for the Indian phenom, the Grandmasters from France were not done fighting, winning their final games to force a three-way playoff for the title. But the inevitable was only delayed, with young Pragg getting the best of his veteran challengers, defeating tour leader MVL to avenge last year's playoff loss and become the champion of the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic Romania. With the first classical event under their belts, players shift back into a faster time control and speed off to another European capital for the next fantastic stop on the 2025 Grand Chess Tour, the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb.
Welcome, chess fans, to day one of the Superbet Croatia Rapid and Blitz held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. We have the best chess players on the planet. We have a fast, action-packed format of Rapid and Blitz for the next 5 days. We're going to have a tremendous tournament. Let's go to the studio and start all the action.
The Grand Chess Tour has moved to Croatia. Some of the biggest names in chess, including a former world champion and the current world champion, are here. Live coverage of Rapid and Blitz from Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with legendary Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Varuzhan Akobian.
Hello, guys.
Good. Wonderful. Nice to have you in studio. It's been a while.
Yes, great to see you guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Nazi. Wonderful, as always. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. The Grand Chess Tour is back, and I got to tell you, Zagreb, Croatia is hosting the greatest chess players in the world. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us about the roster of players.
You're right, Yasser. We have a fantastic field this year, starting with the one and only goat of chess, Magnus Carlsen, the U.S. superstar Fabiano Caruana, Uzbek #1 Nodirbek Abdusattorov, French #1 Alireza Firouzja, the player who's played every GCT so far, Wesley, Indian prodigy Praggnanandhaa, Polish #1 Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the current world champion Gukesh.
I mean, wait a minute, you're down to number 8 and you're talking about the world champion.
Then we have Dutch #1 Anish, Giri, and the strongest Croatian player, even Saric.
Fantastic. As we get ready to get started, tell us about the current Grand Chess Tour standings.
As you can see, in the first place is Maxima Shelagra with 20 points, Praggnanandhaa in second with 18, Alireza in third with 16.
And who is participating in this event?
A lot of these players, only MVL and Levon are missing, and rest of the players will be fighting for more GCT points.
Wonderful. And tell us about the format.
We have 2 different time formats. Rapid will be 25 minutes plus 10-second increment. Blitz, 5+2. There's no draw offers allowed. In Rapid, we'll have single round robin. There'll be 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for loss. In Blitz, they'll play double round robin with regular scoring system.
Great. And the schedule.
We have exciting 5 days coming up. First 3 will be Rapid. They'll play 3 rounds per day. And on the weekend, we move on to the Blitz.
Fantastic. Var, we've got so many great players, but you have to tell us which ones you've got your eye on.
Absolutely, Yasser. Yeah, we have some very exciting field here, some very, very top players in the field. The first player we have is Alireza Firouzja, 22 years old, very experienced already in this format, very dangerous in Rapid and Blitz. His URS rating is 2778, world #8, and he's already a 2-time Grand Chess Tour champion. The next player we have is the current world champion, 19 years old Gukesh. URS rating 2745. He's the 6th ranked player in the world, and he's getting more and more experience in this time control, so I think we will see how he will perform in this event. The next player is the US superstar Fabiano Caruana, 32 years old, URS rating 2795, world ranked number 3 player and a 4-time US chess champion. And of course, we have the wild card of the tournament, very special wild card, Magnus Carlsen, the world chess champion. He is 34 years old, URS rating 2864, world number 1 player for many, many years, and is a 5-time world chess champion. And we're going to go to Zagreb, to Cristian and Anastasia.
Thanks, Var, and welcome, chess fans, to day 1 from Zagreb, Croatia, Magnus's favorite city in the world. We have the best chess players on the planet. We have an absolutely thrilling format, and we're going to have tremendous fun. But Anastasia, yesterday it all started with the opening ceremony, and we had some critical moments already. Tell us a bit about that.
Absolutely, it's such a it's so nice feeling to be here in Zagreb, in a place where people truly love chess. So many chess fans, so wonderful atmosphere yesterday at the opening ceremony. But I want to draw your attention to a very special moment, which became already viral in all our social media accounts. You can see Gukesh arriving to the playing venue with his father in second, and he was trying to get his seat. And you can see that there is only one empty place next to the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. So he sneaked to his place, and Magnus didn't notice him. Why?
He's very quiet.
Yes, he was sitting there quietly, and Magnus was giving autographs and taking photos with his chess fans, and suddenly he saw Gukesh sitting next to him. Of course, the handshake followed. And why do you think, Cristian, we have so many views in our social media accounts?
Well, of course, we've both been to Norway chess, and we've had tremendous fun in that one. But that was the big moment, the handshake between Magnus and Gukesh after Gukesh defeated Magnus Carlsen for the first time in classical chess. Just a tremendous moment. They repeated that moment more or less in this one. They will be facing each other as well in this competition.
Yeah, and you know, this moment was so dramatic in Norway chess when Magnus slammed the table, and so everybody could really see it. I think it was like more than 1 billion people watched it in social media and YouTube channels, so everybody is aware of this drama. And of course, all of us, we're looking forward to seeing them playing against each other. It's gonna happen tomorrow at around 6. So all this drama is ahead of us, and if you are not here with us in our social media accounts, I think it's time to run and subscribe to Grand Chess Tour, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
Speaking of that, we do have the best chess players on the planet. We talk about Magnus Carlsen, Firouzja, but another player that I'm having my eyes on is Praggnanandhaa. Just an incredible year he's been having, the young Indian superstar. He's only 19 years of age. It feels like we've seen him on the roster for so many years. He's the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic winner. He's been winning every single event that he's been playing in this year. I would say from the top players, he's been having the best year, and he will be looking to continue this trend and win here in Zagreb as well. But he has tremendous competition. Guys, we'll be here to give you all the insights, the player interviews as well, and some analysis from Zagreb, Croatia. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. Let's get the show started.
Thank you, Anastasia and Cristian. It sure sounds like Zagreb is a lot of fun. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the pairings for this round 1 coming up.
Let's have a look. Exciting pairings. We start with Anish Giri against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Even Saric, the local player, will be playing Magnus Carlsen.
Nice.
2 Americans facing each other. Wesley against Fabiano Caruana. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against world champ Gukesh. And 2 youngsters, Alireza Firouzja against Praggnanandhaa.
I mean, just great matchups as we go to the playing hall in Zagreb, Croatia. As the players, there you get a chance to see the audience.
So many fans have showed up.
Absolutely. As you can see, you know, as a player, I have to say, Var, and you jump in as well. It's wonderful to play in front of a full audience, a packed house.
Absolutely. It's always exciting to see the fans and see all the people watching, and it's a really nice atmosphere.
Yeah, it feels...
And being on stage and having an audience, you feel like a real athlete.
Exactly. I remember going to the old Soviet Union where Michael Tal was playing Bent Larsen, and you couldn't get in. I mean, the audience was so tightly packed. I was pressed against the walls, in fact. And Alexander Wojtkiewicz, who was the second of Michael Tolley, standing next to me, and he says to me, "It's more crowded than a bus in Kiev." I was never in Kiev, but I understood what he meant. This is exciting.
You see Fabiano Caruana walking around, and he is the returning champion in Zagreb.
Right. I mean, he had a great performance. We were on break, we were just talking about, imagine Firouzja had been in the event instead of, for example, Anish Giri. And Firouzja wins against 26 Grand Chess Tour points. Could he qualify?
He gets to go to Brazil?
Yeah, could he qualify for Brazil? And you had mentioned, Nazi, that Wesley.
He's played every single event, and the Magnus Carlsen is arriving. I was just going to say, there's one player missing. He's always fashionably late.
Right.
But still on time.
I didn't quite see it. Was he wearing jeans? I saw he was wearing jeans at the opening ceremony there just a moment ago. As we're going to have some special guests doing the opening first moves, right?
I believe that's
the one and only, right?
Garry Kasparov.
There he is. Garry Kasparov.
He's going to go with e4.
I don't know. Looks dubious. He's going to take it back. I'm sure Ivan's going to take it back. No e4. Well, he's leaving it out there. Oh my goodness.
And we will be starting with the Saric game against Magnus Carlsen.
Let's do it. I mean,
let's see the world champion, ex-world champion in action.
Exactly. And the play is underway. And guess what? E2, E4 on the board, and C7, C5 by Magnus. An invitation.
Fight already.
Invitation for Sveshnikov?
I believe so. Knight f3 on the board.
Right.
So the time control it's a long rapid, right? We sometimes say 15 minutes, but here it's 25.
25. And Ivan, I couldn't help but see a slightly nice wry smile there. I mean, I remember when I was playing world's #1 and world champion at the time, Anatoly Karpov, and Boris Spassky said to me before the game was to begin, enjoy your moment in the sun. And I think Ivan Saric intends to enjoy his moment.
I'm sure
right
everybody
now.
loves playing against Magnus.
Absolutely.
No matter how badly you can get crashed,
exactly.
It's still a privilege to play Magnus.
There was a pause there, and I understand the reason for the pause. After knight c6, a lot of players, most especially, I think, led by
Rossolimo.
Yeah, the Rossolimo.
We saw a lot of that in the
Fabi.
match between Magnus and Fabi.
That's what I mean. And of course, for centuries, the open Sicilian, and look at them go. They have actually blitzed to the tabia position. In my day, everybody played bishop takes f6, followed by knight to d5. But black players have found a way of equalizing those positions, and now it's become more...
Yeah, when I started playing Sveshnikov with black, then everyone was playing immediately knight d5, just like Ivan has just done.
There you go. I mean, you see...
And now is the big question, c3 or c4? c3 is the old classical line.
Right. I think it's still c3, but we're going to have to... our resident expert, Var, to tell us, is C3, by modern standards, is it still the most popular, Var?
Yeah, C3 is the most popular, over 750 games played after C3. And
compared to C4?
Yeah, C4 was only 3,000 games played. So,
and C3, how many thousand did you say?
7,500 game.
7,500,
so
sorry.
Double, 2 to 1.
Okay.
So after C3, usually black will just...
C3 on the board, by the way.
And the knight will go to C2, reroute the knight on A3.
And Magnus himself has been playing this position as black for a number of years, I want to say. And I can't recall anybody winning against him from this.
Yeah, these positions are not easy. They're very dynamic, and usually black has enough contraplay. Like usually they put the bishop on g5. Sometimes even drop to h6. Some g6, f5 ideas will happen.
Right.
And bishop goes on e6. So you still have the two bishops. So yeah, I know you have the backward pawn on d6, but it's usually black is okay.
Very cool. What else has caught your eye, Var?
The game that caught my eye was the game against Duda, playing with the white pieces against Gukesh. And here, I saw like a very strange move. I don't know if it was a mouse slip or a blunder hand slip, I guess. So, so let's start off from the beginning. So we have e4,
Queen
e5,
F4?
and d4 played. Yeah. So captures and queen d4.
Wow.
And now queen takes d4, knight c6. Yeah, this was played before. So now queen e7, which it's rare, but still fine. But I think later on something happened in this position after bishop b4.
It's already a rare line for sure.
Yes, but we still have about 800 games. So here, queen f4 played.
That's new for me.
Yeah, I thought there was queen g3 is the main move in this position.
Exactly.
About 400 games. Bishop c4 about 200 games, but queen f4. Only 34 games, and now
instantly d6, by the way.
So
and now
Gukesh wasn't really surprised by it. He responded very quickly.
Yeah, now the pawn on e4 is hanging, so bishop c3, knight e4 is a possibility. Now f3 played, and so we have 11 games in this position still, and it seems a little bit strange that we don't have
any development
here.
Yeah,
and so
if you don't mind me saying that, from a classical point of view, I'm sitting there saying I've got the pawns on e4 and f3, so I want to play g4, g5, h4, h5. But why is my queens in front of the pawns?
It's a bit strange.
Why is a queen? What's the advantage from White's perspective of having the queen on f4?
I think what he's trying to do here with the queen on f4, he's trying to protect e4 and maybe start with some counterplay with g4, g5 ideas. But here, Black actually can start some active ideas as well. Here, for example, he can start with the move a5. Okay. Now you're threatening to play a4, and we know that when we have opposite castling here, you can advance your pawns, and every time opponent makes a pawn move that actually creates weaknesses, it becomes a hook.
Exactly.
Like in this position, if you play this move, you can actually even leave the bishop here. You can just play, let's say, bishop d7, and if you capture on b4 after ab, now the rook is going to come to a1, and this is actually now very, very dangerous.
I see you. I see,
and you see the evaluation bar. Yeah,
going down.
And if you don't do anything, then Black will continue with a4 and a3, creating some weaknesses. This could be a very sharp game.
Thank you, Var. And Nazi,
let's check some other players. Let's check the All-American game. How Wesley's doing against Fabi?
Well, they are playing a Joko piano. And as we know, this has become so fashionable at the top as the players play into, well, a very topical line. This time with the bishop staying on the e7 square. Oftentimes in the Joko piano, we see the bishop on c5, and then we have to look at all those bishop g5 variations. Bishop e6, and I would say, the great practitioner of these positions is actually Wesley So.
Yes.
He's been playing these
actually with both colors, I believe.
Yeah, but somehow with white. Yeah, I associate him more with the white players, white pieces. But okay, again, it's all theory. I'm going to check in on what I think is an absolutely fascinating matchup, Alireza versus Pragg. And these two players, even though they're so young, it's like, my goodness, they are the best of the best.
Absolutely, both of them in top 10 in the world. We just heard from Cristian, Pragg is #1 in India. He's overtaken Gukesh and Arjun.
Wow. Okay, first of all, a very unusual looking position. Okay, it starts from a Queen's Gambit accepted, an early e2, e4, e7, e5 has been one of the top answers to this position, as well as knight f6, e7, e5, knight f3 check, all very standard stuff. Knight d7, now that move, okay, I've played the Queen's Gambit accepted a lot, but I'm not really familiar with this I'm already, f2, f3.
I do see that there's still some games in the database, so not novelty yet.
Okay. Queen e7, bishop g5, bishop c3. We've caught up with the players. This is a...
What do you think, Yasser? I mean, I like the white has two bishops, but the pawn
course.
structure, right? Pawn on c3 is not ideal.
Exactly. So the first thing, I hate being in pins. I mean, just, you know, I want to play h6, bishop h... I want to play h6 as black, and, you know, please give me the two bishops back, you know, more or less driving the bishop back. And what you said about the c3 pawn is true, but, you know, I'm sitting there saying, okay, my trump is I've got a queenside majority, but I'm rather hesitant to, you know, like push
Start
the pawns.
pushing, right?
And
yeah, if you go c5 right now,
Yeah.
I probably go knight f5.
yeah,
I'm happy
and
to have two bishops against two knights.
I'm getting very, very worried about this bishop coming to c4. You know, I would start
with knight f4.
Yeah, and start to think, how can I get rid of this bishop? But I feel like right here, right now, Prague has got to play precisely to equalize the two bishops. And you have to be really careful that this majority doesn't suddenly smack you. F4 and E5. Be very,
I think it's a
very
threat
careful.
right now, right?
Yes, exactly.
The piece would just get lost on f6.
Like, for example, rook d8 looks like a reasonable move until you start to analyze the ramifications of something like f4 and e5, and you start to go, whoa, I'm not happy. Weigh in on this one, if you don't mind, Var. We've got this position between Alireza, Prague. Both players have played very quickly to get here. What's the theoretical assessment at this moment?
At the moment, we still have 4 games in a database, and
Okay.
in the 3 games, Black played the move c5, which makes sense to try to remove the knight, because you have to do something, otherwise White has the 2 bishops and a control of the center.
Clear.
So that's why you have to do something against it.
But Nazi was hitting me with knight f5, and I wasn't so sure.
That was after h6, but
Knight f5 here, I
Was
think
it?
it's going to be okay for Black, because he can just, he can just simply take. Bishop takes f. Oops.
I like the
Yeah.
I like the way that the chessometer jumps
and then
when
rook
you
goes to
leave.
d8, and I think now
Okay,
Black
queen
is going to be
c2.
okay. Queen c2.
Just play a move or two, just to show me what would be.
maybe c4.
Just c4.
Yeah.
C4,
very
and then
strong.
with idea to play queen c5 check, and try
Knight
to
to d3.
eventually get out of the pin, and maybe with some knight d3 ideas.
Okay.
We do have some moves players played. I think c5 was played, and Alireza played knight b3 quickly.
Knight b3. Yeah, I think
Not knight f5.
Yeah, I
knight
think
b3.
this makes sense to put the knight on b3. At some point, if he has a way to bring the knight to e3, that would be the best square in this position to try to go to d5 and f5. So another option maybe would have been to play the move knight c2.
Yes.
And then try to put the knight on e3, because from e3 you can go to d5, and also you have the options to go to f5 at some point.
Right.
So, and I think I would probably prefer to play the move knight c2, but knight b3 is also fine here. And the idea is to put the queen on c2 now. Again, as you mentioned earlier, the 4-on-3 majority is actually a really nice advantage here for White. And you have the pair of the bishops.
Right.
And f4, e5 is a very, very strong threat here. So Black needs to be careful. I think White came up ahead in this opening here.
Thank you, Var. And how do these two players match up in
See how they
rapid? In rapid.
Wow, they've already played so many rapid games.
It doesn't get
evenly
more
matched.
easy. Right.
Wow, 6 draws and 5 wins for each. So today one of them might take a lead.
Exactly, 5-5. That's a lot of victories. 10 victories
They're
out
both
of the 16
quite
games.
aggressive players.
They truly
don't like
are.
to make draws.
And there we have a nice video there of
Yeah, I think Alireza should be happy
Alireza.
with his opening.
Yes, yeah. Although I must confess, knights are very, very difficult pieces. Like, as amateur players know, you know, the wonderful in tactics, but the point is getting them into the right squares so that the tactics become possible. So you sit here and you think about this, and in my mind, I'm always looking for outposts. Where are the protected squares? So when Var suggested knight c2 to put the knight on e3, that really made a lot of sense to me. We'll keep an eye on this one. By the way, we do have one other
game
move,
we still
knight
haven't
b3.
checked on.
Knight b3, rook d8 quickly. Var told us that the queen will come to c2.
And Prag just has to deal with f45 threat.
Yes.
Maybe he goes knight g6 right away.
Knight g6. Okay, just kind of sidestepping.
Because on f4 I can take on e4.
Exactly, sidestepping the boot. What was the game that you said we missed?
We haven't looked at Anish Giri against Nodirbek.
Anish Giri, you're right. Anish Giri comes in as a wild card. At one time, Anish played in the Grand Chess Tour as a...
He did last year, I believe.
Yeah, so playing as a wild card, I mean, I'm sure he wants to get back onto the tour as a full tour.
He's recently re-entered top 10 in the world, so he's getting his rating back.
This is a variation of the Ruy Lopez that I mean, it seems like they keep making new investigations all the time into the Ruy, and they're coming up with new ideas. Knight takes d4, so black says, I'm a pawn up. What are you going to do about it? And white says, well, I'm going to try to win the pawn back by messing up the pawn structure. Wow. Var, weigh in on this one. What is what does the theory tell us about
Where was
this
the
line?
novelty?
Novelty, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the position, guys, where we had the first novelty here, and it was played by Anish, and we all know Anish is a very, very strong opening specialist.
Right.
And so he came up with a new idea here. Position was relatively, not that many games played in this position. It's only 8 games currently, and the top move is bishop takes c6 in this position. But he decided to play the move h3 here. So this is the new move, this is the novelty. So he's just waiting to see now what is black going to do next. Because if you capture on d4, of course he would love to take back with the pawn, and then he can get a knight on c3 and d5. Of course, black is not going to do that in this position, so he played the move h6. Now it's like a waiting game. You play h3, plays h6, which is also a useful move because now you get the escape square for the king, but also you cover the g5 square. Okay. And now there are no more useful moves to play, so he decided to play the move knight bd2. But this is actually a pawn sacrifice. Right. Black can now take on d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and now we have the move e5. So trying now to disconnect the communication between a queen and a knight here. So if you take with the knight on d4, then we have bishop d4, and you're losing a piece. So you have to take first on f3, and now knight takes. And again, you don't have time to take on e5, because after knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop a7, you're losing a piece because of the discovery attack on the queen.
Right.
So that's why now after e5, he had to retreat. But this is very unpleasant now because the pawn on e5 is restricting both f pawn and the d pawn from moving, and also it's hard to develop the bishop here. So now he played the move bishop c2, putting pressure on the knight, and at some point can play even moves like queen d3 and rook a d1, and even h4, h5 ideas possible here. This is a little bit dangerous for black here. So bishop takes e3.
What does the engine think of this position?
So now we're in new territory. Engine actually thinks it's slightly better for white, even though despite being down a pawn, you have a nice initiative, and also, very important, you have the lead in development as well here, because you still have a problem with the bishop and a rook.
So it looks like a great prep by Anish. Also, let's take a look at Nodirbek's clock. He's down to 13 minutes, and Anish has gained time on the clock.
There are a few more moves played, guys. So d6 was played because at this point, I think Nodirbek realized things are getting really dangerous here, so he has to do something to try to get the bishop out, because, like I mentioned, queen d3, rook d1 is coming, so he played the move d6, and now bishop takes g6 now, creating a little bit of weaknesses.
Right.
And now after f takes, and another useful move, rook c1, bringing the rook into the game now, because now you're putting pressure on c1, and it's not so easy to, on c7, and it's not so easy to see what is black going to do here. So this is the current position. Looks like we see a huge time advantage on the clock, 26 minutes for Anish. He's actually gained time, and Nodirbek definitely under some pressure here. So great start for the wild card.
And I see queen c2 as a potential threat for white with a double attack. Rook b8. Can you imagine you spending 13 minutes to find the move rook b8? And I saw the orange bubble. That's a bad sign. Tell me
Yes.
why.
Rook b8 is not a very good move in this position. The better move here would have been to maybe even just hide the king on h7, which makes sense because in a lot of the variations, the king is going to be under attack with the queen b3. So now if you put it on h7, then you avoid that. So after rook b8, actually, white can just play very simple. Just take on d6.
Okay.
Now you have to take back with the queen. Because so now after the exchange of the queens, I'm not sure what is he going to do against rook c7 because now white is about to bring the other rook to e7.
And black doesn't have rook f7 because of the check.
And if you play rook f7, of course, we have rook e8 check, king h7, you lose the rook in this variation, so you cannot do that. So you have to play the move rook f8, and now we know that 2 rooks on a 7th rank are very, very powerful.
Nice. Well,
so very good chance for Anish, I think.
Wow, you could almost say he won it out of the opening. If you don't mind, go back to the position after queen f6, and could you just tell me what this opening is called? No guesses from you. If you say the postmodern...
Queen f6. Let's
yeah, what is the name of the opening? Go back.
I think if you click on the openings, it will give you the name.
Yes. Go ahead. Tell us the whole opening name.
Name.
Yeah. What is it called?
Morphy defense.
Rui Lopez is the opening, yes.
That's it?
But
we know that.
You're looking for like a specific variation.
Well, because the Rui Lopez is bishop b5 on move 3, and the Morphy defense is a6 on move 3 for black. But then it's like it should be like the Steinitz modern ultra post.
Well, there are more words. Deferred classical defense. It's made up, though.
Deferred classical.
It's totally made up.
I don't know. That sounds...
We usually have a little name or something. It's like an obscure opening or something.
I mean, call it the Jobava
London.
Rui Lopez, if you don't mind. There.
Classical defense deferred.
And that's another thing. Where the heck does chess come up with the word deferred? Deferred. I mean, I don't do it. I'll defer. I'll defer. Okay, weird opening, but it looks like Anish's preparation is paying off.
There is a lot happening in this game between Duda and Gukesh. Let's jump back into it. I think that's one of the most aggressive openings we have on the board.
That was the queen f4, the open variation, and bishop e6. That made a lot of sense. I liked the suggestion that Var made also of a5. This one is just throwing out there casually that, by the way, you might be losing your a2 pawn. I mean, it is a potential defender of the king. Okay, here we go. Castles on both sides. Opposite sides. Let's attack.
I think I noticed the engine didn't like knight e5. It was saying that d5 was actually the best defense for black. So you're being attacked on the king side. Let's open up the center.
Classical Nimzovich, who I despise. An attack on the flank is best met with a counter in the center, wrote Aaron Nimzovich 70 years ago. G2, G4, well, it's very clear what Duda's having in mind. Attack, attack, attack. Oh, sorry, that went the wrong way. Knight e5, you're saying the engine didn't like it. H4, knight d7, G5. Well, we're getting there fast, aren't we?
Yeah, it looks very easy to play for Duda. You know what you're doing.
Well, exactly. The queen, however, remember what I was saying? What is the queen doing in the way? Duda obviously would like to play queen g3, f4, f5. And let's get going. Knight b6, h5, intimating g5 type of g6, g5 ideas. Knight c4, boy, double-edged. Var, jump in on this one. How does the engine like these double-edged positions?
Yeah, engine doesn't like what Gukesh did because he thinks he played a little too slow in this position. Yes, because now, as you can see, there are no any pawn breakthroughs, and now white expanded his pawns on this side of the board. So it seems like it was just a little bit slow. As Nazi mentioned here, on move number 10 here, after g4, d5 would have been the best move in this position to try to create a quick counterplay, but the line it's not so simple because after take, the best move is actually to retreat with bishop d6 now to gain a crucial tempo first, attacking the queen now and now getting ready to take back on c4. And
That's
if you
not
play
obvious.
queen c4, then there is a knight e5, and eventually black has a good counterplay here.
Can white just sacrifice the queen here, take all the pieces?
Yeah, you can. Actually, this is one of the main lines here. If you take here, knight takes c4.
What, you think you're Medina suddenly?
Take on f7.
It's not your
King
queen,
f7.
right? Bishop
c4
take.
check. And I think you just play king f8. So we have actually, I think this is actually a very decent compensation here because you have two pieces and a pawn. You got the pair of the bishops
And the
some
king is
potential
still-
knight h3, knight g5 coming up.
Right.
So it's only giving actually after knight h3 move, it's only giving a very slight advantage here for black, and especially for a rapid game. I think this could have been interesting. But again, it's not an easy move to play the move d5 because you have to calculate all this. So he played knight e5 and the current position here,
Yes.
this is just too slow, this knight d7, knight b6, because white is already expanding here. And now, after knight c4, bishop c4, and knight g2, this is actually a very nice play here by white because now he's completing the development. And he's not afraid to lose the bishop on d2 because he will have two knights. Possibly h6 is coming next, creating a big weakness on f6. And maybe one day one of the knights can jump on f6, which will be critical. And we know the pawn on h6 will be a very strong wedge pawn.
Or
And,
Duda could even be playing for g6 and just opening up f4 h files, right?
Bang, bang, bang.
So here already it's a5 is suggested, but it seems like this is already a little too slow here. White is already too quick here. If you decide just to take, let's say, on d2, then simply queen takes d2 coming up.
We finally moved the queen
now
from
threatening h6 with the queen d4 threat. And this is already a very, very big advantage for white here.
When I make comparisons, and I think we all do that, we get a position, an open position, what we're just looking at here, and I'm comparing it, for example, to a Sicilian. It's not exactly a Sicilian. You'd have to move the c7 pawn to e7. But that bishop on f1 didn't move. And black was moving his knights all around the board and got one knight to c4, and then it went chop. It's sort of like
Spent all that time.
all that tempi,
Absolutely.
and I saved. And it looks like Duda is coming out nicely. And we're just going to pause our analysis to ask Ben Underwood, statistically speaking, Nazi, who's going to win the tournament?
Let's have a look at the pie chart. Well, no surprise.
Magnus.
Carlsen is a huge favorite, almost 70% pre-tournament. And in second is Firouzja, and Fabi in third, close, and then the rest of them below 4% chances.
Well, I'm just looking at this. I understand Magnus has this huge edge, but but how can Prague, who's won everything so far this year, he's having the tournament of his career. I mean, but he's so young, only at 1.6%. That's crazy.
Prague has won all the classical events this year, so maybe that's maybe in Rapid and Blitz.
Rapid and Blitz.
He hasn't done as well.
Gukesh, who is really known as a classical player, not looking good in chances for the Rapid and Blitz, but wow. But okay, I have to say Magnus, but if Magnus wasn't in the field, I would be in the Firouzja camp.
Okay, but
it's
Magnus is in the field.
That's why I'm saying, how can you not? Magnus is the GOAT for a reason, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why we see the big purple.
Who would you pick?
You already picked Magnus, right?
I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I'm going to go with Firouzja.
You just stole my pick.
That's all right. You guys can share.
It's okay. I'll pick Fabi.
Fabi.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'll pick Fabi. I mean, he is the returning champion. And we know Cristian will pick
Yeah, C-pod
Yeah.
squared,
And Anastasia picked Prague.
I guess Cristian's a bit of an influencer. She was standing next to Cristian as Cristian was saying Prague is great. So
She listened.
She listened.
Actually listened.
She listened. Okay, well, that's our panel. You've got your picks
Speaking
at home
of
as
Prague,
well.
we should jump to that game because I think Firouzja made a mistake and Prague is looking good now.
Really? Okay, let's take a...
Remember we talked about that C3 pawn?
Yes,
I don't
we
see it
did.
on the board anymore.
It
think it's lost.
disappeared. Okay, let me refresh. Partly, you're right. It's gone. Okay, when we left it, knight b3, slightly questioned. Not the queen c2 that VAR expected, but rather queen c1. Again, we can imagine that Alireza is considering queen f4, but he's also considering f4. And now comes the question. Like whenever they put the question to the bishop, h7, h6, I was expecting, no, I was definitely not.
Keep the bishop,
I
right?
was definitely
Yes.
expecting bishop e3.
Well, I think Alireza did this because of the next move. He wanted to follow up immediately with f4.
Okay.
And maybe he missed something, or maybe it's a pawn sacrifice. Let's try to find out. 'Cause
Okay.
he played queen e3 and just gave up pawn on c3.
Well, wait a minute.
Rook d1. There's a pin, right?
No,
There's c4.
you take the rook.
Wait, show me the line.
Oh my gosh, I think his intention was to play rook c1. Where do you move your queen? Where does the queen go? If
That's
your queen
beautiful.
goes to b2, I take the knight. But I think he forgot.
Look at that.
Those tricky knights.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, and it's a royal fork, and suddenly black wins all kinds of material.
Wow, it's
Sometimes you
definitely
just
what
have
he missed, yeah.
a blackout. But okay, he's a pawn down, but he's got, like,
Let's
we've got
try rook
f5.
d1. Well, there's also a pin. I want to take advantage of it while I can.
Well, you're forcing c4.
Knight c1.
Ah,
Now you don't have knight c1 anymore.
Okay, so one of the tricky things is you're playing Michael Tal, and you've just played queen takes c3, and you don't know if he's blundered the pawn, or he plays a move like f5,
Then you're scared.
and then you're scared because now he's going to play f6. So rook d1 and knight c1 is playing to win the pawn back.
Yes.
Right? You could also play knight c5.
Yeah, I was kind of admitting that, okay, maybe I blundered the pawn and I just want to get it back now.
Exactly. Whereas I've got to ask VAR, was this in your estimation, was this a purposeful sacrifice or a blunder? Did he expect to play rook c1, VAR?
I think it was definitely a blunder, yes. I do think he missed his rook a1, knight c1 idea. Because if we go back a second, Firouzja is down a pawn right now. But
Right.
in fact, he could have been up a pawn, actually.
There was c5 was hanging.
And he could have taken the pawn here, right? In this position, bishop f6 is actually correct.
Okay.
But here,
The follow-up.
like in this position here, after queen takes f6, if you take on c5,
Right, which is...
I was looking at this line, queen b6. This was the idea. But now you have queen e3.
Right.
And if you have a chance to play queen f2, then you can move the knight back to b3. And now knight d7 plays.
Right.
And now you have
Rook
a very
d1.
nice move, rook a d1. And now you're pinning
Right.
the knight. And if you play now rook f8, then I can play
Defend.
rook d5, only move. And now I defend. And if you play knight f6, I can return to d3. Now I protected my queen.
Right.
And black is probably still okay in this position. He can play knight c5. You have to take on d8. Queen takes d8. Queen c5. And now you play bishop e6. And the pawn on a2 is weak as well. So you have a weak pawn on a2 and c3. And it will be very hard to convert this position. You're not in any risk.
Exactly.
Yes.
Better be up upon the down upon.
Thank you. Thank you, VAR. And let's check in with Zagreb and Cristian. Over to you, my friend.
A couple of updates from the playing hall. One of the main important things that you want to bring to the table in this competition as one of the players is energy. And I have to say, right now, it feels like two players in particular, Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, are the ones that are bringing a lot of energy to this round. Magnus Carlsen, of course, he's being carried by the crowd as well. We've seen how many people, how many kids we have in the crowd today. It's just an incredible atmosphere. And it's not even the weekend, and he's definitely feeling it. Again, this is his favorite city in the world, Zagreb, and he's done the 9 out of 9, just an incredible performance a couple of years ago. So definitely he's bringing back a lot of good memories. And don't sleep on Anish as well. Anish has been out of the spotlight for a while, but right now he's surging through the rankings. Right now he's back in the top 10 in the elite of the world chess, and right now he's bringing heat as well in this game against Nodirbek. And I've met him on the plane on the way here to Zagreb, and it felt like he's bringing a lot of preparation also. And during the opening ceremony, he was asked his feelings about Zagreb, and he said that, in fact, is one of his favorite cities as well, and he's going to be having a training camp later in the year here in Croatia. So definitely don't sleep on Giri. He will be here, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be a contender for the top spots as well. That's it for the moment from Croatia. I'll be here with more updates throughout the round.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm just looking at the game of Magnus and Ivan, by the way. Boy, did the players blitz their way to...
All the way in the end game.
End game. I mean, it was a nice full-throttle middle game, and suddenly, whoop, everything got vacuumed off.
Looks pretty equal.
Yeah, I was about to say, jump in, Var. Anybody got anything to make a claim about it? Feels
no, I think it's just completely equal. I'm also surprised how quickly everything just came off the board here. But of course, we know Magnus is capable of winning this kind of end games. He doesn't need that much. If he can just get a little bit of an advantage, he will play it out. I played with him a couple of times in a similar position where it seems like I was doing fine, but it was a rapid game, and slowly he's just playing a little bit faster and putting a little bit more pressure here. Here, I think, he's trying to maybe put the king on e6, remove the knight. At some point, if he can play the move b4 to create a weakness, that's what he's trying to do here, to create a weakness here, because you need to have a weakness, maybe somehow trade these 2 pawns for this 3, win the pawn, and then try to pressure here. Of course, it's not going to be easy to do that, because let's just take a look. If you play king e6, now knight has to go back to e3. Let's say you play b4.
Right.
And now AB, you're now allowing the rook to come to the a1, and then starts giving you checks now. Now, suddenly the rook on h5 didn't have that many options, but now he will be threatening to play the move rook a6. Of course, we can go a little bit deeper here in this variation, take on c3, and now rook goes to b2 check. But you can just put the king on f1 for a moment, and now you start creating your counterplay with the rook a6, rook a7, try to put some pressure on g6, and eventually if you win the pawn or make it to advance, you have a chance to pick up the pawn on f5. So I think it's going to be very hard to win this position, but it's not impossible.
They're following following your prescription, just as you suggested, knight, king e6, knight e3, b4, ab, and your move rook a1 makes perfect sense to me. Activate your pieces, everybody. And rook a6 check is on white's agenda. I feel that it's too balanced at this point. Yeah. So again, from what Var is suggesting, just play the move rook a1. You take a pawn. I give you a check, drive you more or less back to the f7 square.
Black would have any advantage here.
3 and 3 versus 3, and eventually you're going to see e4. By the way, I like the knight just...
I actually like white's knight better than black's bishop.
I know, right? I mean, yeah, if the bishop was on c5 or something, but I can imagine in the worst case scenario, you'd never want to do this. I'll make a bad move for just a moment, but you would never want to somehow see this knight landing on the e4 square.
Because then we can start pushing the c-pawn and bring the king, and who's playing for a win?
I know. Magnus would not like this position. I'm going to jump into the game between Wesley So and Fabiano. Again, that was these Joko pianos, doubled e-pawn, bishop e6. We've just seen the move e6, e5, and I'd like to talk about that move for just a moment, because in my way of thinking, as white, I am so eager to play the move
really
f4,
nice.
f5.
This is such a Wesley type of position as well. He can enjoy improving this position slowly for the next half hour, right?
That'll be the whole game.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at these dark square pawns on c7, d6. Black is the one sporting a dark squared bishop over there. And this knight is really putting a lot of pressure after a move like rook d1. You know, c4, this could be a very unpleasant bind for our four-time U.S. champion.
Yeah, I think Fabi has to
Fabi.
passively defend this endgame.
Not nice. Quickly, I want to see the world champion Gukesh.
Oh, wow. What is happening here? A3, knight takes A3.
Wow. Okay, when we left it, we had just seen the move knight GE2. Var had been explaining to us that white is much faster on the king side than black on the queen side. C7, C6, H6, a move that perpetually leaves the G7 square as a checkmating square. Knight takes A3.
It looks good, though. So if we take, bishop takes, and then queen comes in, we're just checkmated.
Checkmated,
We can,
right?
we absolutely cannot take.
But I've got a suspicion, just a second. The knight's on A3. Now, wait a minute.
Knight A4?
Yes. So the whole idea, Var was explaining to us, if we could ever go queen takes D2 and queen D4, so where could we move our queen? Pardon me, where would we move our knight?
Knight A4 right now.
Okay. Knight A4, give me the bishop.
Because if you take bishop D2, I'm happy to take back with the queen and jump to D4. There's knight B5. That kind of ruins my plans.
That's just not fair. Okay, but your point that you were trying to make, and understandably so, is whenever you can get the queen on the long diagonal, threatening the checkmate, you're going to be invoking F6. So wait a minute, but this is a very dodgy moment. I just simply love to play the move knight D5, but I don't see how it works.
Well, let's ask the engine.
Well, shall we have a look-see?
Okay.
Okay. You're going to take.
Yes, I'll take, and then
I'm going to take.
take on D5.
No, I'm threatening knight F6 check. So
Yes, I have to take.
yeah. Okay, I'm going to take.
And let's say
So your knight is hanging, your bishop is hanging, and I truly want to play queen D4. Like, this would be maybe a dream. Or maybe not. You have rook E5.
ooh, rook F4, but I have
H1 is hanging.
H1 is hanging.
That's
Yes.
crazy. But okay, here I will take your. No, then
No, I'll
E2.
take on E2 and then C2 hangs.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
too much. By
I'm
the
not
way,
finding the right
Knight
move.
A4 is played. Duda
Knight
has
A4. I'm
played
not
it.
finding the right moves, Var. Jump in. This is an exciting moment. I think the game is going to be decided in the next few moves here.
I
What's
think
going
so.
on?
I think White is doing really well. In fact,
he?
95 was still okay, and it's a strange position that you can pretty much make any knight move. in this
I wanted
position.
to make any knight move.
It's actually knight A4 is the top move. The second best one is knight B1.
Even. Okay.
Because you really need to figure out a way to force the exchange of the dark square bishops. So knight B1 is another option. White has a big advantage after this move as well, because if you play bishop D2, then you simply take. You can even take back with the queen. You can also, you had the option to take back with the knight as well. And now, if you take, just after king takes b1, you have all these threats with queen c3, and this pawn on h6 is very, very dangerous. So despite being down a pawn, White has a nice advantage here
And
as
the
well.
current position.
The current position after knight a4.
You like this move as the best
This is
move.
the best move. And here, actually, it's a big advantage for White. And Black has to play the move bishop takes d2.
Right, which is what we saw.
And now queen takes d2.
And then we kind of got stuck
Knight
after
B5.
knight b5.
Knight b5 or knight c4. I think both moves are playable. But let's start
knight
out with the
B5.
knight b5, because
Right.
this move makes more sense because you're controlling the c3 and d4 squares.
Exactly.
So now in this position, you actually can even play slowly. It's not like you need to rush into it. You can even play.
We want to rush.
Well, then you play, I guess, rook hg1.
That's not rushing.
No, it's not fast enough.
I think the idea is he's protecting g5, and let's say you play some move, let's say a6, just to see what is the idea. And then queen f4 comes in.
Still don't see how we
And
get into G7.
We're not rushing, are we?
Yeah, and then there's a pressure on d6. I think this move is useful because at some point you're going to be forced to play the move f6. And then when he takes, some additional ideas with rook g6 can happen.
my
By the way,
gosh,
this
you're
is
not-
on the board.
You're not going to believe
Rook
it. He
G1
did
has been
play
played.
rook g1. That's a remarkable move. I mean,
Bishop
it wouldn't
D2.
have
On the
crossed my
board.
mind. Truly, I was looking at knight a4 to c3.
Just to get rid of the knight.
Just to get rid of the knight and trying to get my queen
One
on.
more thing to mention, the point
Please.
rook g1 is important because at some point you want to be able to play queen c3 or queen d4,
And G5
you don't want
is
to have the
protected.
g5 pawn hanging with a check.
That
So
makes
that's another
sense.
important moment here. And yeah,
makes
you're
sense.
clearly down a pawn in this position just because of the dark square weaknesses and the pawn on h6 being so strong. And of course, you want to keep the queen on the board. In any circumstances, you
course.
don't want to exchange the queens here.
Right.
So very, very unpleasant position. In fact, he just wants to play the move knight d4. Now we see again why rook g1 was a very important move, because now you just play knight d4, and after capture queen d4, you don't have to worry about the g5 pawn hanging.
But Black could
Makes
play
sense.
f6 now, maybe.
If you play,
Do we
yeah,
have time?
f6, you can play f6 here, but now just follow up with knight d4. You really want to get rid of the knight here to secure the c3 and d4 squares
Right.
for the queen.
Hold on, we have a game about to make a draw. Magnus Carlsen and Ivan Saric have just traded all the pieces, as we saw when we left it.
It's just knight versus bishop.
Let's just go back and just recap the action in this game. We saw, when we left it, we saw the move b4, ab. We had thought more or less that rook a1 was coming, but we thought the game was really, really balanced. And actually, if anybody has anything to discuss, no.
Oh, everything got traded.
This is how everything got traded. Magnus just played e4 check. And I want to say it's a very, very correct game. But
Absolutely,
in some
from both
ways,
sides.
yeah, but in some ways, the opening just kind of led us right through this middle game. And our first result, a draw.
Let's check in with Anish. When we left it, he had
We-
2 rooks on the 7th.
And
Let's see if-
they were about to land, and they did. The first rook landed at least, and guess what? The second rook landed as well.
And Black just defended with the g8 move.
You know, for me, if I ever had this position as black, I'd be disgusted with myself. This is not the way I want to play chess, right? I mean, white is just having all the fun here.
Even though you have an extra pawn.
Yeah, this is
It's not enough.
But I wanted to say right here, the only thing my opponent can do is play bishop f5. And if I were in Anish's shoes, I would have played g4, just to say,
looks very
okay, I'm going to go king h2, king g3, and then knight d4. Your pieces can't move. The bishop is stuck. The rooks are stuck. He did not play that. He played
allowed
knight
bishop
d4,
f5.
allowing bishop f5. Of course, he's still much better. He's in
now
fact he's
he's-
winning a pawn.
Up 1 pawn? Yes.
But
A lot of pawns got traded. He has an extra pawn on the queen side.
right,
Can he win this, though? Well, if black pawn was on f7, not on g6, it would be maybe more even, but black also has double pawns.
double pawns. Certainly, it's a two result game. But I'm saying that for Nodirbek, he's probably happier to be in this ending than that middle game.
At least he has active pieces, right?
Exactly. Let's jump to the game of Alireza versus Prague, because when we left it, we think Alireza blundered his
Big
pawn on c3.
time difference here in this game. Minute and a half for Alireza and 10 minutes for Prague. That's a huge advantage for Praggnanandhaa. And also position-wise, looks like black is doing better. I just see e5 got in.
Yeah,
question mark.
I would prefer to play black, but is it that much better? I mean, yeah, you could play bishop e6 and bishop takes b3, and you could win a pawn, but I'm not so sure.
There'll be 2 connected passers on the queen side.
Yeah, but I'm going to end up with a rook on c7.
And create counterplay on the king side, for sure.
I'm just a little bit, okay, shall I? Let's just begin. Let's say I play rook c7. And would you like
I don't
to take,
think I
or would
have
you?
to. I'll play a5.
Yeah, I think it was
rush.
probably better for you to play a5. Because I'm just saying that this type of position, where I've already got 1 rook on the 7th, after the move f5, I'm planning to play e6 and maybe, like, let me just put another move on the board. Maybe I'm being a little bit too carefree with my pawns. The idea is that I'll always somehow manage to get a perpet, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so that's, so, but I do think your a5 would be a much better
Yeah, black should delay trade in the minor
Yeah.
pieces as long as they can and push the pawns as far as possible.
And we'll see.
Well, now f5 still...
Rook f3. Well, that
No,
was a
rook
big
c7.
surprise.
Another question mark, rook f3.
Rook f3.
Alireza, he made that move with 20 seconds or something. He only has 30 seconds.
And that's not a good move. Jump in on this one. What provoked rook f3, Var?
I think just the time, the fact that he's so low on the clock and it's just
Right.
causing him to make inaccurate moves here. Very important detail here, guys.
Please.
In this position, the position is not that bad here. One of the key ideas here, you never want to play the move e5 in this position because if you play e5, you weaken the light scores and the bishop is going to be just too powerful. Instead, I believe if he had a little bit of time, he could think in this position. There's a very natural move, rook fd1. So because now you're threatening rook d8 check, so you're forcing the bishop to move, and the bishop moves, let's say, to e6, and you're never afraid of this bishop b3 idea here, because once you take with two rooks on a 7th rank with idea of e5, e6, you're going to be able to make a draw at least there. So in this position, actually, once again, you don't want to play the move e5, because when you play e5, the bishop becomes very strong here. So you want to start out with the move rook d4, first controlling the and protecting the e4 pawn, and now you're ready to play the move f5. And position is actually completely equal. You can start out with this move here. Now it's actually a very nice move here, king f2.
The rook is trapped.
The rook is trapped, so he has to take on e4. Rook takes e4, and you take on a2. But there is compensation here. But I think white is not in any risk to lose the game. But
And the
in
current
the current position, I think it's just lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I think it's just lost because. But I think Prague didn't play correctly here, one move. So in this position, the exchange is correct, but there is a very natural move here, a5. And I'm really surprised you didn't play this move, because now,
it looks good.
At the right moment, you actually can even take and create your outside pass pawn.
B5,
and
A4.
because of the pawns, you will be winning that endgame. So a5 now also threatens the move a4. So the only reasonable move I can see here is to play the move rook c2. And now, after rook is on c2, you have two options here. And as I mentioned, that even that
Take the
line,
knight.
bishop b3, actually works fine here for black. Takes, and you play the move b5, and you are ready to play the move a4. And we have the rook on a perfect spot behind the pass pawn on a8. And this is a very good winning chances. But again, you're not obliged to play the move bishop takes b3, but even this endgame offers a very, very good winning chances. Other alternative in this position is, if you don't want to take on b2, you can simply put the rook on d8 here.
And in the current position now, Alireza is surviving?
The current position, he played the move rook d8.
We have more moves?
Yeah, and now we have king f2, very logical move. Now king wants to come to e3. And I don't think we have any more moves here, but the evaluation dropped significantly here.
Yeah.
And now if the king goes on e3, white has the option to play knight d4, and if you take on a2, we have rook a1, rook a7 as well. So there are some chances here, and if you play the move a5, as I mentioned, now the king is just in time to play this move. If, let's say, you play the move a4, knight goes on d4, and now it's actually slightly better for white, suddenly, this position.
Things can turn around.
It's still going to be a draw now. You have rook a1, bishop b3 now, and capture rook b1, and now ready to take on b3 and maybe some f5 ideas. So you're probably going to need to play the move g6 soon here, because you don't want to allow the pawn on a5, because then it will be slightly unpleasant, this position. So this is probably going to be a draw.
Thank you,
If this
Var.
happens, yeah.
I just wanted to turn our attention to a game between Duda and Gukesh, the world champion Gukesh, under pressure after the move rook g1. And Var was saying, and you were suggesting yourself as well, Nasi, that you might want to have to play f6. Now that white's just played the move rook g1, the move f6 is not a joyful move to play, but Gukesh down on the clock, underneath 3 minutes, f6, f4 on the board, f5, oh dear, okay, knight to d4 takes, knight, and
This looks absolutely terrible for black.
it does. Knight takes e4.
Queen d4 is coming.
Queen d4, the f6 square. Everything is turning up roses. here for Duda. No, Queen A5. This is just
I think
one
I'll just play
threat.
Queen D4.
And you make room for your
Please give me a
king.
check.
I mean, this could be lost. The world champion could just be lost.
What's the evaluation? Like, I see the eval bar for white. Is it plus
I
two?
don't even know
it's
how.
like, it's like +2 at the moment, and very, very unpleasant position to play because the threat is again Queen D4. You are down 2 pawns at the moment, but you're about to start picking up 4 pawns. And this move just really now loses the game here. But white does have to find a strong move F5 in this position.
Oh, what a beautiful move!
If you take with the bishop, then we have the move knight takes D5.
Yeah.
And you are threatening knight takes F6 check, and this is clearly over at the moment. So, and if you take back with the pawn now.
But then comes G6.
Yes. First, we
or
start
Queen D4.
First, we activate our queen, put it in that central square on D4. Now, if Queen E7 or Rook E7, it doesn't really matter. Now we see the purpose. Now we see the real purpose of the move Rook G1. One day, G6 will be played, and now we see it here. G6 played, and now ready to take on H7. Rook will land on G7. You have to play Queen F8. Absolutely only move not to lose the game. But now knight takes D5 comes in. Queen H6 check. King B1. But attack is just simply too strong in this position to survive.
I was going to say, because of Maurice and his geometry, Queen F8, I thought you were going to say after Queen F8, G6 takes H7, and notice that the rook, the Queen on D4 defends the G1 square.
Yeah.
So
the other rook's going to come to G1.
Precisely.
There is a nice line, Yasser, I want to point out in that variation after this Queen H6, King B1 move.
Yeah.
Here.
Please.
So let's say you have to take the knight on D5. Knight is just simply too strong to leave it there. So after you take, Queen takes check. Now you have to go to you cannot go to F8 because of Queen takes F5. And if you go here, and the finish is very nice here. You start out with the move G7. Now has to take back with the rook. And then you play the move Queen D8 check.
Beautiful.
He has to take back.
Yeah.
And now we just play Rook takes D8, Rook G8, and now we see the mate.
You know, just down the street, there's the World Chess Hall of Fame. And then you want to put this as a piece of art on the walls of the World Chess Hall.
F5 is on the board.
And Duda.
Yeah.
He's playing a boss game.
He really is. Crushing it in this game.
Wow, what a move. He included Queen D4, by the way. He included Queen D4, Queen C7,
down
F5.
his last 30 seconds as well. I mean, all white pieces are beautiful. The queen, the knight, rooks, the pawns are winning.
One of the most wonderful players in the history of the game, Vasily Smysov, world chess champion, he had what I would call harmony. Mm-hmm. All of his pieces just seemed to work beautifully together. It was
best feeling when you can feel them play harmoniously.
Yeah, and I think Duda has done that.
I think Gukesh is just giving up in exchange now, right?
Yeah.
Knight F6.
Knight F6 check.
Trying to give up some material to avoid getting checkmated.
Yeah. But just a marvelous opening that worked out very well from Jan. And when Gukesh missed the opportunity of playing D5, he got into a lot of trouble. Jan's attack on the king side, especially that move, Rook G1, so subtle. And yet
that's so strong.
Yes. It all just worked out very, very nicely. And finally winning an exchange at a technical winning position. Doesn't mean that you always win these technical winning positions, right?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, I think the Queen D4 move played is actually inaccurate.
Right.
Because now Black had this chance here to get into this position. And here,
which he took.
It's very important, actually, like in this position, to try to, if you have a chance to keep the queens because you still have good attacking chances. So if Queen D4 played here, you have the option to take back, and if Rook goes to E8, it's very important to get the King on E3 very quickly here so you can free up the Rook, because if you don't, then allow E3, E2, then it can be supported by the Bishop.
Right.
And there will be a compensation, because Black does have 2 pawns here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a Bishop and 2 pawns versus a Rook here, so it's not a very easy conversion here, but you do have to start out with the move king d2 in this position.
In the current position, knight takes e8, queen takes d4. Can I play knight? He has played knight d6 check, by the way.
Let's switch to live board because players are in time trouble. 50 seconds for Gukesh. Rook is on d6. No,
Yeah.
I think this is very hard to play for black. Materially, he's fine, but his position.
Yeah, but after the move rook e8, so a moment ago, the difference was that Duda's rook was on d4. He improved the rook to d6.
Right? You can give the check now, rook f6. Kick
Yeah.
you don't want to have the king on g8.
No choice.
You have to come to e7.
No.
But then rook d1, and it's you're kind of stalemated. You can't move anywhere.
But also the move king, that technically, as Var says, the moment you get your king on e3, I think, you can just give it a rest. It's just
Gukesh
too
has
strong.
played rook c8, so
He's
now
played rook
we
c8.
expect just king d2. King d2, maybe c3 and king e3, right?
If you can get all of those moves in, you win. There's just no...
He wants to play e3
That's
and
what
trade e4 c pawn.
Exactly. But still, king d2, e3. Again, we think it's a technically winning position for white, but that still requires some...
Yes, still requires some play. And rook g3 was played by Duda.
Oh,
No
sorry.
king d2.
No, rook g3. Okay, so that keeps an eye on the e-pawn. And king e7 was quickly played by Gukesh. And the clock times, if you don't mind, Nessie?
35 seconds for Gukesh,
35
minute
seconds.
and 40 for Duda.
And again, they're getting 10-second bonuses every time they make the move. Press the clock. That's a very important part of the... you get a 10-second bonus. So 30 seconds, and Gukesh is going to be relying upon.
Right,
Yes,
and we
Incr.
know we can see the Valbar that white is winning, but from practical standpoint, Yasser, what do you think? Does Gukesh have good chances to save this?
Good chances to save it and good chances to lose it. So yeah, I think I would expect Duda to win the game. I think he expects himself to win the game. But yes, it's
By the
not
way.
done.
We will watch this game, but Wesley is completely crashing Fabiano right now.
Really, let's skip to that one. Wesley, when we left it, I liked Wesley's position, but boy, everything, talk about harmonious game.
Look at those white pieces.
Everything. The knight on c4 is beautiful, the rook on d6, the rook on f2. Bishop, by the way, hello. I can even play bishop to d8 and leave
I don't
you with
even
a...
see any moves for black.
Clock times, clock times.
15 seconds for Fabi. More than 2 minutes for Wesley.
Any other things you want to pile up on Fabi that's played? This looks terrible, and he's losing on the clock. 5 seconds.
King g7 played, but bishop
With
d8
3
just pick up
seconds.
the material, right?
Yes.
Just ends the game.
Bishop d8 is a material. Wesley,
I mean, there's probably 5 different moves that end the game, but
yeah.
h4 looks good.
H4 looks best, actually, right?
But Wesley has 2 minutes. He can take his time to calculate these final moves.
Yeah, no, H4 just, I mean, we're going to have to stop the clock after that. The material win is too great.
Or bishop d8, yeah. Wait, do you just take on d8 now? Is that your best option?
That or a hardy hand clasp.
4, 3, 2 seconds for Fabi. He played it. Yep.
Yeah.
He's down material now, and his position is still not great.
Yeah, but H4, I mean, bishop d8, don't get me wrong, this is completely winning, but H4 looked like it just forced, the win of 2 minors for the rook, but the minors just dominate. Rook e2.
There's rook d5 move here that looks very good. We're picking up more
That's a very good
pawns. We're just not letting black have any active play.
move. Yeah, no, that is, that's overwhelming. Rook to d5.
And h4 is still available. It's still a good move.
Yeah, it's all coming up roses for Wesley, and I think it's just inertia that is keeping Fabi moving. There was one game he saved. Fabi wanted to resign
Against Ray Robson.
Oh, he
down
was
a full piece.
Yeah, he was
in
trying to
American Cup.
resign the game, but he wasn't allowed. Ray just kept not putting the game away. Rook takes c5, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's
2 extra pawns.
exchange and 2 extra pawns. Yeah, and we saw, I don't know what it is about this particular line of the Joko piano, but it's Wesley's variation, the doubled E pawns. And when
he managed to get an advantage out of the opening
Yeah.
and just started outplaying Fabi.
Yeah, and when Fabi was forced to put his pawn on, Fabi moved his pawn from E6 to E5, the position just went south. Everything went wrong. And it went wrong in a hurry, and Wesley's playing a very impressive game.
Yep, he's very close to converting his win now.
Yeah, knight to D5. That's a nice tempo against the rook.
I have a bird's eye view, and out of 4 games we have left, in 3 of them, white is winning.
I think Magnus is going to be happy with his
draw with
draw,
black?
with
Yeah.
draw with black. I mean,
Should we stay here? Let's actually jump to one game where Ivalbar says it's equal, but it's a crazy position. It's between Firouzja and Prague. Wow, there's 2 pass pawns. How is this triple zeros?
yeah, with it. Whoa, we just saw. So there was a
5 seconds for Firouzja.
king.
Oh, now
takes
he's losing.
E5.
The Ivalbar completely dropped. Big blunder. B2 and Prague is winning.
B2.
He didn't play it. He missed it.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What's going on here? Because B2 rook over rook to B3.
Yes, that would have been game over.
But still B2, no? Why isn't B2 winning?
Now it's not winning because how do you cover the B file, right? Rook B7? Your rook's not there anymore.
No, my rook isn't on B3. I apologize.
4 seconds for Prague now.
By the way, rook to
2,
D6.
1. He played it with 1 second.
He played rook to king G6 with 1 second? Rook D6 check?
Now I feel like it's Alireza who's playing for something.
Might be. Because after
B6?
rook B6, the bishop is not covering the pawn. Okay, you still have bishop H7. I suspect
3.
it's going to be a draw, but
Rook H6. He's not afraid.
these players are maximalists. He just whipped off this
B2?
pawn.
Rook B6.
Check.
This game did end. Wesley
Fabi's resigned.
won his game.
Congratulations to Wesley. I'm staying with the game of Alireza, if you don't mind. Prague just, ooh, look at this. That was a great move. B1 equals queen.
This is going to be a draw.
You know one good way to avoid mate? Just take off all of your opponent's pieces. What a game.
Wow, Prague had a win, but he missed it.
Wow.
Let's go over to Duda against Gukesh.
Duda against Gukesh. Now, when we left it, we thought that Duda had a technically winning position.
He still does.
Still feels that's the case. 2 versus 2.
Yeah, he has 2 pawns on the queen side.
Always in these positions, I always start with the move rook check. Because I don't want to see the pawn coming down. I want your king in front of the pawn.
Maybe he doesn't want the king to come all the way to f4 and e4. Maybe that's why. Oh, c4.
He had an idea of rook to c4.
He's creating a pass pawn for himself.
Makes sense. Okay.
This should be an easy win now.
Yeah, this should be an easy conversion. What games do we have left?
The only 2 games, this one and Anish Giri is also trying to convert his endgame against Abdusattorov.
When we left, Anish was a pawn up. And by the way, the clock
We
times
should stay with
between
this one,
these
though.
two?
I feel like this will finish first.
Okay.
Clock times both under a minute.
A minute.
Rook
Okay.
c4.
I'm feeling like this almost is 100% conversion. I just think that
Unless white blunders something,
it really has to be a bad blunder, though, right? King G2, by the way, the king is perfectly in front of the pawn, which means that I'm just going to be playing C3, rook D4, C4, and this bishop is not going to be able to handle the rook and pawn.
Yeah, once that pawn starts pushing,
Yeah.
that's it. No stopping it.
C3,
C3 first.
just to get, I like to keep the rook pinning the pawn along the 4th rank. And now, king to G3. Get that king up the board. King to
King
G3,
G3, this is it.
rook F4, C4, and C5. Oh, here's a check also.
I feel like there's an...
Oh, I actually like to cut off
Cut it
the
off,
guy.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want the king going to the queen side. Rook f4.
Because there could be some setups where black king abandons the g-pawn, right?
Yes.
There's some theoretical positions where...
I'm with you. No.
Let's not risk it, yes.
Yeah.
Let's play rook f4. And
whoa. No, he took his rook back.
no, he played rook f4. I see it
did.
on the board, yes.
Okay, because it looked like the rook went to e4 on a... Okay, now you just push
So
the pawn.
Gukesh is hoping for king f6 and going to the queen side, but it shouldn't be fast enough, right?
No.
King f6, c5.
c5. I didn't realize he could play like this. I thought that rook f4 was just...
Just cutting it off.
Yeah, just cutting it off, but no.
Players are very tricky. They always find a way.
These 2,800 players, my goodness.
So now after king e5, c6,
Okay.
threatening rook f5, so you have to trap your bishop.
e6, yeah. So we're looking at c5, king e5, only move. c6, bishop e6.
And then how do we finish?
Thank you. c7.
We would want rook d4, but
No,
we
want
can't.
it just simple.
King
c7.
b6, how do you defend the pawn?
Rook f6.
Oh, nice. Because I was like, we're about to lose the pawn,
I
but
know.
we're actually about to win the game.
We're about to win the game. Okay, clock times?
20 seconds for Gukesh, 45 for Duda.
King e6. So he didn't play king e5, anyway c6. So again, as you mentioned, rook takes f5 is the prominent threat.
Now we don't even have bishop e6.
No, and you don't have bishop d3 either.
Because rook d4 can cut it
yes,
off.
precisely.
Down to 5 seconds, Gukesh, 4. He's played bishop g6.
Okay.
Now we
think
just
it's
play rook d4. That should
By the way,
be
this
it.
is a peshki with a tempo.
No, we don't want the peshki.
Why? I like peshki. Why? No peshki. And there we have a handshake. Wow,
We still have one more game.
Very impressive victory.
Giri is about to win.
Giri is about to win. He was a pawn up, was Anish when we left it.
Nice. 2
But
extra
you were
pawns.
mentioning the double G pawn. Somebody just made a move with a little less time. What are the clock times on these two?
Below 20 seconds for both now.
Okay, I understand that what Anish wants to do is put his king on g5 and his knight on f5. You can go king g5, knight h4, knight f5. Life is very, very good.
So interesting, you have 2 extra pawns, but it still requires technique to convert this.
Exactly. And he's played knight h4, check,
7.
and yes,
Okay,
now.
knight's coming to f5.
And by the way, the knight is just like doing such a fantastic job protecting the king. The king is marvelous on g5. Var, 2 extra pawns, we know it's winning. Weird things going on here, right?
Yeah, it's still a little bit of technique, but I think now that you mentioned that king on g5, knight on 5, this is a very good setup here.
Yeah.
And here he should just now can play king f4, and at some point now start pushing the g-pawn as well.
By the way, I've always felt that Anish has very good technique. I mean, when you think about the top players, I remember one game on the Grand Chess Tour where he won against Wesley. Against Fabi.
Yeah.
Very, very precisely from like start to finish. Rook e4 check.
This is
king
very
f4.
nice. Now the king is cut off, and he's ready now to start pushing the g-pawn.
Yep.
So g5, g6 coming, and I think now the king is misplaced on d5 here. So the next move, rook b8, he will just play g5.
Bishop a4, trying to be tricky. There's also reasons to include knight e3 check.
Ooh, b5. That's a beautiful move.
Yes, this actually forces the exchange of all the pieces now. If you take after rook e5 check, you have 2 options to go to c6, then knight d4, and if you go to c4, knight
d6. That is actually very pretty. So
now just
d6
wins the game.
Oh.
Excellent game by Anish. Excellent.
And by the way, rook takes a4, and wow.
Wow, so we have 3 decisive results out of 5. Not bad.
Yeah.
All white wins, but let's go over to Zagreb. Over to you, Cristian.
And actually, speaking of that game of Anish, I did say at the beginning of the show that Anish is a player to watch, and he's definitely proving that that's the case in this competition right now. Up to this point, of course, it's very early on in the tournament, but he found at this point, and it wasn't easy, I was in the playing hall, I was trying to figure things out by myself, and I couldn't see the path forward, because whenever you try to defend the G pawn, then the bishop comes back, and generally you will lose that pawn on a G4. But he found a very nuanced idea, and that is rook to D7, forcing the pawn to go to G6. You might be wondering why. Well, I will explain to you in just a second. You play the move G6, now you defend the pawn on G4 with rook to D4, and in case of bishop to E6, which was played in the game, you go rook to E4. Now there's a huge difference compared to if the pawn is on G7. If Anish wouldn't have forced that pawn to go to G6 with the move rook to D7, because with the pawn on G6, you simply cannot take on G4. After I force the trade of the rooks, take on E5, knight takes E5, bishop to C8, B5, I start pushing my pawn. That's exactly what I want to do on that side. You go king to F6, king to D4. And now the problem is it's a race against the clock. What I'm trying to do as white in this position is get my king to D5 and basically stop you from reaching the left side of the board with your king. So for example, you would love to play the move king to E6 and go to D6 next and create the opposition between the kings. The problem is that right now with the pawn on G6, you don't have that extra tempo. You will lose that pawn on G6. With the pawn on G7, it's a draw. With the pawn on G6 is a win for white. So just this slight little detail basically gave Anish the victory. And another game that you guys were watching as well was this one between Alireza and Praggnanandhaa, and Praggnanandhaa was completely winning, and in an easy fashion. After king takes E5, all he had to do at this point is push the pawn, go B2, because the rook is perfectly placed. You go rook to B7, try to catch it from behind. Well, I will just simply cover that with rook to B3, defended by the bishop on G8, and I'm going to promote next. He did not do that. I'm not sure what he missed. It was a mutual blind spot in this one. He played the move rook to C5, and after king to F4, Alireza was back in the game, and he managed to save that one. Big swindles in time trouble, guys, and a lot of excitement from Zagreb.
Thank you, Cristian. And let's check in the standings. I mean, from an outstanding round.
Right, we already have 3 co-leaders. It's Wesley, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Anish, Giri with the perfect score. 1 point for Magnus, Alireza, Pragg, and Ivan. And as you can see, 3 players who lost their first round.
And boldly stating the obvious, in Rapids, there's 2 points at stake. And that's why we see that even though there's only 1 win, you're getting 2 points. We've reached that time in our broadcast where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them to tell us what they have. Show your support for the 2025 Grand Chess Tour with this amazing unisex t-shirt. These 100% cotton shirts will keep you both comfortable, and they feature the tournament locations for the 2025 GCT Tour: Warsaw, Bucharest, Zagreb, St. Louis, and Sao Paulo. Available at qboutique.stl.com for all your chess shopping needs. And we've got to stump the commentators this year. What do we got?
Let's see the question.
Here we go. We've got the Stump the Commentators segment coming up. Come on up.
We're excited.
We're excited. I think the producers just love to do this.
You know, we will have it before the next break.
I'm upset. I will pound the table.
And we'll be back shortly.
All right. I'm still...
Magnus, welcome back to Zagreb, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. You had honeymoon for 2 weeks and you're coming straight from there to the Rapid and Blitz battlefield. How do you feel about it?
The vacation was absolutely lovely. That was, really good for us both, and for our body and souls. And coming to Zagreb specifically is a little bit of a mixed bag for me, since it is a format that I really enjoy and a city that I really enjoy, and I have lots of good memories here, but I also have very, very difficult memories from not playing last year, and that's why it's a bit of a strange feeling for me. But playing chess is also a great thing, and there are a lot of things that I enjoy about this tournament, which is why I'm here. But it's also it's also a bit strange.
Yeah, and just wondering if you had any time for kind of preparation. Like, did you manage to sneak in chess during the vacations?
No, I have played some chess online. Like, I do enjoy that in pretty much any setting, but apart from that, I haven't really practiced at all.
What makes you actually to come back to Grand Chess Tour every time? What is special about the Grand Chess Tour?
It's a fantastic field of players. I also really like the tournament in the sense that it's a bit of a longer tournament in terms of the number of games, and it also means that you can come back if you've had a little bit of a poor start, and 27 games against the best players in the world in a format that I enjoy. Like, that's really a good reason to play chess for sure, and also it's a city that I really like, so it's a lot to enjoy.
Exactly, and speaking about the players and the field, like, who do you think will compete for the first place? Who is in the best shape so far?
I think Alireza has done well recently. The question is if the rapid games are a bit too long for him, considering how he's been playing recently, but he did well in Bucharest as well. So I think for the moment, like, he's pretty clearly second favorite, and of course if Fabi can regain any of the form that he showed last year, then he has a chance. But I think if I'm in good shape, it will take something very special to beat him.
Last time you were here, you scored 9 out of 9 during the Blitz day, and actually it was just legendary. I mean, everybody was watching you. Can you remember this day and tell us about the emotions you went through?
Yeah, obviously that was very, very special, and I felt really good from the start of the day. I beat Fabi in the first round. I believe the second game against Duda was a bit messy, but I managed to pull it off. And I was thinking already after a few games that I could actually do this, which sort of became the goal. And then that was my only focus. Like, I really, really, really want to win all my games today. And it kind of took a lot out of me. Like, the next day, I couldn't do, I didn't have any energy left, and I kind of collapsed in the last few games. But yeah, that was very, very special. And it's a little bit like what happened with Freestyle Grenke earlier this year, that you can play good games, you can play good tournaments, but that's the sort of thing you remember for sure.
Former world champion Garry Kasparov joked about getting extra heavy tables here in Zagreb. Are you going to check it before the start of the tournament, or you are going to trust him on this?
No, I plan to make good moves so that those gestures won't be necessary.
There were so many memes after a Norway chess event. Have you watched some of them?
I haven't seen any memes. I mean, for me, it was a painful loss for sure. And I mean, I understand there's going to be discourse around it, but it doesn't mean I'm going to enjoy it. I would have much preferred to win the game the way that I should, but yeah, I think overall it's good for publicity, is good for chess, but no, I don't go around looking out for those things.
Are you looking forward to play against Gukesh during this tournament, to get some revenge, perhaps?
I think Gukesh actually played quite well here last time, but it remains to be proven that he is one of the best players in such a format. Like, this is a very, very strong field that we have this year, and of course, apart from Saric, also players like Giri and Gukesh. They have a lot to prove because there aren't a lot of players you can feast on. So in the course of 27 rounds, then things usually show, and Gukesh hasn't done anything to indicate that he's going to do well in such a tournament. But I hope for his sake that he can play better. But playing him in this tournament, I will sort of approach it as I'm playing one of the presumably weaker players in the tournament that I should beat.
We all know that very soon you are going to become a dad. Our congratulations. But of course, many challenges will come with the presence of the child. And how are you expecting to deal with that?
It's going to be a fantastic experience. I hope. I'm really looking forward to that, and yeah, it's going to be a lifelong challenge that's hopefully going to be very rewarding for all of us.
And also, would you like your kid to play chess? Obviously.
If my kid wants to play chess or not, it's entirely up to my kid.
Let me ask you some quick questions. Favorite thing to eat in Croatia?
I don't know if there's Croatian food specifically, but there are a couple of places that I really like that have sort of more health food, salady things.
Name the reason to follow GCT Zagreb.
Quality of the players, the best players in the world are here, and who knows, maybe the fight for first place will even be interesting.
Toughest opponent in this event?
Alireza.
If not chess, what would you be competing in this week?
I probably will not be competing in anything, but I don't know.
Honeymoon or 9 out of 9 in Blitz?
I mean, honeymoon was great, and 9 out of 9 I've already done, so I'll say honeymoon.
You've inspired millions. Who or what inspires you these days?
I love playing chess. That's what inspires me.
Thank you so much, Magnus. Looking forward to seeing you competing in this event.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's have a look at our standings after that exciting round 1. We already have 3 co-leaders.
Yes, indeed.
Those are Wesley, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Anish, Giri. They started with a win.
All magnificent victories. Got 2 draws.
Let's have a look at the pairings. Let's see who's playing who. I believe it's our key matchup will be Magnus Carlsen against one of the tournament co-leaders, Wesley. Then we have Nodirbek against Pragg. Gukesh coming off of a loss playing Alireza. Fabi also needs to recover from his loss against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who had a beautiful win. Right. And Anish Giri, who had a great start against Ivan Saric.
Wonderful pairings for round 2 coming up. But there was opening ceremonies yesterday, and we've got some clips. Let's have a look at yesterday's opening ceremonies.
Hello chess fans, and welcome to SuperUnited Rapid Blitz in Croatia. Magnus Carlsen is here, Gukesh is here, world champion, Garry Kasparov is also here, and the program includes today the drawing of lots, the press conference and the simultaneous exhibition. So let's get started.
It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to the opening of the Grand Chess Tour, SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Zagreb. This year marks a very special milestone for all of us. It is the 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour. So a special congratulations, I guess, on this occasion to Grandmaster Garry Kasparov and his whole team on a decade of excellent passion and global impact.
As it's 10th anniversary, so we all think about time flying. And I just looked at the list of players. Magnus, you have to learn how to be the oldest player. Yeah, it's time flies. The journey continues, the game will start, and I have no doubt that with many years to come, we'll meet here and we'll celebrate the game of chess and we'll make Zagreb even more prominent place on the global map. Thank you.
We had an amazing opening ceremony. The energy is just unforgettable. But it's time to go back to the games.
And we're back. Players are ready to start round 2.
As we see them on stage. It's hard for me to get around in my mind this idea that Magnus is going to be the grand old man in chess at 34. Get out of here. But then when you realize that Gukesh is so young and he's the world champion in Prague and Alireza, that they're in the very early teens. It's crazy. Round 1 was spectacular. Seriously, the 3 victories that we saw were amazing games. And
very well played games.
Yeah, very, very well played. Very well played draw between Ivan Saric and our top seed Magnus Carlsen. But
here we see Gukesh.
New shuffling of the players.
Focusing on his next game. He needs to bounce back from his loss.
Well, that was a draw.
Gukesh lost.
Oh, pardon me. I was thinking, as you were saying his loss, I was looking at Alireza.
Yeah.
Alireza made a draw, but easily that could have been a loss.
Duda had a beautiful win.
Yes.
And here we see Prague slightly disappointed, but he's starting with 2 black pieces.
Right.
He could have won the first round, but still means he's in good shape. And Nodirbek, tough loss in the first round against Anish Giri.
I was just looking at Nodirbek body language there. It's sort of like he wanted to get off the starting blocks. It was like, somebody please start the clock. I want to go.
And there is Wesley who doesn't have a partner yet.
And we know why. Magnus has a habit of being the last player in the playing hall. Bobby Fischer had that habit as well. In his time, he was oftentimes late. Garry Kasparov also.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's a signature of world champions?
I guess so. I mean, last minute things.
Games have started. Magnus still adjusting his pieces. What are we expecting? E4?
Knight F3.
Oh, Knight F3 played. A bit of a surprise.
Exactly.
But I mean, Magnus can play anything he wants.
True. These days, VAR, it's sort of like people are playing the Catalan, but they want to get into the Catalan while avoiding certain things. And the Knight F, so it's an English move order, but with Knight F3 to start. Tell us what all this jockeying is about.
Yeah, the Catalan is very interesting. It's a flexible opening, and oftentimes they start with that move order instead of, let's say, if you play c4 from the first move, then they can play e5, for example, right? And you cannot get to your position. So, but it's very tricky. A lot of interesting transpositions.
That's what
you have to be aware of the transpositions in this opening. I still find it tricky. It's oftentimes my opponents actually prepare and play against me, so I have to face the Catalan quite often.
Exactly. Yeah. Knight F3, E7, E6. Again, we're looking at the move G2, G3 here with the idea of just fianchetting and castling, and where you transpose into a Catalan where black loses some
flexibility.
Yes.
But Wesley could start here with c5, and then he would not really be Catalan, right?
But then the problem with c5 is it's not everybody's cup of tea to play a Tarrasch. Now, on the other hand, the crazy part, when you've played g3 and not included the move d2, d4, and we saw this in the World Championship match between Dingler and Nepo, is black can oftentimes play the move d5, d4, play knight c6, and play for the move e6, e5. None of that has happened, by the way, and it does look like they are going into a Catalan after the move, for example, d2, d4.
Yeah, if Magnus plays d4 now.
And along the way, White has avoided certain lines. And
He could still avoid some.
yes.
He could still delay playing d4 here.
Yes, b2, b3 is quite a standard move. I don't think queen c2 is that standard. But b3, one of the ideas, for example, is sometimes you play b3, e3, put your queen on e2, and by...
Have two flanqueroed bishops.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on this one. Var, I'm going to throw it over to you, and as a bird's eye view, what else is happening in this round?
Let's take a look at this game. Anish Giri looks like another interesting opening choice here by Anish. And he's got a position where he has the two bishops here, and he's playing Ivan Saric, so it's a battle of the wild cards. And it's interesting because you have two bishops here, and if you manage to play bishop to b1 at some point and e5, d4, you can have two very attractive bishops on this diagonal. So that might be an idea here. So the opening started out as a Sicilian defense, and we have bishop c4 was played. We don't often see this move against the Sicilian, and knight f6, d3, and at some point the bishop g4 played, and just that's how White managed to get the pair of the bishops. So, but of course in this line you have the option here to play also g6, bishop g7. That's another way of continuing the game. Yeah, the setup now e6. And c3 is an important move because you want to cover the knight d4 square. So now, and queen e2, d5. I like what is black doing as well in this position. And now d4 played. Okay, this is the final move now. And the question is now, how should White react here? One of the options here is to play bishop to f4. So you can start out with this to control the diagonal. Now, let's say if queen b6, this is, I think, a good move, connecting the rooks and protecting the pawn. And now, interesting idea is to play c4.
Whoa!
You wouldn't mind a move b4 because in that case you can lock this side of the board and try to concentrate here, which you will have some advantage.
Locking up our bishop like
bishop
that.
on a2, right?
But yeah, let's say after this move, you have some ideas like bishop b3, coming back to d1, but you will be the only one who has chances here.
Right.
So I don't think the b4 is the best move here. In fact, engines recommend to take on a4 and just try to preserve the b4 square for the knight on b4 here.
Thank you, Var. That move b4, woo! Wouldn't have
very
chosen
interesting opening in this game between Nodirbek and Praggnanandhaa.
Let's jump into this.
It started as the Queen's Gambit accepted.
I'm good. Okay, Queen's Gambit accepted. Knight f3. Earlier in the tournament in round one, we saw the move e4 and e5. That was the Alireza game, right? Where White got the majority. Bishop e6. Now,
I haven't seen that in a long time.
I know. It goes way, way, way back. Eventually, I looked at it because I was playing the Queen's Gambit accepted as black, and I looked at it. But eventually, I did a deep dive, and I rejected it because of knight a3. Knight c3 is a surprise move for me, and c6. Bishop d5, e4, h6. Whoa, okay, they are in unexplored waters here. I'm not going to ask what this opening is called because it's going to be the Queen's Gambit accepted deferred. When you don't know what to call it, you just throw in the word deferred. And, or the rarely seen variation. Var, jump in. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, we have still 23 games played in a database.
23.
So yes, so we're still in theory here. I like the position for White, to be honest. I think the White has a little bit of lead in development at the pair of the bishops. So Queen d4 played now, and now we're down to only 7 games in this position.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5 was the main move here. There were 15 games played. But now we are in a different territory after queen takes d4. So the question is what to do with the knight. The knight is hanging, and if you just go back to d7, bishop c4, you can play also bishop g5. So the 4 games that were played knight fd7 here. And now bishop takes g5.
Queen
f6,
b6.
but I don't like the
I wouldn't
look
play
of the
f6.
f6.
No, maybe
So
queen b6.
I don't know, yeah, who played those games. We don't have that. But now queen takes queen to b6. And here we have the option to play bishop e3 or queen takes b6. So in both cases, I think white has a very nice advantage here. It's about a half a pawn advantage here for white already. And you can see by looking at the position that you have two bishops and really nice, easy play here. You eventually hoping to win the c4 pawn and maybe a long castle, put the rook, he1 if possible. And the question is how you're going to develop the bishop on f8.
Yeah.
So you don't have an easy way to do that. e6, you cannot play. Then if you play g6, bishop g7, that will take some time as well here. So after this, you can play queen takes b6, for example. Now knight takes b6 is the best option. And the line continues, as I mentioned, long castle, and hoping to get the bishop out and get the last piece into the game. So g6, this is one potential line, bishop e2, bishop g7, and here we see a useful move h3 because this move actually frees up the rook, so the rook can go to h1. You no longer have to worry about pawn hanging, and also you control the g4 square. And yeah, we have a slightly better endgame for white, and that's due to the two bishops, and I think a little bit more active pieces here.
Thank you, Var. And we do see the move, a knight on f6 to d7 as well.
Should we jump to another
Please.
game? Let's check Gukesh Alireza.
Let's do it.
Ooh, I think we had King's Indian, or
Yeah?
yeah, we transposed it.
King's Indian with g2, g3. So these lines where you play e5 takes d4, I've always kind of associated with old Indian and more or less Bronstein. David Bronstein is a player that's always stood out for me. These setups where you have a pawn on c4, pawn on e5, very often.
The Maroczy setup.
The Maroczy setup, but it's not a Sicilian. No. It's where black has pawns on a5 and oftentimes a4. David Bronstein, and he was a huge influence over so many players. It's like generations of players were influenced by David. Knight c5, rook e1, h7, h6. It's funny to see how players change, and h7, h6.
Look at this next move. I want to hear your opinion about your next move.
It's weird. It's not completely crazy because where's the best square for the dark square bishop?
e3.
E3. E4 is hanging.
It's just that we already played h3.
Exactly.
So playing f3 looks like strange.
One of the questions you might have is like you would like to play bishop to e3, but you don't want to deal with the e-pawn, right? So one of the questions you might ask is like, well, what if I play b4 first and follow it up? Problem is, once you play b4, c4 is potentially a weak pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, f2, f3. Okay, again, if you just allow white to go bishop e3, queen d2, you're going to get squashed.
Very pleasant position for white.
Exactly. So you have to be very active.
This knight h5 is provoking g4, and why not play g4?
Well, let's have a look-see. After you play the move g4,
Let's
okay.
continue with bishop e3.
Yeah, let's just see. How could I... I'm dreaming of bishop e5 suddenly, okay?
You want to take advantage of my dark squares on the
I
king
do.
side.
I just don't know how to do it.
I don't think you can. That's too slow.
Well, let's try. Let's try. Knight h7.
So if I played queen d2, you have queen h4, right? That's your plan?
True, but then I'm losing. Well, okay, let's go. Let's just have a look.
What are you losing?
The c7 pawn. I'm a little bit worried
Oh.
about knight to d5 and or knight to b5. This is not looking good.
Yes,
I don't
knight
like
to 5
this.
looks good,
No.
yeah.
So bishop to e3, g5.
Ooh, you're giving me f5.
I know. But I have to do something. Okay, if I do c6, queen to d2.
Rook d1, very easy play.
King h7.
Happy moves.
Happy moves. Easy, happy moves. Okay. a5, let's go. I'm afraid of this b4. Yeah. So
We do have a move, though. Unfortunately, Gukesh didn't play g4, didn't give us this fun position. He played knight e2 instead.
knight e2. And I see on my screen a nice orange bubble.
Yeah, it's probably because g4 was better, not because knight e2 is bad. Because I see Valbar still says white is slightly better. But yeah,
Okay, but now
a
that
little bit passive.
now that I'm just wondering.
He just didn't want to come into g4 clearly, but if bishop e6, yeah, what do you do?
Exactly. How do I? I'm not sure I like. Okay, g4, knight back. I mean, have I lured you? Have I been very, very crafty and I've lured you to playing?
And bishop e6 is on the board. I think I'll have to play b3 at some point, and I didn't want to do that.
Exactly.
Because then you play a5, a4.
We're kind of flip-flopping around here, Var. In the position after f2, f3, knight h5, jump in. Obviously, the computer didn't like knight e2, but are we still in theory?
Actually, after f3 is still theory here,
Okay.
but it's actually a rare move in this position. So before f3, we have 261 games played here.
That's a lot of games.
There are many moves. Rook b1 was played, b3 was played here. But f3, you're absolutely right. The only idea is actually of this move is to secure the e4 square so you can play the move bishop e3.
Right.
But now, after this move,
Knight
h5 played. This is not a very good move because this loses a lot of time. And there were 19 games played actually in this position. Most of the games, Black played knight fd7 here in 8 games with the idea to play knight e5. And also c6 was played, which is a typical idea in these positions. After knight to h5, this is not a very good move because you can actually just play the move g4.
Which we've been
straightforward.
looking at.
Now you're attacking the knight. I'm not sure what's the exact purpose of the knight h5 now because you have to go back on f6. The bishop d4 line, queen d4, I think is just better. There is a line knight e6 to try to, but it's not so good. So if you play knight f6, then actually white achieves exactly what he wanted to do. He puts the bishop on e3, and now he can play queen d2 and put pressure on h6. So nice advantage for white here.
So f3 reaches the dream position.
Yes.
Instead, he played knight
d2. Not a bad move, second best move in this position. The idea behind it, of course, he secures the g3 square. He still, I think, wants to play g4 because when you have a knight on h5 and you already played the move h3, you never really want this knight to sit there because you constantly have to worry about the knight g3 type of tactics. So he protected this, and now he wants to play the move g4 anyway. And now bishop e6 played, g4 is the correct response, knight f6, and now you just play the move b3 here. But I think you still want to put the bishop on e3 here and then the queen on d2. You do not want to put the bishop on b2 because you have already weakened the dark squares on this side of the board. That's why it's better to put the bishop on e3, queen e2. It's a slightly better position here for white and nice control of the center, some space advantage. And this is the last move of the game, and both players have about 19 minutes on the clock. But I think Gukesh should be quite happy with the opening outcome so far.
Thank you, Var. And I'm looking at this, and I'm really trying to make heads and tails of this position. And I can only imagine that you played your knight on d4 is good. You don't want to play knight d4, d2.
I wouldn't even consider this move.
Giving up that bishop just so that you could get a knight to f4. Do you think that this is? I
guess if you can stay there with g5, maybe it's not so bad.
But
it's a huge commitment. What if the bishop decides to go on a8, a1, h8 diagonal, right?
Right, b3.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing that I can
King's Indian and giving up the bishop on g7 it's not right.
No,
not
it
right.
just doesn't feel right.
It's just very engine line.
The current position,
H5.
though, it feels like Gukesh
it's very dynamic now.
is getting the position he wanted. When he played the move f2, f3, a little awkward move, but he's getting, especially after bishop g5, by the way, he's getting the position of queen d2, knight f4, and...
This is looking quite good for white.
It feels nice. Queen d2, I think the move bishop e6 to d7 was to prep
And
this.
then we'll drop back probably to e3 with the bishop. So queen d2, knight e6, bishop e3. Yeah, white pieces are just better placed at the moment. We have more space. Looks pleasant for Gukesh. Should we check some other games we
Please.
haven't looked at yet? Did we check Fabi's game? Not yet, right?
No, let's do it.
Let's look at Fabi against Duda.
Okay, from the opening. Oh, by the way,
Another.
kind of hybrid.
Duda heard you.
Catalan.
You played d4.
D5, D4. And Duda said, okay, let me take advantage of your opening play. Takes, E5, right? Rook E1, H6. I'm just catching up with the players. It doesn't feel like white has gotten that much. What is it? So?
I think black equalized easily.
Well, let's say queen takes d4. Let's just see how. My goal is to exploit this bishop on e7. So if you did me a solid favor of capturing, immediately you go, oops, wait a minute.
This is unpleasant. 7 saying again.
This is not what you signed up for. So you're not going to trade queens. You're probably going to play c6.
Probably. C6 looks good.
Okay. So if I take on d8.
Take with the f rook.
And I take on a7.
You still found a way to win a pawn. You're so good at that.
I'm not.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. I have to take with the bishop on d8.
Okay.
But that's.
But then bishop c5.
So I can't play c6.
I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know how bad this is.
You
I don't
me
think
very easily.
I don't think I did. I think I Jedi my why the Jedi.
Take rook e1.
So what? You
And
got
then
your rook
maybe
on
you
an
have-
open file.
Maybe bishop e7, and if you get.
No
Or
way.
you won't trade that.
No, don't.
Well, if you go knight f6, bishop e7.
And what? I'm afraid of bishop takes d8.
I don't know how to answer that.
What am I
No,
afraid of?
you're not
here?
afraid of anything here.
This looks fairly okay. By the way, somebody's taking a lot of time to recapture on d4. It's Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi's still thinking. Down to 16 minutes.
We'll let the players do. I'm going to jump over to Magnus Carlsen and Wesley. So, for those of you joining us late, we had 3 decisive games in round 1. White winning all 3. Wesley was one of the winners. He's up against Magnus. Magnus playing white for the first time. And we've got this was the Catalan.
But he never ended up playing d4, right?
He did play b3.
He played b3.
And c5. And the players quickly got themselves to this position. Bishop c1.
Huh.
Okay, everybody.
Rerouting the bishop.
Yeah, everybody and his brother has been playing to open up the long diagonal with the move c4.
Magnus must have not liked something there.
Something wasn't there. But how do these two players match up? I bet you they play a lot of games in Rapids.
I imagine so. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Do you see the number of draws they've made?
70 draws?
66 wins for Magnus, 31 wins for Wesley, 70 draws. Oh
I think you could write a trilogy just on their Rapid games.
Right.
These players know each other well, but
Series
look at that.
of books just on their Rapid games.
2-1 advantage in terms of victories. I mean, people do not dominate Wesley 2-1
No,
in
but
any kind of
it's
format.
Magnus.
But it's Magnus. Magnus has played bishop to c1, bishop to f4, queen back to c8, and look at what Magnus has done. Knight g5, just a kind of one of those little probing moves.
Yeah, he's
By
playing very
the way,
creatively, but
you know, like
do we
this
take
is,
or play g6?
Okay, but
That's the question, right?
if you do take, I mean, maybe it's
something.
not, but it's a nibble. You know, I mean, I've got the 2 bishops, and I'm just kind of like asking you. But if I do provoke the move g6, why is that so?
h4 maybe.
Okay, but I've got a dark squared bishop, so yeah. You know, you're gonna go kill me.
Let's just go h5.
Yeah. I mean, everybody wants to kill poor old. Well, wait a minute. There is knight e4 and
Yeah, d6 square looks tasty.
That is. Thank you. Yeah, well, is it? If I take.
Well, if you get rid of my knight.
Yeah.
Bishop takes.
And
Knight.
normally you're trading when you're trying to defend. You're trading, but the move knight d5 that I do find attractive.
Yeah, maybe bishop h6.
Okay.
Then I want to play c4, but I'm giving away all the dark squares again. I don't see anything here for white.
We'll see. He's throwing, I would say knight g5 is a kind of a jab. Magnus is throwing a jab. Is it an effective jab, Var?
I think he's trying to create some complications. He realizes the position is just equal here. But I think the best way that Wesley should do just continue just taking the knight on g5. So I can show you, for example, here. You just go bishop takes g5 first.
Bishop takes g5.
So take back with the bishop. And now it's actually, you don't want to give up the d file in this position. So that's why I think the best move is to play f6.
Okay.
Now you attack the bishop.
Bishop f4.
If you play bishop f4, then I play e5 now. Again, trying to push the bishop back all the way to e3 or c1. In both cases, my idea is to put the knight on e7. I think the knight is very well placed here. Now you're ready to exchange the pair of the bishops. That way you take away the advantage of the two bishops. And then you will have some ideas with the knight coming in on d5. And the most important thing is you still have the control of the d file. That's why you want to play the move f6 after you take on g5. If you don't take, you play g6, then I think he will play knight d4 as you were looking at these lines and some knight d6 ideas. Not a big fan of weakening the dark squares in this position. So that's why I think the best thing is to play knight, take bishop takes g5.
He did it precisely as you suggested. However, after bishop f4, he did not follow. That is to say, Wesley didn't hit the bishop. He just traded the rooks. Knight to g5.
Rook takes d1.
And he's played rook to d8.
Yeah. That's fine too, I think. And you can play the e5 later on in the game as well. So here, the only difference is perhaps he can take and...
here I'm probably tempted to take with the knight.
With the knight to force the exchange, because if you take with the queen, then you're allowing the move bishop e4, and again, creating a little bit more weaknesses unnecessarily. So you take back with the knight. And now it looks like the bishop is going to come off the board.
But I would think in Wesley's shoes, this is a huge success. He's chopping off pieces, and if he can get rid of the light squared bishop, queen and knight versus queen and bishop, I think.
Yeah, maybe perhaps Magnus can play the move e4 here, just try to preserve the two bishops, and maybe exchange the queens and just try to claim a little bit of an advantage here. So, but again, black can continue with
h4.
Oh, he played h4. Okay.
Yes.
So this is probably just equal. Bishop e3, knight goes on e6. So he played h4 here. Yeah, I think he will try to keep the light square bishops, either with the move e4 or maybe with some bishop h3 ideas.
Right.
So that's why I think maybe playing e5, knight e7 was just to make sure that bishop never gets to h3.
I like what you were saying, e5, and that whole concept, e5 with tempo, trading the rooks, knight e7. Yeah. It feels equalish, but maybe...
And Magnus will keep pressure on for a
salady. Love my salads.
There's one more game we haven't looked at
please.
yet, and it's Anish Giri against Ivan Saric.
As we have 3 wildcard players, including Magnus Carlsen. 2 of them are Anish Giri and Ivan Saric.
We looked at the opening, but the current position looks very passive for white. Look at that.
Yeah,
All the pieces are in first and second rank.
There is a light squared bishop, but it's not a fire-breathing dragon on g2.
Not yet, anyways.
Okay. By the way, f2, f4. This is not how I really like to play chess.
H5 was provoked, I guess, but what do we do now? Do we play h4 or defend the pawn?
Okay, well, I can at least see some light in this tunnel of ugliness. If I can get my knight to e4, and again, on a good day, queen to d2, and the ideal position is a bishop coming to f3, obviously, a knight coming to e4, and probably the bishop coming to f2. Now, from black's point of view, black's got this beautiful outpost, e3. The only way to...
The queen is occupying that square for now.
Yeah, exactly. So should queen
I like queen
A2,
a2.
rook b1 be on black's agenda?
Queen a2 looks very good to me.
Yeah? Okay. So knight f2 on the board. And, well...
Only black can be
balance.
better in this position.
I like it. I like
But it seems temporary, yes. Black needs to do something before white manages to get the pieces out.
Let's jump to Gukesh and Alireza. That was the f2, f3 King's Indian defense. And by the way, we left it after bishop e6, queen d2, very natural move by the world champion Gukesh. As, by the way, don't forget that knight d5 could be a very disturbing move because of the pin. Knight e6, bishop e3, munch, munch, and
That
knight
knight has
h7.
moved so many times.
Except, you know, the funny part is that you say that white's got all of this pressure and development and all of that good stuff. One of the things when you look at the position is where's the weakness? Where's black's weakness? Like, black is trying to do weird things. He's trying to go queen h4. He's trying to play bishop e5. And he's like trying to provoke you into playing f4. And then suddenly you have a weakness.
Right,
and,
on the king side, yeah.
you know, okay, black structure on the queen side is pretty safe.
We have a couple more moves on the board.
And here it comes. Rook to
D1,
d1.
A6, and look at this move, c5.
Okay, c5. I didn't understand the move a7, a6. c5 I understand very, very much. I want to capture on d6. Even better, I want to capture on d7.
Guess what?
And
I think Var has a very pretty line for us.
So in this position, the idea here is after c5, you need to take.
Take it.
Otherwise, as you mentioned, after taking on d6, you will have a weakness, or you perhaps even will lose the pawn. So after you take, it looks like, wait a minute, I have two attackers on d7, so I'm just going to pick up your piece. And now we're going to see the idea called interference. So you put the bishop on d4.
Right.
And now you're blockading the d file, and now you're threatening to take bishop takes e3 with a check.
Well as the queen.
So if you take on d8, now bishop e3 check, king will go to f1, and after rook takes, you will just simply
pawn
up a pawn in a very, very good position here. So perhaps after c5,
well, if you don't take, it's much worse.
Yeah. So if you don't need, of course, you don't want to take on d4 here. You can play a move queen c1, and it seems like still there is a lot of pressure here because you have the pin here, and if you play, let's say, c6, the engine is still showing an advantage for white here. Knight a4. Now putting pressure on the c5 pawn, and if you play the b6 again, now we have the overworked piece, the queen. You can have some ideas like even, I think, knight b6, rook d7.
Right.
You can also play rook takes d7 first, takes, and knight b6, and we'll have an advantage here as well with a pair of the bishops. Not a big advantage, but an advantage. You can also, in this position, you have this idea, you can also even continue with the move f4 and just f5 ideas.
I'm not sure if Alireza missed d6 takes c5 or not, but he has played bishop b5, and that looks wrong on a lot of levels.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think 6 pawns just hanging?
What? And Gukesh just said, thank you, I'll take on d6.
Yeah, now just takes c takes d4. I think he just missed that he had a bishop d4 resource here. So now c takes d6, and if you take with the queen, you're just going to be in a really, really bad endgame. But I think even if you take back with the pawn, I'm just not seeing if there is any compensation here after queen d6.
He's included bishop e2, knight e2 already on the board.
Okay.
This is on the board. Bishop e2, knight e2, takes on d6, so you got the current position.
Yes, we take on d6, and of course, he will probably try to avoid exchanging the queens, because if you go to an endgame, down a pawn, and with the two bishops, you will not have that many chances. So queen h4, perhaps.
Yeah. Our world champion needs a win, but if you don't mind, Nazi, how do these two players match up in their lifetime?
In rapid, not that many games.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Alireza's been dominating. 9 wins over Gukesh. Only 1 win for Gukesh against Alireza and 6 draws. Oh, that's huge.
Do you know, in chess we call that an adoption? 10 wins to nothing is an adoption. But let's check in with Zagreb and Cristian.
Yes, and I do want to tell you guys, don't get lulled to sleep by the way Magnus is behaving right now, the way he drew his first game without trying for too much against the lowest rated player in the field, Ivan Saric. But this is the way he generally starts this type of events. At the same time, he's still Magnus. He will still take advantage of any opportunity that you're going to give him. And right now, I'm seeing a big discrepancy on the clock in this game between himself and Wesley. So it's still a very equal game, and you might be seeing these moves, bishop to g5, bishop to f4, a bunch of exchanges. I do like this move h4. You're grabbing a lot of space on that side. Not only that, but you're also looking at ideas of potentially pushing that pawn all the way to h6. You're going to combine threats in this position. You're going to utilize your two bishops. At the same time, you're going to try to create some weaknesses around the black king along the lines of the light squares, because that's where you have a very strong bishop on g2 ready to deliver the check on d5. So this is what we have right now. Magnus, for the first time, he's taking a longer think in this one. I'm seeing Wesley still in this game. Definitely the position objectively is still very close to equality, but I'm seeing a lot of openings as well. Potentially for Magnus to break through. Bishop to d5, then a big decision is going to arise as well for black. Do you go in the corner with king to h8, or do you go to f8? And we don't see that. We don't see bishop to d5. We see queen to d3, which allows black to take on d3 and exchange the queens. I think this one is letting go a bit of the advantage for Magnus. Nevertheless, he still has the two bishops. At the same time, Wesley, he saw that queen available for a trade. He immediately snapped it off the chessboard. This one, I do feel like Wesley is getting closer and closer to achieving full equality. Magnus, again, generally in these tournaments, he's starting slow, but whenever he turns it up, he definitely turns it up. And we've seen it a couple of years ago when he scored 9 out of 9 in the Blitz section. Another thing that I'm seeing in this one, and I'll let you guys pick it up from here, is the way the players that have lost in the first round are playing in this one. Namely Fabiano, Caruana right now. He's doing a tremendous job, as well as Gukesh. He's piling on the pressure. I'll let you guys take it over from now. For the moment, this is from Zagreb. I'll be back shortly with other updates.
Thank you, Cristian. And there you do see our tournament leaders, a trinity atop.
Right, and Fabi and Gukesh and Nodirbek are fighting hard to bounce back with a win.
Speaking of bouncing back, so let's pick up that game between Nodirbek and Prague, as when we left it, we did see the move queen b6. Queen takes b6, a takes b6, and the players have reached a very unusual position where at first blush, it really does appear like it's almost a dream Benoni.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about it, this bishop on g7.
The knights on c5, d3.
And the knights on c5 and d3. And if, you know, the only thing that's missing is the pawn should be on a6 and the pawn should be on b5. But it was in particular that I was drawn to this move. King d7, you know, you don't castle queenside because you like the
end game, and king is
exactly
doing
you like
well in the center.
You like the rook on a8 because you're thinking to yourself, when I play the move b5, I'm willing to trade the b pawn for the a2 pawn. So king d7, g2 g3. I guess that what he would like to do is play h4, and after rook c8, we've caught up to the play, and it's a very difficult position to
evaluate, right?
Yeah, right. Who stands
I see
better?
the Valborg says it's equal, but from just looking at it, black pieces look a little bit better.
They
but
do.
Let's not forget, white has two bishops. Pawn on d5 is pretty strong.
Right.
Black has double pawns.
Well, always I look at captures. Anything. The most forcing moves for me are checks.
Then
you
captures.
got it, and captures. So after a move like rook c, I try to say, well, if I play stupidly and I just play forcing moves, bishop takes c5.
I know why you're doing that.
Yeah.
You want to win a pawn.
Am I that obvious? No, I mean, tell me truthfully. Bishop takes c5. I'm thinking, well, if you take with the pawn, I'll take on d3, so you'll have to take, and then you're going to take here. I'm going to take here. You're going to make a nasty discovered.
We have bishop b5 check.
Check. I'm going to go...
Yeah, king d6 looks good, no?
King d6, yeah.
And knight c3 is coming with a fork.
Right, so something like this and take. I don't see this as being bad
For black.
for
no.
black. So, and we do have h2, h4 on the board. As we stew over this one, well, we'll toss it to you, Var. We do have h2, h4 on the board.
Yeah, I want to go back a couple of moves,
Please.
guys, because there was an important moment here that White
missed
had
opportunity?
a missed opportunity here. So in this position here, White played the move castling, but here was a very, very, very strong move here, the move d6. So the idea behind this move, you're not letting a black to develop that easily, and now you're creating this potential very strong square for the knight to go to on d5. So if you play...
Take it.
Yeah, you have
Just
to take it.
just
e6 just right away loses to the move knight b5, knight c7. So you have to take it. So if you take it on d5, on d6, oops. All right.
Third time's the charm.
So now we start out with the move, let's say a long castle.
Okay.
And now you don't have bishop g7 because d6 pawn is hanging.
Right.
And I also have knight d5 coming up. So you play bishop e7. Then we have a very nice advantage after bishop takes e7, king takes e7, f4 now, removing the knight. If you just retreat, then we have the move bishop takes c4.
That's terrible.
Very nice advantage there. And you have to play the move knight d3, bishop takes d3, c takes d3. You can play just rook d3, and very clear advantage here. Better pawn structure, lots of weaknesses. The king is also misplaced. So d6 was a very strong opportunity here that was missed by Nodirbek. In the current position, I think black is completely fine.
We've just seen the move b5, by the way.
b5.
Yeah.
In fact, already slight preference here for black here.
What we were, the conclusion we were making the same. That
Just the knights are too pretty.
h4 is too slow here, guys. It was time to start to think about a bailout here.
Right.
So bishop c5 was, I think, what you were looking at.
Right.
So rook c5 probably the best move here.
Okay.
And then bishop takes d3, c takes d3. You are actually up a pawn, but as you can see, black is just very active now, threatening to play b4. And he's going to be able to equalize the game if you play the move a3, then simply bishop takes c3. Right. And pawn structure is just very, very weak here. If you play rook c3, just rook d5, and this should just be an equal. So I think it was perhaps a time, instead of h4, try to bail out with this move. Now I think black might be slightly better here. So let's take a look after b5. Because you take rook a2, of course, is coming.
Right. But this is the thing. At the start of the game, I saw Nodirbek. He was just like chomping at the bit. Like he'd lost the first game. He was anxious to get started. Now, h4 was that same, passionate drive. I've got to win. And Prague is basically saying, hey, b5. Sometimes this will to win is your strength. Yeah. It's what makes you great.
Absolutely.
But,
so at the moment, he probably needs to consider knight takes b5 as one of his options here to capture the pawn. Knight takes b5, rook a2.
Pause, because knight b2 is also a tempo, right? Knight takes
knight b2. There is a little tactical idea there. Bishop d4.
Did not see.
Sacrificing the rook, and if you take on d1, bishop takes g7, the knight is trapped now.
That's a funny trap.
Yeah.
Our bishop's also almost trapped, but not really. We can always escape from h6.
h6,
F6. So knight takes b2.
Knight takes b2. You play rook takes a2, and you're actually slightly better now, because you still have to worry about the b2 pawn.
Right.
And it's interesting that in this position, Engine just completely bails the b2 pawn. Says you need to play h5.
h5
to create counterplay. Right. Yes.
Okay. Because on the queen side, black is just winning.
Yeah, because
b2 is gone.
You want to play bishop to g4 check and skewer the rook, but f5.
He's played a3. Nodirbek did not take on b5, so we'll let the players figure out this one. Let's jump back to Gukesh's game, because I see he has a big advantage now against Alireza.
somehow that's a hot potato kind of game where the advantage keeps going around the board.
But look at Alireza's body language, because he's playing someone he defeated 9 times in a rapid. So maybe he's not that worried.
Okay, well, it's an extra pawn. And after knight c3, the knight has gone to d5, knight f6. And again, when you look at the position, you say, yeah, I'm a pawn up, this is all really, really good. But there aren't that many weaknesses in Black's camp. It's the extra pawn. Now, having said all that, this bishop on g2 really is miserable, right? I really want to play f4.
Let's just go f4.
Yeah, that was my question. Like, do you want to give up the pawn and go bishop b6 and just play for the initiative? I mean, you're giving up the exchange. You're giving up the extra material, but you.
It's only a pawn.
Okay, I don't know if it's the coffee or. Okay, you know, I do appreciate the initiative though too. Here, you are looking kingside, right? You are looking at f5s. You are looking.
Yeah, I'm gonna play queen e2, f5. It's all coming fast.
Another approach, maybe a little bit more calm.
Then knight h5, right?
Knight h5.
Back to where it was.
Yeah, but f4. We still have f5 on our agenda. f5, f6. I mean, maybe on a good day, bishop f3.
Yeah, honestly, this looks good too.
I mean, it's an extra pawn and compensation. Clock times between these two players, by the way, Nazi?
Alireza has less time, 5 minutes against Gukesh's 10 minutes.
Okay.
So Gukesh is also ahead on the clock. Should we check in with Fabi?
Please, let's do it. Now, again, those joining us late, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has won game 1, so he's one of our tournament co-leaders. And well,
I thought earlier Fabi had some advantage, but now it looks pretty even, right?
That moment where there was this big knight takes d4 moment, bishop takes d4, he recaptured and played queen. He didn't get anything. The pieces just kind of come off the board.
Yeah, I mean, white has tiniest advantage, but black's position is very solid.
Right.
Only thing you have to worry about is the g7 square.
Which makes me think about just planting the bishop on f8 and saying, okay, this is my stand. I will not fall. I'm going to check in with Magnus and Wesley because when we left it, I did see the move queen d3 played by Magnus right here. And he's playing 2 bishops versus bishop and knight with, well, what is this? This is 7 pawns apiece. And I just love the way Magnus protected the bishop there. You cannot trade.
a3.
Some strange moves.
He has some strategy that we're struggling to figure out what it is, but he's slow playing it and slowly maybe creating some chances for himself.
Okay, well, let's just ask a question. Let's say I play e4. I'm trying to get rid of this pawn on e5.
Should I try bishop g2?
Did not see. Bishop to g2, knight to d.
But I don't have king e3. I always have knight f5.
That's nasty. Knight f5 check.
And then after king f4, you take on d3. No, you can't.
Because f1.
Yeah,
No,
bishop
but then
f3.
I have knight e1, knight e3. What?
No.
No,
But
you
let's
take it.
Let's check it out.
King e3, knight f5, check.
King f4.
King f4. I took a pawn.
Maybe e3 was better instead of taking.
I like it.
Right?
You took it.
Bishop f3. What do you have?
I apologize. I was
There's
playing
no
knight
king
e3.
e3. But if you pushed e3 instead.
E3.
E3. Now I can't take your bishop.
And that's embarrassing.
Yeah. And my king is kind of stuck. I can't take either of your pieces.
Actually, sorry guys, you can just play e3 right away. As soon as bishop g2 plays.
Bishop g2, e3 right away.
Yeah, and then
then
you have this.
That solves that.
Oops. Yeah. G7, G6 on the board. It feels like this is a Magnus grind. I mean, he's remarkable.
He likes this type of end games.
And it's his bally. We're going to leave him there. Var, I'm going to throw it to you. Where's the action?
So let's take a look here. I think Fabi has a slightly better position. I think it's not going to be easy to win that game, but he does have some advantage there. I was looking. There are a lot of things happening in the Anish Giri game. Yeah,
but it's Prague, right? Prague has gone crazy.
Prague is just yeah. He's better definitely, and also Anish was able to turn the game around. He's actually up a pawn. When we last checked, he was actually in some trouble, but now he's up a pawn. Still, I think he's not really going to be winning. But I think his position was much more difficult earlier.
Suspicious.
Yeah. So in this position here, so b4 was played, and he's up a pawn, but it's not so easy to move the pieces around because the knight on d5 is very strong. So he played the move bishop e1. So it's a very, very strong compensation here.
Mm-hmm.
That active queen on the second rank.
So
great knight on d5 too.
Oh, f4 is hanging?
f4, if you play, there is, I think,
not right
knight
away.
f6. Yeah, knight f6. This is still okay for black. Take, queen takes f4.
But I shouldn't trade that good knight.
Yeah, absolutely. So perhaps Ivan is still trying. He has some time advantage. So that's why I think maybe he's going to try to play this move queen c1, but then he goes back to bishop d2
What if we played
again.
queen e2?
Yes. So let's take a look. Bishop e1, queen e2. Then, in this case, bishop will go back to f2.
I don't like this queen, like kind of operating on my second rank.
It's like a mutual kind of, black is active, but it's hard to win anything, and you cannot really move your pieces that easily because of knight f6 is coming. So now you, I think, have to probably play this move, knight f4, and now knight takes f6, knight to f6 check, bishop f6, e takes f6, and now the knight is hanging, and we have a strong pawn on f6.
This still looks good for black if I can play g5.
g5 is the best move here to try to protect, but now
but yeah, my
queen
king
d7
is alone.
now.
Yeah.
With the idea to play queen to e8, and this forces move knight g6, and
that wasn't what you wanted when you went into this.
But it looks like Saric is playing a good game with the black pieces, and he's definitely even maybe trying to create some chances. But good start for him, I think.
Yeah, Anish doesn't look too happy. He looks nervous, but his position's holding.
Yeah, I want to go to the game of the world champion, Gukesh, because he was enjoying his extra pawn, and certain variations that we were looking at seemed to favor him. So we left it after knight d5, knight f6, and we were reckoning on the moves
f4 and bishop b6, just sacking the pawn.
And bishop b6, as well as immediate g5. Queen b4.
The computer didn't like that move.
Queen b2. That's actually a kind of a scary move. Like, sometimes you get your hand stuck in the cookie jar, right? What's the idea of queen d2 after rook d2? Like
queen e5, maybe?
Okay, but
rook b1 was played, but
aren't we trying to play f4?
You're right about that.
Rook d2, yeah, so there was a knight d5 idea.
Oh, in between move.
And then queen c3. Then queen c3, and then
of course
some pieces hanging on that diagonal.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Knight d5.
But Gukesh has played rook b1, allowing Firouzja to just take on a2. I mean, Alireza could have taken it before, but now that Luke left the d file,
right,
and d5 knight is hanging as well, why not take on a2?
That's a question I have.
Because you don't have rook d2 anymore. You can't
there's
trap
no,
it.
there's no trapping, and rook a1 would just walk into an ambush.
We do have knight c3, queen c2.
Knight c3, queen c2.
It's
like I'm escaping.
Scary.
I'm escaping,
yeah,
right?
rook c1, queen d3, and then you're gone, right?
I'm gone. Wow.
Yeah.
Clock times?
Gukesh has 4.5, Alireza 3.5. Reaching time trouble.
An extra minute for Gukesh, but he's lost his material advantage, and I don't Queen b4.
Well, he hasn't lost it
right?
yet.
Yeah,
Alireza
I
has
don't
to
like.
take it.
Sorry, I don't like the move Queen b4 because in this position, I think he had many interesting options. He could even play the move King h1 to move the king away. The f4 move you suggested, but the move that I found was very natural was just put the queen on f2.
Also,
But he moved the queen away from the pin,
right?
and that way you don't have to worry. Queen is well placed here. Is protecting the second rank, the pawn on a2, and again the best move is g5 now for black to try to create some chances, but then you have the option to play knight b6, knight c4, and you will have a nice advantage there as well. And of course, if there is a capture on d5, you just take back with the pawn, knight retreats to c7, you will play the move that we've been trying to play for a while.
Right.
Play the move f4, opening up the bishop, and there's a nice advantage here as well. And most importantly, it's a safe move. It keeps everything protected. You move the queen away from the line of the rooks.
And the current position after queen takes a2, what's the engine's eval after the current position?
It's still giving a very small advantage for white, but it's just not easy. Now he has to retreat now with the knight on c3, which is the best move. And now after queen c2, you play the move rook bc1.
Do we have perpetual queen d3, rook d1? Can we force a draw?
Queen d3, and now e5 is the best.
So if we just play rook d1,
which will c rook to e1. I think there might be some ideas like now. Okay, now we see the problem. Bishop f8.
Mm-hmm. That's easy to miss.
Yes.
Now black is
now
better.
it's loose. The c3 is very loose. You have to play queen a5, and now queen can go back to c2. Queen came back to c2, and now the b3 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, don't see it. We do have knight c3 on the board, by the way.
So we might see that line because I think that's pretty much forced.
Yeah.
Queen c2.
Queen c2.
And you do have to play with the b rook, actually. If you play with the e rook, then that's a big problem because after queen d3, you lose a very valuable tempo. The e3 is hanging. Now you're going to lose some material after knight g4 tactics.
Exactly.
So it's very important to play with the
we do have the
BC1.
moves on the board. Let's follow the players.
Okay. Rook on b1 to c1. Queen d3 only move. Played, and you were saying Gukesh was enjoying an extra minute
Yeah, he still has a little bit of extra time.
Right.
Key moment is here. Gukesh needs to not play rook d1 because that allows bishop f8, and black is better. He needs to play e5 here, right?
e5 or g5.
Or g5.
Because he needs to remove this knight and just be able to put that knight back on d5 here. So you can start with the move g5.
I don't see g5 though. It just feels like that's one of the kind of
Knight
moves.
h5, right?
Yeah,
And
where
then knight d5.
yeah, it's sort of like you're giving up the f4 square, right?
It's very risky.
I have seen so many King's Indian defense players, plant their bishop in the middle of the board on e5.
Gukesh heard you and he played e5 instead.
e5. e5 is fine, yeah.
Okay.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8, more or less
And
provoked.
Alireza is down to 2 minutes.
Now, if you take on b7,
For him, that's a lot
knight
of time.
c5. That's the key idea. You get a knight on c5, and now if bishop c5, bishop c5 check, and
You don't want to give up the whole dark square complex over there.
yeah, and the game can end in a draw like this: queen c6, rook c6, e6, queen c7, rook d7, and queen b8, rook d8. It's a possible repetition here as well.
Gotcha.
Well, we saw a question mark after Alireza played knight d5. Engine disapproves. Let's see what happened.
So,
Oh, bishop f1. The queen is trapped.
what?
If you up current position,
Yes.
this happened. Rook takes d5.
He's
happened on the
already
board.
recaptured with the rook.
Yeah, a huge blunder. Bishop
Yeah,
f1. He's
that's
oh no.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Bishop f1.
Oh no.
He has rook b5 to bail out, but that's just losing.
Queen b5, right?
Queen b5.
Oh, what a blunder.
Yeah.
And Alireza he sees it. It's the craziest thing. It's the type of move you see the moment your hand releases.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He didn't have a lot of time, so but that is not a mistake that you would
Queen
expect.
d5 would have kept him in the game. Queen
Right.
d5, f4 there. White
Yep.
is still white is better, but it will
For
just
choice.
keep him in the game here. But now I think it's just
He's
losing.
played rook b5, and we're going to see
Queen takes b5.
queen takes, and he wins an exchange or a full piece.
I think it's just the exchange, right?
Exchange
'Cause you take on E3,
and a
right?
pawn and a pawn.
You take on e3.
If I take on b5,
Oh yeah, you can do
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah,
I
if
mean-
you take on b5,
I mean it's
He's taken on e3.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but you can listen to me for something.
okay. He took on e3.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Bishop h6. He's getting.
Excuse me.
Wait, is he getting back? No. e8 is hanging.
Oh,
Luck is just not on his side in this game.
sometimes you just have this horrible feeling that the world hates your guts.
We do have a result.
draw.
A draw.
Anish draw.
I think Anish is going to be happy that he got out of that position. His
he's
light
survived.
squared bishop was not good. A completely winning position for Gukesh. Alireza is busted. Magnus Carlsen versus Wesley. So it's still, guess what? The two bishops versus the bishop and
But
knight.
he's traded some pawns and managed to get some activity
And
now.
here he's actually got something.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
He's so good at this.
The king is coming to f4. Hello, hello. And this is now.
Yeah, Black has to be very careful here, and Wesley's down to last minute and 40 seconds.
We saw in their individual matchup that these two players have played each other a ton of games in Rapid, but
It was like
overall,
150 games.
but a 2-1 victory in the favor of Magnus, which is just huge. People do not handle Wesley that
And-
roughly, let's say. Yeah.
And Magnus is known for converting in games like this, which
Absolutely.
other people would shake hands, agree to a draw. And
Say, I got nothing.
He's increasing his advantage as we're watching the Valbar just it keeps
Slowly,
going up.
slowly. It's like these incremental improving moves, right? You put your bishop on e4, you kind of freeze the knight, so to speak. Maybe you start to threaten king g5 at a certain moment.
Are we winning a pawn, or Black's going to play passively, put the bishop on e8?
Right.
I think they have to, but then the b7 pawn is hanging. I think Magnus is about to win a pawn.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so bishop e2. So how would he win a pawn? With king g5?
Well, g3 is hanging first, so bishop e1 first.
Okay, bishop e1 first. But in case of bishop e1, I could play the move king f6.
That's another.
And just to keep.
Well, we have some moves. He played bishop c2, bishop c4.
And I noticed Wesley has picked up the pace.
He has to.
has
Magnus
to.
has 4 minutes, and Wesley's down to his minute and a half.
So one of the breakthroughs that you have to just keep a watchful eye over is the move g4. If I provoke hg4, I've got h5.
Oh, tricky.
Yes. Let me just put this on just so I can show it. And something like this. Okay. Var, I'm going to throw it to you and just tell me the bird's eye view, what's happening in the games.
There's an.
I think actually Gukesh is about to win.
Let's just jump to see the handshake that may be occurring there.
Oh wow, he has both rooks on the last rank.
Where is
It's on the bottom.
I saw the draw and I thought that was the end of the oof.
Yeah, he
Uh-oh.
is going for a checkmate here.
There is the threat of check, check, and then mate. A pattern that we all know so very well.
So he can play bishop f1 or king f2, but
Yeah, king f2 looks like the most natural move. But no, wait a minute. Well, I take that back. Bishop f1. Apologies. Bishop f1 is just so much clearer. This was a game, an old King's Indian defense, where Gukesh played c5, won a pawn, very nice, easy, and it looked like he was converting, and then he blundered. He allowed material equality. Alireza, we were expecting a repetition, And Alireza got his queen trapped. It was a horrifying blunder. And now, after bishop f1, it's all Gukesh. I think resignation. We're looking at a checkmate.
G5 only moved just for the king, for the bishop to cover the king on G7.
You know, I didn't even see G5. I thought it was checkmate and there was going to be a handshake. G5.
Well, it's not helping that much anyway.
So the idea is that after... Oh, he's played king f2. So the idea was that after rook g8, king h7, rook check... Let me just show it. I forgot that you have bishop g7. Yeah. And that was what he...
Found a way to not get checkmated, but his position is still completely lost. Now after maybe just rook d7, rook e7, that just double up on 7th, pick up f7.
That makes sense.
And then push e-pawn or checkmate.
Bishop c4, any takers? No, I guess not. Rook d7 with the idea of e6, or as you... Well, guess what? Bishop c4.
There is a taker.
Sign me up. I like bishop c4.
Because now if you check me, I'll go king e3 and I'll move on forward.
And a moment ago,
yes,
that diagonal was open.
It's
now it's closed.
b5. Yeah. Alireza is trying to complicate things, but we can just take the pawn, right?
Yes.
And then come back.
Yes. The bishop is going to be beautiful, eyeballing this f7 pawn.
Maybe he's also considering rook g8 check and bishop f7. That pawn is hanging.
I consider it.
Why not?
Let's just have a quick look-see. Rook g8 and
both
bishop
players
f7.
under a minute, by the way.
I guess it's knight d3. Oh, no, knight d3 check. I can play rook takes d3.
No,
Apologies.
you can't. No, you can't. Rook is hanging on g8.
Oh, that's
and
right.
then, I don't know, bishop endgame, it might still be winning. Your pawns are... You do have 2 or 3 extra pawns.
Not so sure. But I do like, in any case, this position. I mean, I'm sure it's got to be winning for,
of course,
for a Gukesh after just simply
maybe just,
bishop d5.
reroute the bishop, and that should be a mate.
Yes. So rook g8, and he's done it. And we're expecting...
Oh, another check. That was surprising. Why not take the pawn?
I thought he was going to play bishop takes f7. He threw in another check. Is there a way here? Var, is there a way here of...
oh, he can still take on f7. h6 is
Of course.
Yeah, bishop f7 is good here.
Bishop f7.
Bishop b5, rook d6.
But I kind of like that bishop. I wanted to checkmate with it.
Right?
There we go. He takes on b5 instead. He keeps it alive. I guess he's going to reroute it and put it on e4. And then still... All right. After I give bishop b4 check, he go g7, rook g8 checkmate. Or rook h7 checkmate.
Nice. World champion is bouncing back. This is a huge win, by the way. Coming into this event, you take Magnus out of the field. You say Alireza is his favorite.
This game ended in a draw between Nodirbek and Prague. Peaceful draw, I believe.
Well, it wasn't.
Prague was better for a while.
It looked so. We think Magnus is squeezing, but I'm going to stay with the Gukesh game for just a moment, if you don't mind, because I think Alireza is going to...
well, he'll try everything he can here, but his position. And he has 15 seconds, I believe.
Rook d6, a beautiful move, by the way.
Rook d6, yeah, now...
followed by bishop c6.
If we go back one move, actually, he had an easier win, I think. Rook d6, one move earlier, instead of rook e8. And if knight e6, rook takes c6, bishop e8 mate.
What could he have done?
Rook d6 check here.
Oh, beautiful mate. Let's show it quickly. Rook d6.
Rook d6.
Knight covers.
E6,
and we take.
c6. e8 mate.
Look at that
mate. That is not a checkmate that you will see very often.
I think CRISPR doesn't agree with the way they agreed to a draw here. Maybe there was no 3-move repetition.
It wasn't 3 moves?
So he's telling them next time, make sure it's 3 moves. All right, back to the Gukesh game.
And by the way, we do have bishop c6 on the board. He's still looking at this checkmate idea, just picking up a few seconds before deciding whether to play king e3 and or king e1. Let me see, king
Probably
e3.
both are winning.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's go up.
Let's go up.
And we will stay with this game, but I'll give you an update. Magnus has made more progress in his game.
Wow, you just kind of, there's this sense of inevitability somehow. How he takes down Wesley is it's difficult to fathom.
I mean,
by the way,
that's probably how you get
times,
66 wins against Wesley, right?
Right, you've got to win drawn positions.
Alireza is down to 7 seconds.
I was about to say it's really feeling check.
He just played with 2 seconds. Rook
King
E2.
c4. King c4.
Just not c3, right? Let's not blunder the full rook on d6.
Exactly. King c5. Okay, I mean, I just felt desire to avoid knight d3. Oh, but now it's fine. Now
King
we can
E6.
just move. Now I can
go
anywhere. King b6. Yeah. Now again, bishop e4 is the massive threat.
So if I give you a check, you go to c7. And then I'll probably go back to c2. And then you hide on d file, behind the rook.
Yes, exactly.
It's 30 seconds
d2.
against 12 in this game.
So we're anticipating king to c7, rook to c2, king to d7, no more checks, and bishop e4 is the
It's coming.
amazing
It's still
threat.
not checkmate because knight g6 exists, but then e6 probably will end the game.
Exactly.
All right, king a6.
So one little thing. is-
Detour.
yeah, you can go to c8, maybe avoiding knight e6.
Oh, bishop h6.
Okay, well now we have bishop e4 check, followed by rook back to d8, threatening the g8 mate.
Yes.
Yes, he's done it. He's done it.
Alireza will probably give some few checks, but once the king hides...
To the c file.
Oh, he's coming back. He's bringing the king back. Nice technique by Gukesh.
Very impressive.
Yeah, looks like this is... Yeah, there we have a handshake. Wow.
Well
Great.
played game by our world champion.
And a huge comeback for Gukesh.
Yeah, let's jump to the game of Magnus. And look at this. I mean, you're right. Each time it seems like we find a little bit more progress has been made. Now suddenly the pawn on h5 just stands out like a sore thumb. We want to play bishop takes h5.
Do
The
you
bishop.
play g4 or take on h4?
You know, when you're
need time to think
defending,
about this.
yeah, when you're defending, normally speaking, you want to trade off the pawns. You want to go GH. But Var, how big an advantage is this? It's unpleasant, but practically and according to the computer?
It's a +3 advantage here.
+3.
Yes.
I didn't
Game
imagine
over.
it was that high. I thought it was 1.5.
No.
+3.
Yeah, the problem is you're going to lose your A pawn, and once you lose the A pawn is just going to decide the outcome, and that's what we're seeing right now. We see the bishop E2 comes in, picking up the A6 pawn. You can never win the H4 pawn. I always have bishop G3 or bishop D8 defending it, and then I'll start advancing the A pawn.
Wow. That is just
Talk about
unbelievable.
endgame
I mean,
technique.
it's I mean, we're just in awe.
He just squeezed water out of stone, and
Truly.
yeah, this is now I can see how.
No,
white
just
is
you can just
winning.
take the knight and then take on A6. That's just
Which he has done.
yeah, because H5 pawn is very weak.
Which pawn
Which
is
pawn do we
better?
take?
You first, I think you take.
I would
you
take
the
A6 pawn
A6 pawn.
because H5 is stuck.
Yes.
That pawn is
Also,
not.
it's the dark square on h8, right? So,
And it's the dark
yeah,
square.
we need it. We need
We-
to take the a pawn.
Wow. But once again, I mean, Magnus.
Remarkable technique.
Truly. This is a game, he really didn't get anything out of the opening. Then somehow in a late middle game, he got out of position where it was 2 bishops, but there were 7 pawns per side. Wesley was going to make a draw. We all thought so. No. Just through his extraordinary ability to grind out a win or grind out an advantage, Magnus is going to, once again, prove himself to be one of the greatest endgame players we've ever witnessed.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful display of that.
Just awesome technique. A5. Magnus is saying, I'm going to come back, I'm going to put my bishop back on e2, and then I'm going to make a beeline to this h-pawn so that...
He'll have 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, this will be used as a decoy, and you won't be able to sacrifice your bishop.
Nope, not as long as I keep it on the dark square.
Exactly. Here I'm expecting the move king e5, king f6, king g5, king takes h5. And here we go, king f6.
And if king, oh, he just takes right away.
Whoa.
He's calculated this. So if king b5.
Bishop no, then
bishop check first, and then h5, h6.
Yeah.
Once it's on h6,
simple.
it's
okay. So now
can still go bishop, but then bishop e2.
Just a second. We're going to go bishop f3. I don't think this bishop is going to be allowed.
Magnus outplayed Wesley.
You still have Fabi's game?
Yeah. Our congratulations to Magnus. That's just extraordinary. It's mind-blowing, actually. It's different level stuff.
Only game left. Fabi against Duda.
Well, Fabi is squeezing.
Pushing very hard in this game. He was balanced and for a long time, but he's trying to make some progress.
Still looks like Duda is holding very well.
Well, just a second. The move king h4 is prepping
g4, g5.
g4 as well as rook to the 7th rank. So imagine we just go.
You want to give me both your pawns on the queen side?
No. Yes, I do, but no, I don't. I want to play g4 and then, give all my pawns.
That would be a better try. Include g4 at least, right?
Exactly. So Duda's just waiting for white to play g4. He'll play king b4. I think we're going to see...
Or g5 he can play here.
With
G5?
black?
Yes.
g5
just
check.
to exchange one pair of pawns.
But that looks sketchy because king h5.
Yeah, and then you just stay on the 6th rank because in order to win the pawn, you're going to have to move your...
Oh, but let's update. Fabi has played g5. He's allowing rook f4 check.
Sorry. And he did play rook f4 check, which means that we can now take the pawn, which he's done. This feels much safer. Let's say, I don't know if, pardon me, can I go king g4 to g5 to g6? Maybe.
Yeah, Ivalber keeps saying equal, but why doesn't white have a chance? Or maybe I go rook f1 now, start checking you from behind.
Rook f1.
By the way, 8 seconds for Duda. Not
this
easy.
Is getting uncomfortable. Okay, king f5. Oh, sorry, he wants to put his king on g5 to get his king to g6.
Yeah, I guess he can put the rook on e. Okay, let's try rook e1, d5. I mean, can you put the rook on e6 and just cut the king off?
I think there should be several ways of drawing this.
The rook on e1 is definitely the correct way to defend this because now he just can leave the rook there and just go king b4, king a4.
Exactly. If you go rook to the 7th rank, he can go king to b5. You can't touch that pawn. That gets skewered by rook g1. Is the computer just saying zeros?
All zeros.
All zeros.
All zeros.
Rook g5.
Now you can play king b4, but also you can play a rook f1, which is a nice move to cut the king.
Again, rook takes
and
g7.
g7's not hanging.
Every fiber of my being wants to take that pawn. But rook g1 sure would be a cruel way of ending the game.
Rook e5.
I guess king b4?
Yep.
Yes, king b4.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah?
King g5.
Rook check.
King f5. I'm sneaking in there.
Still hanging there, aren't you? Well, he's done it. So king g5, check. King
Yeah, they're
f5.
following our line.
Now just rook g2 or rook g3. The idea is if you play king e6, I might be able to play g6.
Really?
And then
Really?
if you-
G6?
h6,
King
rook
d7?
h2.
What if I just go for b7 pawn? King d7 here.
I take it.
Take on
King
h5.
c8.
Rook b7. King c8, rook b7, rook h5.
Okay, but I take on h5, and then if I manage rook d5, rook d7, I'm winning, right?
It's still, like, you get to d5 and you get to d7. I'm going to take on... Boy,
So we
okay,
we might
I
see
don't
that
know.
actually happening.
Is it still zeros?
Zeros, still zeros, triple zeros.
But it's so hard. I mean, it's easy for the engine to defend this because it's in its stable base. It sees
Yeah.
positions from
Duda
the
is
stable.
playing with 10 seconds, not that easy.
We can even play king c4 here, but okay, rook g1 is fine.
But he needs to see this idea on king e6.
The
to
king
play
e6, you have to
g6.
play g6 actually.
Yeah.
You need to.
You have to play
Otherwise,
G6.
king already goes to b7. It could be too late. King goes king d7.
So there's no choice. King e6, g6.
You need to get rid of that one weakness.
Rook e5.
Well, Fabi is
He's making some waiting moves,
right.
deciding on king e6. I don't think there's a big difference whether rook's on d5 or e5 when you go for king e6.
Right.
Oh, he's coming back. King
King
f4.
f4.
He wants to play rook g5 maybe?
Ooh, rook to g5. Now that's a surprise idea.
But are we even
rook
fast
g5
enough?
is always met by rook h2.
Aha.
So if you take on g7, basically you can only exchange the g7 with the h5 pawn, and
Yeah.
then you're okay if you can do that.
Look at this. King to g3.
Okay, if we go rook f1.
Rook f1. Rook f.
Can also go
7.
back. You played rook a2.
Well, if you're going to bring your king all the way back to g3, that's a long way from g7. Now what do I have to do? Go back to f4?
Rook
No.
e7. Okay, we're going for it. King
Well,
a5.
Rook takes.
Oh, rook
h5.
takes.
Give me the pawn.
Oh, king h4 then, I have to start with. Or g4, sure.
King g4.
Oh, but now rook a1 and you can't even take the pawn. That's why I want
Yeah,
to
rook
play
a1
king
now
h4.
very strong.
Rook, yeah, rook a1.
And rook b7, you go back, king b5.
Correct. Rook a1,
4 seconds for Duda.
and he's played it. And now he has to just drop back. It's this pawn on b5. And now he's got a very comfortable draw. Now, who's trying to make a draw? Now,
Not black.
Duda, who has won his first game. Now, Fabi has to be just a little bit careful, right?
Yeah, Fabi is.
He's going to be down a pawn now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it's still a draw, but
Is it
sometimes it's hard to adjust
right? When it,
psychologically.
exactly. You've been enjoying an advantage for so long, and suddenly you're the one having to make a draw. So we're going to play a5.
Maybe he's not losing a pawn. Once you play a5, I'll play b7. And then I'll play rook a8.
Gotcha. Good point.
Yeah.
Check. King
So
G.
now we're going to see a draw.
You know, it's the weirdest thing. I thought it was a pawn up.
Already?
No, the pawn on, yeah, but actually the pawn on b6 still alive. Yeah, rook check.
Yeah, they'll probably repeat here 3 times. Oh, no. Duda wants to keep playing. Rook g2. King f4. Fabi reached 1 minute already with all these repetitions.
But Duda's the one who's
Yeah.
going down
He's still down to 7 seconds.
7.
Yeah. Okay, maybe he will take the draw. Yeah.
Well,
Yep. Looks like going to be a draw.
3 more repetition right there.
wow. I like the idea that these players have 7 seconds on the clock, and only reluctantly a very, very appreciative audience as I'm hearing a very nice applause. How many? It's a day for the white pieces.
Yes, we had 2 decisive games for white in this round.
Right.
There was Magnus and Gukesh, former and current world champions, winning their games.
Nice.
Wow.
Let's
have a look at the standings.
Please.
See how they changed it up. We know Gukesh bounced back from a loss.
Yep.
And
Magnus joins
the leaders now. Magnus, Duda, and Anish in first place with 3 points. With 2 points, Wesley, Prag, Gukesh, and Ivan Saric.
I was about to say, I think Anish is going to be very happy with the draw against the wild card Ivan Saric. So Ivan had a very nice position, and I think for Fabi, he's kind of like, annoying.
Not a good start.
But let's jump to Zagreb and Cristian.
Well, I just want to show you guys the way Magnus squeezed that endgame, because you guys were focused for good reason on that game between Gukesh and Alireza in the final moments of that one. Gukesh, just an incredible victory, and I will look at that in just a second as well to show you the critical moment when Gukesh got the big advantage. But let's take a look at the endgame of Magnus, and this is very typical Magnus. Again, he lulls you to sleep and then he strikes. King to e7. What he has to do, and why is he putting that bishop in the center? It's not only a beautiful piece, but it also does a very important thing, a very important job, and that is to free the king to go to g5. And now with the bishop on e5, I'm going to protect the pawn on g3, which is always attacked by the knight on f5. Now, another thing that you should be looking at this point is the way Magnus pushes the king backwards, pushes the black king backwards. King to g5, knight to e3, bishop to f6. King to f8, bishop to d4, attacking the knight on e3, gaining that crucial tempo in the position, knight to c4, and now king to f6. Now the king, the black king on f8, is not going anywhere. And in fact, a very difficult move perhaps would have given Wesley some chances in this position, and that is to stay close to the pawn on g6 with king to g8, get the king to h7. But again, this is such a difficult move because you're staying closed in the corner, you're setting yourself up on the pin by the bishop on b3. It's just not one of those practical moves that you play with just a few seconds, a couple of minutes on the clock. He played the move king to e8, bishop to c5, and now there's no way back, right? You see how he cages that king, forces it out right now into the center and far away from the defense of the pawn on g6. And this is the concept that Magnus is using. Knight to d2, bishop to a4, king to d8, king to e5, perhaps not the most precise, but at this point, Black has to make the best moves in the position, which simply you're not going to do with low time on the clock. You have to be extremely precise to stay in the game, and it's almost impossible to do so over the board. Bishop to b6, king to e7, king to d4, not giving him any time to capture on g3, bishop to c7. Also, with the bishop on this diagonal, defending the knight on e4, now I have access to the pawn on a6, and that's exactly what Magnus is doing. Bishop to d1, focusing on the pawn on h5. You have to defend that with knight to f6. Bishop to e2, focusing on the pawn on a6. You just simply don't have enough resources to defend everything. And after this, you guys already saw the end of the game. So just an incredible strike by Magnus in his typical grinding style. And just to show you the critical moment of this game between Gukesh and Alireza, it was at this point when Gukesh decided to strike in the center with e5, knight to d5, knight takes d5, rook takes d5. And I'm sure this next move came as a shock for Alireza. Just simply bishop to f1. Guess what? That queen is simply trapped. And I think perhaps maybe if he did see it in advance, he thought that a5 will save the queen. But what I can do right now is queen to a4, attack the queen on the rook on a8. You have to go b5, and after queen to a2 defending the pawn on b3, the queen on d3 is just simply trapped. And after bishop to f1, Gukesh got the critical advantage in the position, decisive advantage, and successfully converted. Just an incredible game by the world champion. We'll go on a short commercial break, and then we'll come back with the final round of the day. Stay tuned.
When When you come to Croatia, you have to visit the city where I have found my love, Dubrovnik, and see a concert in this place.
You have to enjoy coffee on any of our squares.
And see the most beautiful Croatian building.
You have to learn all about our legends.
You have to party here.
Take a photo there.
Dance everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of history and culture, full of life.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
When you come to Croatia, you have to find the nearest sailboat.
And visit one of the sunniest coastlines in Europe.
And drop the anchor at any of our 1,000 islands.
You have to listen to the biggest Croatian musician, the sea organ in Zadar.
You have to swim here.
Dive there.
Sail everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of islands to discover, full of life.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akobian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players, International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Welcome back, everyone. The first 2 rounds have finished, and let's take a look at our current standings.
Absolutely. We've seen some exciting victories.
We have 3 co-leaders, Magnus, Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Anish, Giri, closely chased by Wesley, Prag, Gukesh, and Saric.
Round 3 coming up. Tell us about the pairings for that round.
I believe 2 leaders are playing each other. It's Duda against Magnus. That'll be our key matchup.
Absolutely.
Saric against Nodirbek, Wesley against Anish, Alireza playing Fabi, and all-Indian matchup, Prag against Gukesh.
A lot of pride at stake on that 5th board, absolutely.
And games have started, so let's jump right into Duda's game against Magnus.
Absolutely. As again, these are 2 players who are tied for first. If I see Bishop D3 here, that was from the Cairns Cup, right? Where,
yes.
you know, it was Harika who has played the move Bishop D, or maybe it was A4 and Bishop to D3.
Yes.
And I was like left scratching my head, and I was politely told that this had been played 3,000 times before, and it was all very well known. And here we go, Bishop to D6.
Sorry, on the screen we have the wrong board. We're looking at Duda's game against Magnus. They do have similar openings, though.
Right. Well, Fabi is repeating the same. Yes, this is the game. Guess what? Harika played Bishop D. Yeah, Bishop to D3, Bishop to D6. Okay. So the whole idea is this is just a temporary resting place for the bishop. The pawn on E5 oftentimes comes under assault. So the bishop goes to D6, castles, rook goes to E8, and then guess what? You plant
Bishop's
the bishop
not
back.
going to stay on d6 for too long.
The problem with the two knights, or the four knights, if you will, as far as I know, it goes back centuries, and despite the best efforts of the white players over generations, nobody's ever gotten anything concrete as an advantage.
It's very hard to get advantage here. That's why I think Magnus wanted to create some imbalance with this bishop d6.
Right.
Because he
keep
could play,
the game alive.
Yeah, because he could just play bishop b4, right?
Right.
And we know it's a well-known
drawn
equal line there. So the current position after bishop d6 here, we have 1,400 games played, and d3 is of course the main move here.
Right.
Majority of the games play with that move, 600 plus. Castle has a lot of games as well, but Duda play this move a3.
Mm-hmm.
It's a more rare move. Still, we have some games in a database, around 160 games played. So interesting to see now how Magnus will continue
A6.
here. So let's see, he played.
Is the idea of a3 to
A6.
hide the bishop on a2, or?
Guess what? The bishop went to c4, so maybe you're
Yes.
right.
So now bishop goes to c4. Yeah, in case of b5, maybe he can hide it. Otherwise, if you go bishop b3, maybe some knight a5, winning the bishop. And now...
But this is weird. If I play the move bishop c5...
c5...
I've got the Joko piano.
With a3, a6 included, yes.
That's funny.
Right, and the knight is, you've already committed the knight to c3, which is usually...
So, yeah, now d6, d3, d6.
And bishop g5.
Bishop g5, bishop e3. You can play h3 here if you like. So just a normal... Now we're back to, I think, a normal game here.
Okay. Well, let's go to the Alireza versus Fabiano position because we already had it on our board, and we can see what the players have done. We're going to take it from the very get-go, and we'll quickly see. And earlier, Fabi had played this against Wesley in round 1. And your pick to win the tournament didn't do very well with it.
Not a great start, but...
A2, A4. And everybody's avoiding bishop g4, and I'm kind of wondering why. But no more bishop g4. Wow, knight b4.
What's the idea? You want to play c5, I guess?
Yes, I mean, usually I'm so, sometimes I get angry at myself because I'm so ingrained with these patterns of the knight going to g6 that a move like knight b4, frankly, would not occur to me. I mean, because again, I'm just so used to seeing. So,
but Fabi's definitely in his prep. He has more time than he started with.
Which is a solid indication,
Yeah.
right? Okay, knight b4. Well, we'll keep that in mind. I'm gonna. And how do these two
Match up, head
match
to head?
up? Yes.
Well, a lot of games. Wow, huge
Wow.
advantage for Fabi. 20 wins.
Didn't see that coming. A 2-1 advantage.
2-1 and 12 draws. So, wow, Fabi's the favorite here. Of course, he's playing with the black pieces in this round, but still.
How the heck did Fabi get the reputation of being a poor rapid player and a poor blitz player? I mean, how do you have a 2-1 advantage over a great player like Alireza? That is crazy. Anyway, by the way, after the move knight b4, Alireza said, I'm going to play knight e2, and I'm going to do the standard stuff, bringing my knight over to g3. c2, c3 drives the knight back to c6, but a5 is hanging. I may have to play a6.
Yeah. Well, while these players are figuring this out, Var, do you have an interesting game for us?
Yes, I have my favorite opening, the French defense, guys, and there's some very interesting play here. I've been spending some time lately looking at the theory of the French, and surprisingly, it's not that bad. The critical lines with the knight c3 again. Nowadays, the most challenging move has been knight c3 for a long time, and
not the advance.
Not the advance that much. So, but here after knight c3, we got into this very interesting idea here. So, queen c7 played, which is allowing the variation with queen takes g7, the poison pawn variation. So now bishop d3. queen a5 attacking on c3. So forcing bishop d2 and now c4, bishop e2. And here there was a key move here, rook g8 played. And here, when you have a chance as white, you really want to play this move a4. This is a lot of players are not aware of that a4 is critical because in some key lines, when you play h4, rook h3, you're going to be able to play the move bishop c1, bishop a3, reroute the bishop. So if you don't play this move and allow black to put a bishop or a queen on a4, then this makes it a lot easier. And again, still a4 is the very important move to give up the pawn even here. Once you allow this bishop on a4, so then you have a better chance here because you cannot play this move anymore. So black.
And yet I'm seeing that the computer despises it strong.
I think, computer doesn't maybe like this very much. But let's take a look. King d1.
Wow.
Now you need to develop your knight. I recently played a game in Sharjah in a similar structure. So, and they analyzed these positions a little bit. So if, let's say, h5 played, you always can play the move h6 in these positions. Just you don't want to allow the move h6, so you want to at least fight for some of the dark squares. So maybe, it shows a little bit of an advantage for white, but it's just incredibly hard to break through in this position because one of the only ideas for you to eventually play f4, move the queen, play g4, f5, but it's very hard to do that. And then you always have to worry about sometimes you'll be met by a move like f6 in those positions. So again, now it's suggesting to play king c1. You always go long castle. Now your rooks are connected. You basically have no chance to do anything on this side of the board once I put the bishop on a4 here. So I wouldn't mind playing this position for black. I think it's for rapid especially, it's a little bit easier to play for black. You sometimes can use the knight to get to f5. If f4 is played, sometimes even g6 idea could be played to try to secure the f5 square and open up the g file here.
Nice.
So, but let's take a look at the current position here in this game. So after king d1, I think he will just play the move knight d7, go long castle, and again, this putting the bishop on a4 really helps black in this position. And white should have played the move a4 himself when he had a chance to have the idea to act, because now you no longer have that idea. I don't think you're going to have that in this game, an option to get the bishop on a3.
Thank you, Var. There, nice, very important inclusion. A3, A4, and well, arbiters, they shouldn't be seen or heard. However, in this particular case, congratulations, Chris Bird, the international arbiter, chief arbiter on the Grand Chess Tour. Happy birthday!
It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Chris.
Nice.
I hope the players don't give him a hard time today.
Right? Yeah. But very nice. Chris is a long time been for the U.S. Championships here, and well, quite frankly, there's been no disputes, none, zero. So great arbiter. Chris Bird, and you're right, we do have knight d7. I'd like to go to Magnus because, again, he's up. Where are you, Magnus?
He's playing Duda and...
Yes.
Very symmetrical, guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to see the symmetry getting broken. We left it, and guess what? After bishop c4, he did play bishop c5. And it's a transposition into the Joko piano, but a very strange one, and dead even.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about here.
Right, let me just get to the current position, because the last move, rook f2, the only open file is the f file. The rooks go to the open files, and then the Soviet commentators would describe this as the chopping block. And the rooks double on the open f file, and their rooks get chopped off. b7, b5, an indication that Magnus isn't done with the game yet.
No, that's
he's kind of intimating that he's going to grab some space. We'll see if he can do his Magnus magic.
Should we check the all-Indian matchup?
Absolutely. And let's see what we've got. Coming out of the opening, okay, it was, I don't want to say London, where you, because the bishop usually goes to f5, right? And
It's like King's Indian from white side.
Slav. Yeah.
Yeah, the database has King's Indian attack, which...
I have no idea how these names get...
yeah.
But rook e8, an indication that d5 takes c4, queen takes c4, e5 is on Gukesh's agenda.
White would love to play e4 at some point, but here, because we've committed to h3, g4, it's...
Well, let's have a look. Suppose I do play e4. Do you want to take?
Sure, let's do c4 or e4. Let's take e4.
Let's take e4.
Yes.
Okay, so take e4, take e4.
Take again.
Take again. Queen takes?
Knight f6. That's usually the way this goes.
Yeah, exactly. c2.
And maybe queen c7 or e7. C7 probably.
Queen c7. I got nothing. I got nothing.
Yeah, with the pawn on, if you push the pawn back to g3, then
yeah,
you have a small
I got nothing.
But with the pawn on g4, the f4 score is just.
I'm going to have to. Can I do something? No, this is a little bit too. This is a way I get myself into trouble. c5, bishop here, b4,
e5.
e5. This is the way I get myself into trouble. I don't like this for white.
No.
No. Okay, so what did
Bishop g5
he play instead?
And
Bishop
Gukesh.
to g5 and queen c7 very quickly.
Gukesh playing very quickly. He still has 24 minutes on the clock.
You know, it's funny. Whenever I had that setup, like Gukesh has, I always liked playing bishop h2 check, kicking the king to h1 for whatever reasons, and then bringing my bishop back to f4. I always thought, okay, you know, like put my opponent's king on a lesser square. Queen c7, eyeballing the chance for bishop to f4, I suppose e2, e3, but this is not excitement. Var, before we do that, well, how do these two players match up with each other? They're so young, they can't have that many games, can they?
Oh, you're right, and they have 0 draws, yes.
Wow.
+1 for Gukesh.
How do they get 0 draws? I just can't understand that. How do you get 0 draws?
That's actually very hard to achieve.
Right? 0 draws.
Or maybe you can show us Wesley's game. There's one game we haven't talked about
absolutely.
yet.
Just I wanted to show really quickly this moment here in a Prague's game. So I think Gukesh is absolutely fine. And once again, the problem we see is this f4 square. And if you play the move e3 in this position, then actually it is a clever move knight h7.
Oh dear.
And now you suddenly have some problems with this bishop because you cannot go back to f4. And if you go here,
G5.
you can very quickly find yourself in trouble here.
How embarrassing.
So
e3 is a bad move then.
So here, after queen c7, it's not so easy to see what you should really do here. If you play, let's say, rook ac1, and actually the best line is your suggestion, Yasser. Check first.
Okay.
Force the king to, in this case, probably f1 is a little bit better. And then bishop f4. The idea is in this line, if you had your king on h1, then you have to worry about the f2 pawn hang here, but you don't really have to worry about that too much because I don't think queen will go to h2 here because
you don't. I'll tuck the queen in on h2 just to be annoying.
But then knight e2 and maybe
start worrying now.
maybe I should start worrying about my queen.
You know, you always have to now figure out maybe this is time to come back. I think you're still okay if you just come back to d6 probably.
Okay.
But this is fine for black. And again, it's important detail that the pawn is on g4. All these positions, if you push the pawn back to g3, white is, enjoying a slightly better advantage. So let's take a look at which game, Nazi? You were saying?
Wesley
game.
Anish,
Let's take a look against Anish. So Wesley just lost a very tough game to Magnus, so definitely he wants to bounce back in this game. And we had a Nimzo Indian defense opening, so
very close position.
Very close positions here. So one thing I noticed, the c5 score is perhaps weak, and maybe he can try to prepare moving the bishop before some knight b3, bishop a2 before knight b3, knight c5 ideas. Of course, black is going to try to create some counterplay with a knight f4 here. Position is just roughly equal here. rook fd8 or rook ac8 can be played here. Perhaps rook ac8 at some point, aiming to play the move c6 or even c5. And queen e2 can be played here. And
so it's a game of
just
maneuvering.
a maneuvering position, nothing too special. You can play rook fe8 here. Looks like Anish is fine, and he's actually ahead on the clock as well. So I think he's comfortable here.
I think both players enjoy this type of position. So
yeah, we're seeing more trades in a Magnus game, guys. So we might see maybe a quick result in that one. Let's take a look. So we see pieces coming off the board.
He's also gained a lot of space on the queen side.
Yes. For Duda, I think it's important because he's thinking, okay, I am having a really good tournament. I'm playing the most dangerous opponent. If I can score against him, then I'm in good shape. That's why I think he's choosing a more cautious approach, I think, to this game. So a4 played. Now maybe with some ideas to play b4.
Could Duda try to play on the king side, like rook f3, knight h5, rook g3?
Yeah.
Try.
The question is, when you play knight h5, okay, so let's just make a move, yeah? Knight h5. Let's say I play b4. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing over there. And rook f3. I can meet this with rook f8, right? So that rook g3 just I meet you at the pass, so to speak. You focus all your attention on the g7 pawn, and I just cover it up.
And that's all I have.
one tactic there, guys. After knight h5, actually there is a threat.
We can't play b4 right
You have to be cautious because of the knight g7 threat here. And then rook queen takes e6.
Nice.
So
thank you for that.
Yeah, of course.
I
if
missed
knight h5 played, you can play, if you still want to keep the rook on 8, you can, but you're going to have to play a move king h7 here.
Gotcha.
Just that way, if knight g7 happens, you can take back, and e6 is not hanging with a check. But again, more logical move is probably just to play rook f8 or rook e8 because you don't want to keep a rook on 8 while you're kind of being attacked.
Yes.
So I find it a little bit risky to leave the rook on 8, but it's okay. You can play king h7, but most likely we'll see after knight h5 a move like rook e8 or rook f8 because you do have some queen g6 idea as well too. Exactly. So knight h5 is played, and now Magnus is thinking, yeah.
Just wanted to point out what that queen g6 idea might look like. If you play rook e8, queen g6, and you think to yourself, no problem, I'll just get rid of your knight, you might have your world rocked by knight f6 check. Queen takes f6, queen takes e8. Oops, that's a way to lose a game.
Nice tactic.
Exactly. So knight h5 might just force, actually, rook f8. But then question is, so what? I still have some space over here on the king side, and if the tide goes out and your knight gets let's just
your
play
knight's not
like
very
this.
happy on h5.
Right. I mean, you're not going to f6. You're not going to f4.
And when I go to g3, I'm also not happy there.
No, not that I'm so excited by f8, but there are chances of the proverbial pawn breaks, right? Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. I'm going to go back to Alireza and Fabi.
Messy position, but the knight on h5, wow.
Okay, when we left it, we had seen the knight come to e2. The move knight b4 I found surprising, stunning, actually.
Seems like a prep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's see what... so Alireza just develops all of his pieces in the center, maybe menacing b2, b4 in the near future. Bishop e6.
There's got to be some kind of pawn break. d4.
Okay, we've still got d5 on our agenda, right? That forks 2 pieces.
Okay, so now Alireza wishes he still had the white squash bishop.
But okay, he's there. He's the first on the. He's first to land
and
something.
Knight f4 is coming.
Yes.
How do we defend from knight f4? Just drop back, rook e8?
Well, you've got rook e8. Just drop back in. Okay. Rook e8.
And if I still play knight f4, then you will take on d4, right? And then probably e5 is hanging.
Well, let's just see how do we assess. You know, calculation is one thing, and I really admire these guys are great calculators, but it's the judgment too. At the end of the day, you can calculate fantastically well and say, you know, like, hey, the material's equal. But then you say, yeah, but I'm better. You know, like, how do you make that judgment? So bishop takes d4. How would you judge the resulting position here?
It's hard to say, Yasser.
Yeah, because if you go, for example, knight takes d4, queen takes d4.
Yeah.
Oops, something. Jump in on this one,
Yeah, let's quickly take a look at the Prague game.
Sure.
But we can come back to that one, Yasser.
So no worries.
In a Prague game here, Prague made we already sensed that there was some danger with these dark squares here.
Right.
And now we see exactly what happened in this game. As a tactical idea, he missed. So in this position, so things actually started to go wrong here. This position is actually fine here, but the bishop on g5
didn't work.
It's not really doing anything here.
It didn't work.
If anything, you actually can play the move g5 here, force the knight to go back and play e4. But again, g5 is not an easy move to play because it weakens the position. The other alternatives for here, you can just play a normal b3 move, put the pawn on e3, bishop on b2, you're fine. Because you really need to secure this f4 square. By playing the move bishop g5, this is not well placed here because you never really want to take. And now in some variations, it's going to be under attack. Queen c7 was an excellent move here. And now he played bishop d2 back. Now that's an indication that he's not happy with the position. Right. And now playing the move bishop g5 and now coming back to d2. So now he played rook a d8. Now rooks are lined up in this position. And now at some point you need to worry about move e5. And now he played the move c5. So he was hoping now after c5, if the bishop now retreats, he can maybe try to even play b4 or f4 to try to secure the position.
Right.
But he, I think, overlooked this very strong move by Gukesh. Check first. Now, king h1 and e5.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Because now you cannot take, because you don't really want to close this position when you allow e5. And he was hoping he would get f4, but now queen takes h2, e takes d4, check.
Check.
If you go king g1, I would just take on c3, and then your c5 pawn is hanging. So if you go to g3, then endgame is just very unpleasant here. You are just going to be down a pawn. Both e2 pawn is hanging, and also as well the c5 pawn. So after e5, so the best move actually to keep him in the game in this position is to play the move knight b5.
What?
To sacrifice the knight. And now we will see the idea behind this. You give up the knight because you're going to lose that knight in that variation anyways. So now you play knight b5, has to take back. You take on h2, and now you will see the idea here. E takes d4. If you play e4, I can go back queen g3.
Right.
I'm equal material, happy there. But now after you take, here the king can come back to g1, and your pawns are weak as well here. d4 is weak, and it's not so clear. Again, it says slightly better position for a black, but that we know that when you have two bishops, sometimes even in the end games, when you're down a pawn, you're going to be able to hold the end game. So here, at least, the pawn structure for black is compromised.
But Pragg just made a move after a long think. He's, by the way, way down on the clock.
e3.
He played e3. So that bishop on h2 is just hanging out there.
Yeah, bishop. Well, here actually you have a choice here. You can play the move e takes d4, for example. If you just want to get a nice advantage, you can just take e4 because you cannot take back with the queen. Bishop comes back to e5. That is bad. And if you take ed, then
bishop
you
f4.
already have secured this square. So you can start out with the move knight f8. Now you bring the knight to e6. Bishop comes to f4, and then we have a very nice advantage for black because of the weak square on f4.
Absolutely.
And we see more and more the problem of the pawn being on g4.
And also, I find, don't ask me why, I find myself drawn to the move e5, e4 as well. Taking on d4 is simple.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if e5, e4...
e5, e4 is also very good.
Yeah.
It gives you a space advantage. You don't get this f4 square that we've been talking about for a while here, But you do have to play this move, I think, queen b8 now, perhaps, to have that retreat with the bishop. You can also play the move g5 in this position. You don't have to worry about this immediately.
Right.
But at some point, you probably want to play queen b8 and bring the bishop back to c7. But you can play the move g5 here. It's just we get a little bit different kind of game here where you can maybe play g6, maybe even king
Slowly,
g7,
king
double
G7.
up the rooks. It's actually surprisingly very secure, the bishop here on h2.
It is not a piece that you can attack easily. Thank you, Var.
Yeah,
and
clear advantage for Gukesh.
And he has a significant time edge.
Yeah, he could go back-to-back, winning 2 games in a row.
And he started with the loss, right?
Yeah.
So, wow, okay. A great game to keep our eyes on. Again, 2 players who tied for first coming into the round. Magnus Carlsen playing black against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and they have the queen and knight versus queen and knight. And the knight on h5 kind of reached a dead end.
Yeah, it reached the point where like, okay, you've done enough on h5, let's take it back. So it's still equal, but it's Magnus who's trying, right?
Yeah, and the crazy part is from an absolute desert. There was nothing. He's the one, but I was a bit surprised, if you don't mind me saying, by the move knight c5. I thought Magnus's intention was to capture, and then play the move knight c5 so that he'd always have the knight b3. In case of d4, he'd have the b3 square. But he's invited d4.
Oh, yeah? You're worried about d4.
Yeah, he's invited Duda to play d4, driving the knight somewhere, unless c3 is a crazy move.
Yeah, maybe he's just provoking it. He'll go back to d7.
Okay, I'm not happy with this fellow. So let's say I go knight to e2.
So if I go to f6, you go to c3.
Right.
Maybe queen b7?
Right. Okay, and here I don't...
Doesn't seem like enough for
either player.
Either player here, yeah.
Yeah.
To play for more than equality.
And that was... I thought that Magnus might actually have a smidge of something. And I can ask Var if that was true or not. If he had... Because in this position after d4, well, then I've got b3, and I've thought I've got something.
Yeah.
Var, the current position, if Duda plays d4, does he equalize?
He did play, by the way, d4.
Yeah.
He did play d4, yes. The position is equal.
But a moment ago, if Magnus had included c takes d3, would Magnus have an edge or not?
Take here first, c takes d3, c takes d2, then play knight c5?
Knight c5, yeah.
Yeah, position still remains equal here. Even all the moves with the queen are fine here. You can play queen e2, queen d2, queen c2, and eventually at some point maybe you'll play d4 yourself.
Okay.
So just queen e2, I guess, and you can activate your queen a little bit here, but then just king will go to h2, or even knight to f1. It's going to be very hard for you to attack on d3 with another piece here. Optically, this looks better for black, but in practice will be very hard because you don't have an entry point with a queen to come in, and if you move the knight, then it reduces the pressure here. In fact, if the queens come off the board, that might be the one way to try this position. So perhaps that's why he's playing the move knight b3, maybe at some point with the idea reroute the queen to c1. So still, it's all triple zeros. I think it's just not that much material on the board for him to be able to create a real winning chance, but we'll see.
By the way, the players have followed, thank you, Var, the players have followed our line with knight f6. Now the question is, will Duda play knight c3? I like the knight on c3 for the simple reason.
The pawn is hanging.
The pawn is hanging. Who knew? Who could guess? Knight c3, and maybe also knight c3, d5, queen f5 check on a good day.
Slight improvement for white, yeah.
At least I know what I'm doing. And we were looking, I think, at queen b7, right?
Yes, but you still maybe play d5. The pawn's not hanging, right? 'Cause
No.
There's a pin.
Yeah, like this would be pretty.
You can even include the check on f5 as well.
Exactly, but this is the reason you wanted to say the pawn is not hanging. You do not want to get pinned like that. But also what you just pointed out as well, queen f5 check might be a little bit annoying as well. And how do these two gladiators match up?
I'm sure they've played many games.
And
They surely have 23 draws,
wow,
31 wins for Magnus, 10 wins for Duda.
3-1 advantage in the favor of Magnus. You know, we were just saying Wesley was getting dominated 2-1. I mean, Duda's a really, really good player. How does he get dominated 3-1?
It's
amazing.
It's just Magnus.
Just Magnus.
Only he can do that. By the way, I think Gukesh is just improving his advantage more and more. I see the Valbar says Gukesh is winning.
Gukesh is winning. Okay, well, let's jump into that.
So I think Prag just played a bad move. Bishop c3 got a question mark.
Okay, when we left it, we saw the move e3, by the way, knight f8. Bishop is not hanging. That's one of the more unusual discovered checks that you're going to see, you know, like that it picks up the queen.
Only the queen.
Only the queen. 92.
I like
96.
that he started moving the knight first. He hasn't decided whether he's going to push e4 or e takes d yet.
Right.
And white needs to watch out for both.
Exactly.
So he keeps the flexibility.
The option, yeah. And here, I liked what you were showing as far, this idea. Oh, he's already taken on d4.
You're going to play e4?
Yeah, that e4, g5, doubling the rooks, pardon me, putting the rook on the h file, that I found very attractive. He has captured on d4, reminding white that, by the way, your pawn on c5 is hanging.
Does he want to play bishop e5 now? Just drop
And
back.
pardon me, he's already recaptured with the bishop. Yes, for sure. Yeah, this pawn is weak, so I can play bishop to e5. This is a kind of position, Var, where I feel like only black can be better. Like the pawn on c5 is just kind of out there like a sore thumb, a weakness. f4 is a little weak. And even the white king isn't that happy either.
Absolutely, yeah. Black still has a nice advantage here, clearly, but your move e4 actually was much stronger.
Okay.
Because now, you know, it was in a very good position. I will show you the line where how black could have just simply continued here. So this is still better, but if he had played the move e4,
I like it.
now you gain the space, and now you basically, another thing you do, you totally shut down this bishop.
Right.
In the current position, this bishop is playing a role, and maybe you're going to have to take it at some point. So now let's say you play the move queen d2.
Okay.
So here you can start off, he wants to play rook c8, maybe we'll see the purpose of this move, but it doesn't really matter because white doesn't have that many moves here. Let's say you play the move b4. Okay. And now he wants to play this idea knight to g5. And there is an idea that you can even, you have knight f3, but also you have some ideas of king h7, rook h8 now. And it's going to be very difficult to defend this h3 pawn here. So here it's already, the evaluation is over 2-pawn advantage here.
Wow.
And I mean, let's make another just a move just to see how bad this is. And now we see the knight jumps in here. And now if you move the queen, then we see just a nice clearance idea to get the queen. Maybe not with this move, but okay, knight g4 first. Takes back. And then
queen d8,
queen d8 or queen e7, and coming
queen
here.
coming
But
h5.
once the knight gets on f3, then so you do have actually you can just go for a mate here.
Wow!
If you had played the move e4 here, now, he took on e3. This loses some of the advantage. Now bishop takes d4, bishop e5, b4 played, and this is the current position here. We'll still have a clear advantage for black, but again now we see the bishop on d4 is doing something, and you're probably going to have to exchange it, and it's only, I think, a 1-pawn advantage at the moment here.
Well, it's very clear when you look at the bishop on d4. Put the bishop back on c3. put a white pawn on d4 and a black pawn on e4.
That's why it makes more sense. It makes more sense because you just spend another 2 tempes to get there.
Right.
And once you play this move, then you totally shut down this whole counterplay here.
Very nice.
So the current position, it's better for black, but we have a game here. It's not going to be simple.
For those of you joining us late, we have a standings reminder.
We have 3 players in the lead: Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof, and Anish Giri.
Magnus just coming into the fore by beating Wesley So, who had won his first game. And we just thought Wesley had a draw more or less from the opening against Magnus. The Magnus magic.
You never have a draw against Magnus until it's over.
It's not easy, as all games in progress here in round 3, the third and final round of today's competition.
I think even Saric has a nice advantage against Nodirbek.
Really? Okay.
That's the French opening that we had.
All right, let's catch up with the players. When we left it, we had left it more or less around these parts, and Ivan played rook h3, rook f3, h6. Okay.
I'm guessing long castle at some point.
f6. That's an indication to me that Nodirbek was dissatisfied by a draw. He had been playing rook f8, rook g8 a moment before. Suddenly he gets a little ambitious. And let's see what we have. Takes, takes. I have a weakness on e6.
That's one pawn.
Ivan was very focused and okay, there goes h5.
But yeah, in the current position, I see that he won d5 and looks like he does have an extra pawn.
That's a nice in between Swish and Zook there. Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
It's just this extra pawn.
This is 2 bishop. I mean, this is...
I mean, our dark square bishop is not ideal yet, but it should be winning for white, right?
Completely. I mean, I would think it would be winning. So, for example, on knight g6, the only thing I really see is maybe my rook is a little bit...
Maybe we should move it right away.
Yeah, so that if I can play bishop e3...
So actually, maybe black can start with bishop c6 instead of knight g6 here.
Okay, bishop c6, maybe that is a better...
Because now here we're forced to go to e5. But is it so bad?
No.
Still looks fine,
right? But at least it's not the overwhelming...
Oh, I see. Bishop e3, though. Now I'm looking at b6 pawn.
Yeah, but those double pawns on the c file, I mean... A moment ago, I just saw Magnus winning the 2 bishops after knight takes e5.
But black's king is in bad situation here.
Also.
So white does have good chances.
Clock times between these?
They're not in time trouble yet.
No,
still
nothing.
Plenty of time.
Okay. But for Ivan Saric, who drew his first game with Magnus.
He was better against Anish.
Comfy draw against Anish with the black pieces.
Very good start.
Fantastic start for the, I believe he's the lowest seed. When you're standing in a room full of giants at 2,700 and 2,800, you know, it's tough not to be the lowest seed. G2, G3 on the board. Jump in on this one, Var. The current position, we're liking Ivan's position, but I see that the computer is not impressed. Or
no. Computer likes this. Thinks white is better here.
Right.
Still, you still have to get your d2 bishop into the game.
Right.
Then you will already have a bigger advantage. But so here's a g3 played. Bishop c6 needs to be played because you need to bring the bishop into the game here, attacking the rook. So it forces the move rook e5 because you don't have any other squares to go to.
Right.
f5 square is covered by the knight. So. And here you can do rook takes e5, d takes e5, and play the move knight f3. Of course, black is hoping somehow to force the move bishop f3, because after he does that, then you have opposite color bishop, so you have drawing chances there.
But bishop
so
e3
bishop
was
e3,
our issue, yeah?
Knight takes e5,
bishop takes
bishop b6, king to d6, and now you probably want to play bishop e2.
Okay.
Keep the knight restricted here. And clear advantage for white here and the two bishops. One thing, maybe one day black will hope to get this h5, h4 in, but it seems like it's not going to be easy to do here. I think technically winning position here for white.
Even
it's
that
almost a 2-pawn advantage, 1.5 pawn advantage here at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you, Var. Very nice start for Ivan Saric. And for Nodirbek, that is a huge setback. I mean, I'm sure he was really upset losing that first round game, and then he wanted to bounce back quickly.
He almost lost against Mark, too.
Exactly. And where would you like to take us, Nazi?
Well, let's go to Duda and Magnus. I think knights have come off, and they're in the queen endgame.
Okay.
How did they manage to trade the knights in that
How
close
did that
position?
happen? Oh, he took with the knight.
Oh, I see. We're thinking after he takes the white would maybe have something, but he just gave up a pawn. Is Magnus up a pawn?
Yes.
He is. Wow. Okay.
Remarkable. I think white has this kind of a perpetual.
It's not perpetual.
No, it's not a perpetual. I was going to go e3, e4 with a kind of a perpetual in hand, but there is queen e3 check. Oops. Wait a minute, Magnus is up a pawn. Why isn't he just much better?
I mean, Ival says triple zeros, but he's up a pawn. Duda's down on the clock. It's 3 minutes against 15 minutes.
Right.
That's huge. And there's no simple way to force a draw.
I see. He wants to go queen check.
Okay, king h7.
And just move the king. Not allow you to play queen takes e3 check.
Okay.
So the idea here is I do have a perpetual if you take on e3.
Maybe I'll do something like h5, h4. Can
Okay.
improve my position.
But don't forget you've got a pawn hanging over here, right?
Once you take that, maybe I'll take
take-
on e3 and start pushing e4. I don't know. I mean, it should be equal, but white has to be careful.
Yeah, white, by the way,
Queen
Duda just
F3.
played queen f3. It's remarkable. I mean, white did not have to gambit away the pawn. He could have recaptured with the pawn, not taking with the knight. But I think Duda more or less felt that he could just draw this. So he went for it.
Obviously, we can see that if Albar says it's still equal, but if black slowly improves, king h7, d5,
like
it looks
why
good,
not?
right?
Right, exactly. I mean, is this a case, Var, of just Magnus aura? The whole, greatest of all time kind of thing, intimidating opponents and making them play.
I think so. I think somebody else, I don't think Duda would play like this. Just
right.
And the position is fine actually because the pawns are just not easy to advance here, and computer holds this position pretty comfortably. But I think the issue here is just he's also behind on the clock now, and he needs to be more careful here. And I think he was very cautious in the beginning of the game. And we see that he's just happy to somehow to hold this game. But let's take a look how he can actually achieve that result. How can he hold this game? But it's not easy. He's got 3 minutes versus 14. The problem is there are no pawn breakthroughs. And there is no way to get your king to a safe spot here. So you have to constantly watch out for the perpetuals. So the queen f3 is a fine move here. And in order to make progress, we need to advance. We cannot check and try to pick up a pawn because that will immediately lead to a perpetual with queen f8, queen f5. So we have to be very cautious here. So he played the move king g8 here. So again, in this position, you really want to move this king away. So you can play king h1 or king h2. So you can put it here. And you cannot even go back because now queen d5 check is out there. So queen f3, I think it was a very, very decent move here. So you can play the move d5 here,
which is
trying to create some
yeah.
counter, but then you're going to have to watch out for the move queen g4. Now threatening to play queen e6 check. So you may think, okay, maybe I can put the king
back
here. And by the way, if you play here, then I can just exchange queens.
Right.
Because there is no entry point anymore, and I can just play the move g4, put the pawn on h4, and just the position is completely locked.
Right.
So you don't have you cannot exchange the queens on e4. So after d5,
queen g4.
We have this on the board.
queen g4, king h7, and now you can try to just activate the queen to, let's say, d7, for example.
This is scary. Take on e3, give check on f4.
No. Perpet.
All right.
Yeah, here it's already probably we can do a perpetual, but you can even take this because now you're threatening to take on b5, and if you play e4, then I can play queen f5. But queen f5 looks like it's giving the perpetual. So let's take a look here. Queen e6, king f8, queen d6, and again, if you go here now, queen d5, queen b5.
Right.
Yeah. So you can play king e8, but yeah, there's just not much progress. I guess king can maybe but then d5 hanging and also b5 as well. Exactly. So that's why we don't have that option as well here. So
played queen d7, yes.
Queen d7 played, and if we don't take on e3, what else we can do here? The other option is
b5 is hanging also.
d4 perhaps.
d4.
Maybe. Yeah. The idea is if you take queen d4, we have the famous break here with the pawn on b4. And if captures, we play the move c3.
Nice.
So, and this will be winning. But of course, in this position, when this occurs, you don't have to do that. You can simply take cd, and now you have your own counterplay now with this pawn. The line continues. We can go a little bit further now with b4. Now capture. Now you can play c3, takes a3, because your king is safe. And now if you can just roll this pawn, you'll be in good shape. But now white can play the move queen a4 first to try to prevent the a pawn from going in. And now queen takes c3. You just play the move b5.
Draw.
With a db6. But Duda is on only 2 minutes, guys.
Wow. By the way, breaking news in the Wesley Anish Giri game. I'm looking at the position, and I hate Wesley's position. I mean, literally, visceral dislike. This bishop on c2 is doing nothing. Meanwhile, let me count the attackers. This bishop on d6 is actually really, really good. Not only does it blockade the pawn and defend the pawn on e5, but
the knight on f4, the queen, the rook can come now, rook f6.
e4, knight h3. I really, really don't like what's going on here. Now, the question is, knight takes e5, what?
Queen g5?
This is it. Just simple chess, yeah? There's a rook hanging on c1. If I play queen f3, you will take on h3, and with a nice discovered...
Wesley has played knight e5, though.
I don't know if he had a choice.
He had to, because otherwise after e4, I think he's just losing with no counterplay.
At all.
And here at least he will have some counterplay after g3, but looks like Anish is just playing all the best moves here. And now knight f2 is the critical move here.
Knight f2?
Yes.
That I was not
very
expecting.
important to weaken the position. But the next move might not be very easy to find.
King takes.
It's not f4?
King takes f2. And if you
play
f4, you're opening up the diagonal for the queen, so there'll be some counterplay with queen d3. Okay. Here is actually, you need to bring your one piece that is not in the game into the play. And you have two options here. You can do it with rook b4 or rook b8, and just bring the rook to e8, and then you have the pressure on this diagonal. You weaken the position of the king first, and then you activate your last piece into the play.
That's
not very
easy.
natural, but then it's just very strong here, this idea.
Wow. So the computer likes knight f2.
It's just winning, +3 if he does this.
Knight f2, king f2, rook on b7 to b8, with the idea like this pawn on g3 is hanging, the knight can't move, and we just want to play rook e8.
You are going to play the move f4, but you want to do that when you have all your pieces in the game first.
I just don't think you take on f2 and then you play rook b8. That's not how we play chess.
If you don't find the move rook, but let's see if there is other options.
Well, I thought the natural move was knight f4 check.
Knight f4 check you can, but that loses to most of your advantage because of the move king f1 now. And most of the advantage is already gone because now the knight is on pre, and if you go back
to h5,
you have a rook that is also misplaced on b7, and just simply king g2.
Okay.
So Anish still has to find this.
He has to find knight
line.
f2. It's actually a very, very important moment here. If he does not find the move knight f2, he will be losing most of his advantage.
By the way,
so.
I think we have knight f2 on the board, if I've got it right. Let me just refresh.
Knight f2 played, bravo.
On the board.
So much is happening on the other boards. Praggnanandhaa just made a big mistake, and Gukesh is absolutely winning.
We will go there. I just wanted to ask on between Wesley and Anish the clock times, because this is actually a huge moment, critical moment.
3 minutes for Wesley and Anish with 5.5.
Oh, and Wesley has played.
So this
king
is the
f2.
question: if he can find the rook move.
Rook b4 or rook b8 are the two moves you were looking for,
Yeah,
right?
I think there is another move here. Rook e8 is very strong here as well. Rook e8 might be more straightforward.
No, he's playing f4. Like I said, that's the most natural
That's how
looking
people
move.
play chess. But now queen
this actually, this is now loses the advantage. Queen to g4.
Queen
queen to
g4,
g4.
white is better. What?
Yes.
And Wesley
Chess-
suddenly perked up.
Chess is cruel. Well, I don't think either of them. Wait.
And he's not going to miss it.
He found queen g4.
He's not going to
What?
miss it. And
Anish
this
looks
is
a little
total
bit
shock
shocked.
for Anish now.
What?
It's queen g4 is a very easy move to miss
Yeah,
because
we're looking at
you're
queen
focusing
d3.
on queen d3, and then you take on g3 and you just break through.
And there is just nothing here after f takes g.
F takes g3 is only move. You have to go to the endgame actually and exchange queens after that.
But white's
So-
half a piece for pawns, but
Yeah,
still.
you have a couple of pawns. So if you don't do that, you actually lose immediately here. So.
Do we go king g1 to avoid rook f2 check?
Well, I was
Yes, king g1 actually only move, exclusively only move
Oh,
here.
actually on king g2, queen
King
d2
g2 is, yeah.
Oh,
Queen,
sorry.
Queen d2.
Yep.
So king g1. And now you have to take, the best is for you to take on g4 in this position. So queen takes g4, knight takes g4. You do have, let's do a little pawn counting. So you have 2 pawns actually at the moment. And then you just have to connect your pawns very quickly. h5. Knight goes on e5. Of course, this is not what he was hoping for.
No, when he was sacrificing.
This is the
a piece.
best he can do.
Sorry, can we back up?
Yes, of course.
Why does black have to play queen g4? Why not bishop c5 check?
Okay, bishop c5 check
I'll
here.
force you to g2 and then
King
give
to
you
G.
queen d2 check.
Queen d2 check, but I think now I actually
There's
give
nothing?
up my rook.
What?
And say, I'm going to try to mate you first.
So queen c1?
Queen c1,
It's queen e6.
and now queen e6 is mate in 6.
It's white who is checkmating.
Here, and knight g6.
Oh my
That was the idea why you had to keep that pawn on f5, to make
Right,
sure this
to keep
diagonal
this
is blocked
bishop.
and the g4. Not an easy move to find, so it's a tough miss for Anish here, but now Wesley is in control, and the way this game is shifting, there is a chance now maybe he can even win this game.
Incredible.
Remarkable.
From almost losing now to perhaps winning the game.
Wow.
I don't think Anish will trade queens. He'll probably take on g3 and still try to play against white's king.
I think Anish, just looking at it on his face there, seems to be in a kind of a state of shock. Like queen g4 was not on his agenda. He had been focused on queen d3. And Wesley looks
all
like
alive again.
looks like he just perked up.
There's another line. It's possible he can play
Please.
bishop e5. in this
Bishop
position.
e5.
Bishop e5, because if you take on g5, bishop d4 check.
So we have
And
to
that's
check
a
on
little bit better
e6.
for black. So you have to play queen e6 check. And this looks really dangerous, but somehow it still works.
Wow.
Queen takes e5,
And
now
run.
if you play queen takes g3, and white king simply runs, and you don't have,
That's
see,
a
once
mess.
again, we see why this rook is on b7 is a problem. If it was on b8, you just play rook b8 and you win the game. So this is actually winning for white. And if you take back with a pawn, and once again, we already see the standard idea for this.
King G1.
You just put the king back to g1. And now the problem is I'm threatening some queen e4 ideas and checkmate you.
So if queen d2
So
here, still
queen
threatening mate.
d2 or queen h4. Okay, queen h4 is met by rook
Rook
e2,
e2.
just
That's
securing
simple,
the second rank. And I think if you play now rook f2, I have queen, back rank checkmate, queen e8. So that doesn't work. And if you play the move queen to d2, then we have the move queen goes to e2, queen d4 check, and queen e3. Okay, now I think We see
so
that
this
he's
game can
okay.
completely turn around for Wesley.
Absolutely.
But while we're waiting on that, Gukesh is about to win his game. He has a full extra piece against Pragg.
Yes, he does.
And he has 6 minutes against 12 seconds. So I think we might see a handshake soon.
And a whole extra piece. We have left it quite some time ago. Apologies, I
I
just...
think it'll be hard to catch up.
Yeah, I'm going to just go
Pragg is playing with 10 seconds.
Ah,
That's nice tactics here.
intermezzo.
Now we can play just knight b4, right?
Knight b4 is excellent. Just
And
a
I can force
really
trades, yeah.
It's a really wonderful move. It kind of shuts the rook. Just shuts down White's rook. And, oh!
Very nice.
Oh,
Very
that's
nice.
even,
Yeah.
that's really, really, really,
Disconnecting
really
the
beautiful.
communication between the bishop
Wow.
and queen.
Gukesh has played this really wonderfully. He came out of the
And he
opening
resigned.
with a slight advantage. He played it very, very nicely. Got this situation where his bishop on h2 became this
Hero.
this hero. Won a piece, and what an interference move at the end.
Very nice game by Gukesh.
Yeah. You had me at knight b4, by the way. I just wanted to say that was a really good move. But bishop d4, what an interference.
By the way,
move.
Wesley is following that line we were looking at when the king is marching away. Anish did not trade queens. And
So Wesley's winning.
Wesley is winning right now, yes.
That's
Because
incredible.
he's a piece up, and the light squares are going to be too weak for Anish
What
to
a
do.
swindle, right?
Truly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is there's no other way of putting it.
I mean, still not over. White's king is in the center. Both players low on time.
Anish down to 35 seconds right now.
Actually,
However, when
Wesley
you,
has 4 minutes almost.
however, when you look at how powerful this bishop is and this back rank mates, once I play king d2, queen e4,
Yeah.
the tables are
Oh, wow.
completely turned.
We can hide our king on e2.
Yeah, completely
Another thing
turned.
very important to know for the audience that, the reason White is doing okay because everything is protected. All the pieces are protecting each other. You don't have a loose piece. That's why the rooks are protecting everything. And once you run out of checks, the bishop is just going to be too powerful here.
And Anish recognizing, ooh.
Was
that
king d3 the
king
right
to
move?
d3. A little bit of a surprise move
The
there.
best move, but also king d2 was good, king d1 is good, but king d3 is the best.
Ooh, Anish
Yeah.
just made a move with 1 second and dropped a piece. Almost didn't make it.
Oh,
Queen g4.
Queen e4.
Yeah,
I'm
rook
very,
g1.
very, very anxious to trade queens here.
Rook g1 also looks
Rook
good.
g1
You don't
looks-
even have any checks.
Yeah, rook g1 is great, rook e4 is good. Rook g1 makes the most sense because you want to apply pressure on g7 and you want to bring the other rook to f1. The f1 is not going anywhere.
No.
And the bishop is doing a tremendous job on c2 protecting b3.
Yeah.
And also once you move the king away on c3, you're going to be able to start creating your own threats on that long diagonal.
Anish has that look of like, what did I do?
Where
Where
did
did
things
it
go wrong?
Yeah, and it went wrong.
And so fast.
Yeah.
It's just one move, f4. You make the most natural looking move and suddenly you're worse.
Wow. By the way, our first victory with the black pieces goes to Gukesh.
Gukesh, yes. He started with a loss, but now 2 wins in a row.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to Duda and Magnus. That says it was just the queen ending that we've been seeing for some time.
It's a
That
draw. Looks
very,
very,
very
very.
even.
It'll probably be over right now, maybe.
Yeah, I think. Oh, by the way, I thought Duda he didn't release
yeah.
but
He took it back, but
yeah.
he went back again. King f3. Yeah, the center pawn is scary, but
Once you
White-
see that I've got the blockade, it's not really that
and if you
scary.
try queen d2, then I always have perpetual. Well, here you would lose.
Yeah, even. We've got a queen trade. Our king is in the square.
Yeah, I think we will see some queen d5 and some more checks.
Again, for those of you joining us late, these two players are tied for first, having both players having won a game and drawn the other.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
that's right.
I know.
I was
it's
trying
like,
to remember if Duda.
Exactly.
He beat Gukesh in round 1. Yes.
Yeah. And I'm going to go to the game of Alireza Fabi. I haven't seen that game for a while. Okay, that looks like a draw, rook and pawn endgame, much easier. Where's our handshake coming? It was the Wesley.
I think the Magnus
Anish
game
go.
is probably going to be the first handshake there, the draw.
That Wesley?
And Wesley.
Wesley just played a
Well, Wesley's the only one who's
good
winning.
move.
All the other games are equal at the moment.
And 17 seconds.
Ivan also is trying to defeat Nodirbek.
Okay, I have...
But let's stay with Wesley and Anish.
Yeah, I saw like a 17 seconds.
Yeah, I think handshake is coming here.
Queen g5. Let's just move the king now and checkmate on h7, right?
I would be very eager to do just that.
Rook f1. Wesley's playing solidly. It's like, your f-pawn is not going anywhere. Yeah, he has nothing to fear now. There's no threats whatsoever. King c3. I guess Anish will play rook f5, cover up the diagonal.
I can't play rook takes f3 right away.
Nah, because of the check. Have to start with king b2 or something.
Exactly.
That's what he's going to do. I think he's going to bring
tuck the king
there and to a2 and then...
I think you said put the king on a2. The f-pawn's not going anywhere.
It was a nice march, yeah?
Yeah, it's
from
a beautiful
G1 to a2.
a king walk, a leisurely stroll across the board.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on Magnus's game, and he's not taking perpetual yet. He'll keep trying, although it's a draw. King a2.
Now rook f3 is threat.
Now, finally, rook f3 is the big threat. Yep.
So you also cannot play f2 because then rook takes f2. Same problem. So you're...
Queen c3. He wants to take with the queen on f3. But he can play rook h3 and threaten with the other rook.
Oh, that's nasty.
Rook h3 is very good. Rook f2 is excellent, just to secure everything.
Yeah, Wesley's feeling kind of... Rook
f4.
Oh,
Fancy.
yeah, that's winning too.
Fancy. I wouldn't have played rook f4 myself just because I'm afraid of queen c2 and rook f4 my opponent will play
but
on.
Queen c7 and d pawn.
Right. But
still,
rook h3 really
you want to
puts
get rid of the f3 pawn.
Yeah, really puts the kibosh on any play. Although this must be completely winning as well.
Right? Well, what if I put the rook on d4 and stop you from promoting, and then I keep my rook on d2?
I go, okay, rook d4, d7.
Rook d2.
And we have a handshake. And
Wesley wins it?
Go queen c8. Wesley wins.
Big turnaround in that game.
Quite the roller coaster for Wesley. So
Duda is down to 13 seconds. Magnus is still trying.
I think another game that will end soon is Ivan Saric against
Saric. Yeah, looks like Nodirbek is holding.
I'm looking at the game between Duda and Magnus just because you said 13 seconds, did you?
Yes, Duda has been in time trouble this whole game. Magnus had a lot of time.
A lot of time. I mean, we are looking at a draw and end game, but at the same time, Magnus is the one who is kind of dictating terms a little bit here. King e2. Magnus is being a bully.
Always.
Always.
Is he going to go king h4?
King h4. Let's have a...
Just put it on g3.
Let's have a look. g3 check. I'm trying to trick you into allowing me to play queen. But king
I'll
takes
take h3 though.
Queen f5 check. King g2.
He's touching the king. King
He's
h4.
He's done it.
Incredible. But what if we just go queen d3 immediately?
He's done that too. He's inviting queen takes a4, queen takes c3. That should be
queen
a draw.
a2 check, but we don't win the g2 pawn. So.
No, we're perfectly safe here.
I think Duda's out of. I don't think he was ever in real danger.
Right.
But now it seems very easy and safe. Magnus is still looking.
Yeah.
If there is anything in this position, he'll find it.
And Magnus also has the look of somebody who's slightly annoyed that
his opponent's defending too well.
too well.
Especially because he had such a big advantage on the clock. He was hoping Duda would mess up somewhere.
Right.
But no.
Okay.
This game ended in a draw. Alireza and Fabi. I think that was
not
an uneventful game.
But not a day for either player, I must say. Queen b4, more or less expected, right? Magnus keeping the queens on the board.
8 seconds for Duda. 7,
8?
6, 5.
Is it time to play King d1?
King f3 played.
King f3. Surprise.
With the threat of g3.
I think he's threatening, he wants to play g3 so that he can take on h3.
And so that you got queen f1 mate. Okay. Good. So a move like queen f8 check, king would go back to e2. Yeah?
Yes. So what if we can go queen b7, right? Because he can't cover with the queen. I think he's about to play it.
And you're absolutely right. Queen b7 check. I don't know, Liz.
King f2.
You're still threatening queen g3 mate, by the way. I mean, it's kind of a funny threat that, you know.
And Ivan game is going to be a draw as well in a second.
Ivan Saric?
Saric, yeah. So this is the only game we have left.
Yeah.
So Abdusattorov escaped. I think he was losing most of the game here.
Yes, that was the extra pawn. Oh, boy. Okay, sorry. That was and I've got to go back to the game of Magnus.
Yeah, do you think he regrets putting the king on h4?
Slightly. I mean...
On the other hand, if he wants to play for a win, there was no other way. Not that this is...
Okay, so c2, do we have a perpetual? Yeah, I think we do. I think we just have the perpetual.
Is c2 queen d8? You're almost made it. No, queen f6. Ooh, I could blunder like that.
Ooh, we have to show our what?
Because it feels like I'm checkmating you because you have to play g5.
Check is met by check.
And black wins.
There was those commercials where there would be these check, check, check.
But after c2, I can go queen c4 check or queen e4, and I'm sure there is perpetual somewhere. No?
You can start with g3 as well after c2.
Okay.
Magnus is repeating for now.
By the way, we do have, yeah.
We have at least 2 move repetition, yes. If he goes queen b2, I think that's third time.
By the way, I mean, the threat of mate in 1 as well as queen takes g3 is going to, I think, provoke queen
There's
c7?
queen c7, yeah, queen c7 is playable.
Okay, there is an alternative to queen b2.
They're equal on the clock now, 30 seconds for both. Queen b6 check.
Not easy to guess Magnus's move. So if I play queen e3 here.
Yeah, you can. I can play c2, but why? No.
Why would you do
why
that?
Why would I?
Yeah.
Yeah, queen e2 is fine, and then he has to play queen c7.
Sorry, queen e3 is
Queen
fine?
e3, yeah.
Yeah, and then queen c7.
Then you play
and he's done it?
Queen d4 check.
And I think so this is just the same position.
Yeah, and then they come back to the queen back to c2. And
right. Clock times, I'm sorry. Both players are
20 seconds.
Down.
Magnus needs to play queen c7 now, though, right? Or he can end up worse.
He has to. Everything else is worse.
But what's interesting is Magnus
10 seconds.
is reluctant to allow a draw, even though he only has seconds on his
clock. He's losing now. Oh no! If Duda played king g1, white. It's
It was a checkmate.
White was winning.
He's in the.
Maybe we'll see it again. Maybe there'll be a second chance for him to play king g1. So
is white winning this?
And I think both players are under.
Duda's just happy to take the draw. He
wow.
Wow.
They agreed to draw when Duda was winning.
It's like +3 after king g1.
Remarkable. So tell me why this is so winning.
I don't know. I just saw the eval bar shoot up.
And it's threatening mate.
And I guess your king cannot escape, and there's king h2 coming if needed.
Yeah, queen g1 is +4.
Because after queen d2?
After queen d2.
Queen d8 check. Queen e7, I mean.
Yeah, you can do queen e7, or you can even play...
queen e7 looks good, right?
Queen e7? Oh, no.
Or queen e5, or queen e7.
E5?
Yeah, queen e5, g5.
This is like a study, like.
Queen e5. And now
C2.
King H2.
And that's about it.
Then
Queen
Queen
F4, I have
G3.
G3.
Queen F4, G3, and Queen F2, then Queen E4 check. Queen F4 again, G3, so G4, Queen E7.
Queen.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, mates.
Well, with 10 seconds on the clock, I think Duda didn't want to take the risk of calculating all this.
But how often do you get a chance to checkmate Magnus Carlsen?
That was amazing. What a round.
Unbelievable.
What a round. By the way, how many decisive games were? I know that Gukesh won with the black pieces.
I think he was. Oh, and the Wesley one. So we had 2 decisive results. Only 1 black win so far today.
Exactly.
And that was Gukesh.
3 wins in game 1, round 1. But let's jump to Zagreb and Cristian.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the world champion, Gukesh. Gukesh, a slow start for you, very painful loss, but then bounce back victory after victory, back to back. And a big one against Praggnanandhaa, who obviously you know so well, and he's been in tip-top shape so far. Take us through this game and your feelings after day 1.
Yeah, I think firstly the Jan-Krzysztof game, it was a pretty decent game overall, but I mean, just that opening, I just got an unpleasant position. But after that, he just played a very good game, so it was fine. And then the next game, I think Alireza was a bit careless in the opening. I got a very pleasant position, and I think same can be said. Like actually in the third game, Prag just took a lot of time in the openings.
Yes, you were very much ahead on time.
Yeah.
Do you look at that strategically whenever this type of shifts happen in time management? Do you say, you know what, I need to speed things up, keep the pressure on so that I can have that advantage when it comes to crunch time?
Yeah, for sure. At least in faster time controls, it matters quite a bit. And also, as you could see, like because he kept going lower on time, like it was not easy for him to make moves, and automatically mistakes happen when you're uncomfortable. So.
Especially in complex position like this one.
Yeah. So yeah, around this point, I think he already spent like a lot of time, and then after c5, I had this really nice trick with e5. And after this, I mean, initially I thought of something like this, but okay, I mean, white is kind of, yeah, here I can go queen h6 here. So I stole queen, that is clever. But okay, anyways, I thought like knight f8 is really cool in the sense that I can just keep the pressure and the bishop is not really getting trapped.
Especially with the pawn on e3 right now, if you take e4, wins the queen, there's no more queen to g3.
Yeah, and if he moves the queen, I get a much better version with ed4. So. I think all this was quite logical, but okay, it's just a clearly better position for black. And then I think the next critical moment was, around here, I wanted to get knight e5, knight c4. You know, the pawn on a3, it's always tricky to handle. Yeah, I was thinking something like b5 has to be tried. I think he went for b5. Oh, okay. Okay, he had e4.
Open up the bishop.
Okay, I guess we both missed it. But, yeah, basically I thought I wanted queen e7. And after rook c8, like queen d3, he obviously blundered the knight b3. I have probably knight b2.
Well, again, it's all about the clock. At this time, he only had 2 minutes 30 seconds.
2 minutes, yeah.
That's not a lot, and the pressure is piling up.
Computer says that it's not much, surprisingly. Okay. Maybe because knight f5, queen c5, knight b7 is coming.
Yes.
But okay, it's just a very unpleasant position to play with 2 minutes on the clock. And then I think he missed that I have knight e5. And then,
Still, a very good start for you in this one. How are you feeling about Zagreb? You know, Magnus says that this is his favorite city. Yesterday during the opening ceremony, Anish was praising Zagreb as well. Do you enjoy playing here in Zagreb?
Yeah, this is my 3rd time in Zagreb and my first appearance on Grand Chess Tour in 2023. So yeah, for sure a special place, and also the only time that I played Vishy sir in an over-the-board, like serious game. So yeah, it's a nice place with some nice chess memories. Yeah.
Well, Gukesh, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on a good start to this tournament, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gukesh. Indeed, a nice start. As our standings, we've had 7 victories in the first 3 rounds. Take it away, Nazi.
Let's take a look. There's 4 people in first place.
4?
Wow, it's getting crowded on the top. Magnus, Carlsen, Wesley, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Gukesh all share in first. Then only 2 players are sharing 5th. That's Anish, Giri, and Ivan Saric.
With 50%. I'm looking at that Wesley So line score, 202, and that round 2, you know, just imagine if he had held that position. Wesley's played the top seeds. He's played Magnus, and he's played against Fabi.
And Anish.
And
who was leading the event before this round.
So Wesley. And Magnus's road so far, look what he's done.
He drew in the first round with the black pieces against Ivan Saric. He defeated Wesley So in that end game, just
magic.
Fantastic technique.
Right.
And then draw against Duda. That technique did not work again in the round. He almost lost.
It almost, boomeranged. Var, what stood out for you in this day 1 of the Rapids?
Definitely Gukesh's comeback. After he lost the first game, then he managed to win the 2 games in a row. I thought that was remarkable, and now he's tied for first. Anish must be feeling very sad because had he won that game, he would have been at a clear lead right now.
Right.
So he would have had actually 5 points and leading the tournament, and he did have a winning advantage, just he rushed with the move F4.
Right.
So hopefully he can recover. But Magnus has been playing really well. His win against Wesley was definitely very impressive, that he can still grind down, you know, seemingly equal position and convert to a win.
Exactly. Well, let's jump back to Zagreb as Cristian is with Magnus.
Thanks, guys. Magnus, welcome to the show, first of all. You had 3 games, very typical of yourself and your type of game, very grindy style. And this one in particular against Wesley, you managed to get the full point. Take us through the final moments and this end game. When did you feel like you're finally breaking through against Wesley?
Yeah, I'll just, I don't know what was going on. I thought actually this was a nice moment. I'm not sure the computer approves or anything, but the thing is that there are way too many pawns on the board at the moment, and that favors the knight. And I thought unbalancing the pawn structure slightly means that I have more pawn breaks and more possibilities for eventually getting my bishops to work. And of course, this was a big moment because he had evidently missed
Bishop G2.
Bishop G2, and for the first time in the game, I actually have chances to win. After that, this is a very big advantage, and it's very often won at least in practice, but also sometimes these positions are just lost. I felt like I did.
I really like the way you boxed out his king.
I felt like I did things correctly, but then, as was the theme with most of my games today, when I got short of time, I sort of panicked a bit, and then it became kind of a little bit random. But because now I've actually not really made progress, I've allowed his king to come back, and my king is not as active. It's sort of looking at the queen side, and then he just panicked with g5, which it's typical because you want to exchange pawns, but usually when there's one pawn too many, that's enough. And in this case, he just weakened the h-pawn.
Just the first day, obviously +1 is a good result for anybody, but are you content with this result?
Yeah, the result is good, of course. I mean, I'm not very happy with my play. I think, first game, whatever, that was solid, but not what you dream of course. Second and third games, I felt really, really rusty, that went to show partly in the second game, but especially in the third, where I was just. I wasn't really on my game at all there when it comes down to scrambles, where sort of the rustiness is felt the most. So I'll have to get better in the next few days, but overall, of course, the score is good.
Well, that's usually the way it goes for you. You get better as the tournament progresses. Now, you've mentioned it many times that Zagreb is your favorite city. Why is it?
Well, I'm not sure about favorite. I'm not sure if I've said favorite or one of the favorite cities, but I think it helps that I go here in summer and the weather is always kind of perfect, and it's a nice, relaxed atmosphere as well. I like it's very walkable, which is important to me, I sort of have my routines here as well, which I'm happy with. So it's definitely a place I like coming.
Thanks a lot, Magnus, for joining, and go enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back.
Thank you, Cristian, and congratulations, Magnus. I'm still in awe. That game he won against Wesley So. I mean, people don't do that against Wesley So. And
People don't, only Magnus does.
Only Magnus does. And he has this big score, 2-1 score, 70 draws, 60 wins and 30 losses. A truly remarkable performance. And we just take it for granted that he pulls it off time and time again, but I'm still in awe. I still shake my head.
It's always great to see, yes.
It's just absolutely
The surprising start
incredible.
for two players, Fabi and Alireza. We expected these players to be on the top, and as we saw in the standings, they're on the bottom right now at -1.
Definitely
Exactly.
underperforming in the first day.
Right.
But maybe a little bit of rust, it takes a little bit of time to get back into the tournament. But hopefully we'll see them play their best chess in the next couple of days.
I'm kind of laughing still about Magnus saying, I feel a little rusty. It was like 2,900 performance, feeling rusty. Back to Zagreb with Cristian and Wesley So.
Wesley, a topsy-turvy day for you.
Yeah.
Won the first one, lost the second one, and won the third one. After an absolutely crazy game against Anish, I have to say.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't checked any of my games with computer yet, so I have no idea what's going on. I didn't think I was that better in game 1, but I somehow won. And then on game 2, I thought I was really, really close to a draw. But then I got too comfortable at some point. And then he had got bishop. And then in the third one, I was still trying to regain my balance. And
how do you get comfortable against Magnus?
Huh?
How do you get comfortable against Magnus?
Yeah, I thought when we got bishop and knight left, when I was trading pawns, I thought I could get rid of one with bishop. But when he kept it was very unpleasant.
Still, you bounced back, and it wasn't easy because Anish, it felt like he was better at some point in the middle game. And
yeah, for sure.
Like
I was struggling.
At this point, after the sacrifice of the knight, the computer really enjoyed the position for black. In somewhat of a strange way, rook to b4, maybe rook to b8. He played this move f4. At this point, did you realize that finally you were back in the game?
yeah, for sure. Well, when he took on f2, I wanted to resign.
You wanted to resign?
But then I see no other moves. Yes, I took the knight.
Take the knight.
And then he played f4 quickly, which I had the miracle save with queen g4. But it's funny, right after the game, Anish and I were analyzing, and we thought sacrificing on f2 was a mistake because we just looked at f4, queen g4, and white is defending. But actually, any other move by black here wins, as his second Jan Smith said after the game. Like even a pass move, like rook
b8 also works.
Yeah, rook b8. The thing is, I can't play queen f3 because.
But these are very strange moves to make, right? You see f4, you see, and your instinct is to open up the king, right? It feels like f4 just wants to be played.
Well, he had 5.5 minutes, so he should really have spotted that. But the thing is, he played too quickly. I think we were kind of already in the blitz mood. We were ready to play blitz. So yeah, if you have 5.5 minutes, I think, Anish, most of the time, he would just think and spot. But he just couldn't believe that after f4, queen g4, there's no win for black.
How did you assess it at this point after queen to g4? You made your move quite quickly. It was the only and the best move. How did you assess it right now?
Well, when I played queen g4, I thought I was saving the game. And then when he was thinking, I think he spent 5 minutes or 4 minutes, then I thought I was going to win the game.
Maybe even better, yeah. Maybe you were going to win this one.
Yeah, the thing is, like, after bishop e5, I mean, I could probably hold the door, queen g5, but I realized queen e6 is just winning.
Queen e6, and then pick up the bishop on e5.
Also, when I was thinking, like, fg3, I think king g1 is the only move for white, because king g2 loses because of queen d2. Yeah, so this was what I saw.
Yes, indeed. You cannot go hunting for that rook because you just simply get checkmated.
Yeah, the knight is pinned, unfortunately, so I couldn't give mate.
And the bishop at the same time defends and allows the rook to come back to f8.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, because if you took with the rook, then it's mate. With
queen e6, and then you don't have the rook on the f file to go.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Good point.
Very nicely calculated, Wesley.
Yeah, but I mean, I think, yeah, obviously, I should never have won this one, but at the same time, I think I was pretty close to a draw against Magnus. I'm sure it was a draw at some point, but...
There's always a lot of action here in Zagreb, Rapid Blitz. Sometimes it involves you very much as well. You had some moments with Jan in the past. Now, obviously, tell me a bit about your expectations for this tournament.
Well, Romania didn't turn out so well for me. So, like I'm hoping to bounce back this year. But I think, like, at some point, I can't just keep focusing on the results. I have to focus on improving, playing better chess. Because obviously, everyone wants this. You want to reach back in top 10. You want to qualify for Argentina, right?
There's a lot of goals.
Yeah, you want to finish on top 4. But at the end of the day...
You mean Brazil?
Oh, is it Brazil?
Brazil.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
For the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, like I've never been to South America before, so obviously it would be very good if we'd be very happy to qualify in top 4. But at some point, you have to go back to basics. You just gotta improve on your game, play good chess, and not to think too much about results, you know, because chess is super competitive. Like everyone wants to win, qualify candidates. But at some point, you have to start by playing good moves. So I'm trying to do that. And but this tournament is super strong, like in Zagreb. Like in Poland, there's a few targets. But here, it's basically top 10 level strength in the world plus Ivan Saric. So there are no weaknesses.
Who's no slouch. He's been having a pretty good event so far.
Yeah, I mean...
No losses.
Who? Ivan. Yeah.
Ivan Saric. Yeah.
He's...
He almost could have won the last game against Nodirbek, so definitely putting some pressure on all these players.
Yeah, sometimes you have to expect the unexpected, you know, like Fedosiv crushing in Poland. No one saw that coming.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's quite upsetting. Magnus always here to ruin tournaments for the tour players. But at the same time, we enjoy a challenge. So.
Well, thank you very much, Wesley, and congratulations on 2 very important and beautiful victories in day 1. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian. You're the best.
Thank you, Wesley. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. Congratulations. Wesley, standings. 4 players at the top.
Yes, those players are Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Gukesh. Wow, what players, right?
Right, and look at the players who are suffering. Prague, who has won everything
this
in
year, right?
2025. We haven't heard the last of him or Fabi. They're going to roar back. Tell us about the schedule for this event.
Well, day 2 tomorrow, rounds 4 to 6. Then Friday, last day of Rapid. And on the weekend, we move on to the Blitz.
Absolutely. Bobby Fischer said, I believe in good moves. And Wesley was saying the same thing.
Absolutely. You have to make good moves to win the games. And I thought it was a very exciting first day. And we have a 4-way tie at the top, and Gukesh winning the last 2 games, which I thought was very, very impressive. So nobody's running away with the tournament.
Right.
So even Magnus won 1 game, but still it was 2 other draws. So should be very interesting events.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Zagreb for final thoughts from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, I have to say, guys, I think it was a very fun day of exciting chess, and Magnus leading after day 1. This usually does not happen. He generally has a slow start and then picks up the pace, and then he catches up and usually wins the event. But right now, he's in the lead after day 1, so definitely something to worry for all the other players. Anastasiya, you were hanging around the playing hall, talking with the players as well. What was your experience of day 1?
Actually, I was really shocked by the appearance of fans, chess fans today. You know, it's just unbelievable. We have the playing hall packed with people. People were lying down on the floor even because there was no enough space. And the funniest moment was for me today when all chess fans were waiting for Gukesh to appear and sign autographs. And suddenly he decided to do so. And they were just screaming, Gukesh, Gukesh. They were so happy that he decided to come, to take some time and appear and sign all these autographs. It was such an amazing moment. Of course, I took the video and I published it everywhere. So once again, I'm inviting everyone to follow our social media accounts of Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely, and it was a fast action-packed moment here in Zagreb, Croatia in day one, and I have to say I cannot wait to see what these players are going to bring to the tables for day two. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here to give you all the updates and all the player interviews in day two tomorrow.
Thank you both, indeed. And day two tomorrow, I know that Gukesh is going to be playing Magnus. Will we see handshake?
Can't wait to see that. Great day today.
Lovely, lovely.
Thank you for watching us, and join us again tomorrow at the same time. Have a good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.